We apologize for the delay because we were in executive session. So, roll call, please.
Ms. DeLeon.
Here.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes, let the record reflect that I'm participating by phone. I know that Mr. Ossoff has some confusion about participation by phone as opposed to in person. He likes to complain that I'm not there when I participate by phone, but it's certainly permissible for me to participate by phone, and I am participating by phone. So perhaps Victoria can explain that to her father, that council members participate by phone, and that's what I choose to do today. Thank you.
That idiot.
Mr. Carucci.
Here.
Ms. Alpaf Cordero. Here. Ms. Ray.
Here.
Also here is Director of Public Works Roger Rossich, Chief of Police Thomas Barn, and Administrative Assistant Stacy Werkheiser. And our Solicitor Steve Caducean, and our junior council members. Thank you.
Okay, can we all stand and pledge allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, council did meet in executive session. Steve, would you like to explain?
Yes, council met in executive session tonight, starting at 10. Personnel matters were discussed, among other, personnel matters were discussed related to the budget and others. No official action was taken, and there's nothing further to report.
Okay, no potential action necessary. Public
I
procedure.
would like the opportunity to speak about what we discussed in executive session.
Yes.
Am I recognized?
You're recognized.
Recognized.
Inappropriate.
All right, thank you.
You're recognized.
So one of the things that we talked about, actually a couple of things we talked about in executive session, but the most significant one was compensation for our chief of police. So this is a public record as to the amount the chief of police is currently paid $113,000 a year. And that's a grossly low number for a person of his caliber, qualifications, and the community that he served, as well as the department that he oversees. By comparison, this is publicly available information that, of course, the police jet never looked up. But for comparison, we have Emmaus Borough. This is the Lehigh County Chief of Police salary and benefits rebate. Emmaus Borough, they pay their chief of police $130,000. South Whitehall Police, they pay their chief of police $134,000. Up in Macungie Township, $129,000. Upper Saucon Township, $132,000. So I would just bring to the public's attention that Chief Barn has served this township both as a police officer as well as in charge of an accredited police department. Highly accredited, highly competent, highly qualified. I think the public would agree. It's great having a well-funded and well-qualified police department. And certainly one that Chief Barn oversees and make sure that the accreditations and the trainings are up to par for what the township needs. So I'm hoping that the public will recognize this and hold the entirety of council accountable, particularly when this township has been hemorrhaging personnel since the Teresa Jets took over with the majority. We've lost township manager. We've lost an individual who they thought was going to accept the position that he never intended to. And then we lost another township manager, Patty Kinney from Delaware, who's only going to be working part-time and lasted a grand total of 2 days. We've lost township solicitor, who was with the township for 23 years. We lost their hand check replacement, who was with the township for a grand total of 16 days. And then we had an interim manager. And then on top of that, we lose our zoning officer, who was with the township for a number of years, and they still haven't hired anybody to replace him. They burdened Kathy Gorman, who was the assistant manager, and the finance director with additional responsibilities to try to keep the ship afloat, as well as township staff. So now they're probably going to ignore the underfunding for the chief of police, and God help us if we end up losing our chief of police. So I would encourage the public to reach out to the majority of council and encourage them to recognize the value that Chief Barn provides to the township, particularly stability in the area of public safety. And hopefully you can convince the majority of council to pay him what he deserves.
Okay, moving on, public comment.
I want to talk about executive session. I share a lot of Jason's concerns, and I think our police chief should be paid more. Again, it's the only department that's being run properly, besides Public Works, that's fully staffed and keeps his officers. They don't leave. They're good. Makes good hires. He's made good hires, and the ones that we've hired recently. Then there was also a matter that our Susie, our solicitor, refused to discuss in executive session. That was an offer made for the property across the street of Philadelphia Pike. I asked him to talk about it in there. He refused, and I'm not sure why he's hiding that, or what the point of that of hiding that is. But the public should know that they did make an offer to sell that property to the township, and so far our solicitors refused to act or take any direction from us, even hear me out back in executive session. So that's unfortunate, and it'll be unfortunate for the residents here if the township doesn't buy that property, or and these 39 quote-unquote garden shacks are put up right across from the township. So hopefully the majority can get their act together and instruct our solicitor that we would like to respond to that offer, either a counter offer or an appraisal, or do something. But again, seems like he's letting the ball slip on that. And I just want the residents that came in here and spoke at that meeting to know that that our solicitors are letting the ball slip on and not addressing it. And you know, so when they tell you, well, there's nothing we could have done about it or something like that, which I'm sure they're trying to concoct their story right now, you'll know that that's not true. That's not true. An offer was communicated in a letter dated September 20th, 2024, which Susie, our solicitor, has also refused to share with other members of council. Maybe he shared it with the Democrats. He's their puppy, but he didn't share it with me, and he didn't share it with Jason, the actual letter that conveyed this offer. So they're hiding again. They're not being transparent again, and they don't want you to know what's going on with that property. So the residents that live around here should know that, and that's why I talk. All right, thank you.
My turn to speak.
Yeah.
Can we meet in executive session to discuss this after the meeting?
Nothing prevents you, just to be clear as to what happened, so we can clear this record once and for all, is I had some
His
interaction.
mouth is moving, so he's
You
lying.
know what? You're out of order. Be respectful.
I had interaction with the potential sellers. I updated every member of council via correspondence so there would be no miscommunication. I then got a response from them with regard to a potential figure. I sent that to all of council. All of you received the same thing at the same time. And I said, if you want to discuss it, or if you want to move forward with it, let me know. Up until now, no one's responded. So it wasn't on, it wasn't on any previous identification that we're going to talk about it today in executive session or otherwise. If you guys
It doesn't have to be.
Will you quit interrupting?
No, because he's lying. His mouth is moving, he's lying.
That's usually what you do, right? You do that.
So rather than going back and forth over this,
I think that's a violation of the code of conduct.
No, it's not, because he's accusing
Sure
him.
is.
So he violated
You're
it
not
first.
focusing on personal insult, it's not respectful dialogue, it's misinformation, accountability.
sure. So
I'm not, you decide this, Tom, enforce it.
I'm the arbiter, I'm keeping
There's
score
only
here.
one person speaking at a time, and it happens to be the solicitor.
I will have to-
Everybody else, I will gavel this, and no one will be heard, and the record will reflect inaudible.
Yeah.
So
I'm keeping track, Jason, and at the end of the meeting, I'll read all the violations of the
So
code of
where we
conduct.
are is exactly where I said, is all the members of council have the same information,
Steve, too.
and we can put it on, we can talk about it in a future executive session. After the conclusion of this meeting, you can have an executive session, you can talk about it, we can have it on an executive session in the future. Or we never have it on an executive session. For right now,
Steve, may I ask you a question?
no, not right now. Where we are right now.
No question.
is you have the information and I left it in your respective hands. No one prior to this meeting indicated they wanted to talk about it in this coming executive session.
No,
Okay.
no,
So
no.
then I would like to call
Yeah,
the
you can ask a question,
session.
go answer.
I
Ask a
am
question?
speaking.
Yes, Jason, answer.
May I ask a question?
After the meeting, before we
May I ask a
adjourn, we
question?
will go
Yes.
into executive session.
Yes.
And then you can ask
I'd like
all
to
the
ask you a
questions you
question.
want.
Yeah, go ahead, Jay.
Victoria?
Go ahead, Jay.
Thank you for recognizing me.
First
So,
of
Steve,
all,
you
I
said that
need
the
to correct the
information is readily
record.
available to all members.
Jason, you had your chance to talk, be respectful.
When we have this
talking until you
negotiation with the local discuss, you wouldn't get rid of the
gabbling
meeting.
until you don't.
So why now for changes in how you handle
If
it?
you can't,
You come with enlightenment, or are we just acting like we before?
Okay, Victoria?
I did forget to
Is there
announce,
construction going on? It sounds like there's a hammer.
I did forget to announce, the over and under for gavels, 125 and a half tonight. I don't take the best of the lines, but
Let
if you,
Victoria speak.
hold on, if you're,
I
if
apologize to the audience.
you or somebody knows a gambling problem,
You
call
went-
1-800-GAMBLER,
one time.
1-800-GAMBLER. That's all, I'm done, you have to give that disclosure when you settle on it. It's 1-800-GAMBLER, if you have a gambling
Okay.
problem, somebody knows a gambler.
Are we,
You may speak.
thank you very much. I need to correct some false information that was put into the public just before. When we go into executive session, we discuss personnel matters, we discuss litigation matters, or we discuss property matters. So I think it's highly inappropriate to insinuate that council is or isn't doing something because we have a discussion in executive session. It's even more inappropriate to come out in public and talk about people's salaries and benefits in an open forum where people are gonna have their own opinions. As far as
Public record.
putting blame to different people, different people are inappropriate because I certainly have a different view of why there are certain situations in our township. So did this council cause people to leave the township? No. Has any staff member ever complained about our conduct? No. Has any staff member ever filed any complaints against any of us? No. So to accuse this council of, for some reason, doing something which then caused those people to resign is inappropriate and it's false. So I want everybody to understand that first. So if Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi want to start blaming people, I think when we look at who's insulting people, who's interrupting people, who's dragging our meetings on forever, who's using profanity against other people in council, both out here and in an executive session. I think this evening we've heard Mr. Croce call somebody a fat cow. Somebody also was called Vladimir. So I think, well then we should put the microphone right over here because you like to whisper it. So I'm going to make sure that everybody knows. We've also, I'm not going to say the words because I think it's inappropriate for any children that may be watching, but STFU, if you know what that acronym stands for, it happens generally in our executive session. So if I were a staff member that works for this township, then am I going to have a chance to talk with him talking?
I think it's quite him.
Okay, well, I'll take a recess because he wants to mumble the record. This is another tactic. Let's mumble the record so people can't hear the truth. So I'm gonna speak when they're not speaking. That's the way it's gonna be. So when you hear that, people are causing things, I think you need to look at the record. I don't think Mr. Benonis and Mr. Croce have any piece of evidence that says one person on this council caused anybody to resign or move on or cause people not to come to our township. I think it's pretty clear to me, this is my opinion, he has his. So my opinion, and I don't think I'm alone in here, I've heard it from a lot of people in the community, when we have people obstructing our meetings who gladly say that they want to cause more and more trouble at council meetings and drag things on and insult people and use profanity and create a hostile environment for the people in the public. You think it's hostile here, it's not just in here. So I want to make sure that that's clear because I am not going to be told that it's my fault for why people here are here or aren't here. So I want to make sure that that's clear for everybody here since we decided to talk about executive session in the public, so you all understand. That's where I'm done.
Okay, I have a question. Is there any way this technology, Tom, I'm speaking.
You are?
Is there any way this technology can turn off mics when somebody's speaking? Can you just individually turn off like everybody's mic except for the person speaking?
That's it, Priscilla, mute me, that's what you wanna do. I
wanna
already
shut up
threatened you
the
with several
opposition.
lawsuits, okay? And I'm
That's
gonna
Vladimir.
take action on it, and you're gonna enjoy choking on it.
That's Vladimir.
Okay, well, we need to set up a meeting with the audiovisual people.
So now both, we have two people caught talking and calling other people Vladimir. So you all heard that. Because I consider it harassment. Calling somebody a fat cow, calling anybody the name of a dictator in another country is harassment. It's not just discussion of our issues here that are before you, the issues that you want to hear about, including our budget and other things on the agenda. They don't want to hear you calling people names. That's what they don't want to
I've never
hear.
call you or anyone else a fat cow.
So, all right, it's
That's setting
harassment.
a very good
I just want you to understand that from my perspective, when you call me a fat cow, or you call anybody a Vladimir, or you say STFU with an angry face, it's harassment, so you understand.
I think it's harassment when you defame me.
Okay, so moving on to Lauren.
And then you apologize.
There's already a
And
lawsuit
then you
on that.
tell your insurance company not to
Did you
settle
wanna
it because
try
you
to
don't want to
say something?
I
apologize.
would just reiterate the fact that when
Oh, there's enlightenment.
the information is shared with us regarding anything that comes from Steve's office, it is sent to all of the council members at the same time. We do not get privileged, special, secret information that the other two do not get. That is.
That's not true. They
that
wouldn't even
is
tell us who they met with in the
a
downtown
lie.
library. Never told them.
And you did?
You're having secret meetings off the air.
There you go. She just admitted.
I wasn't part of that. That's right to know. And then Priscilla didn't turn it over.
Yeah. She hit it.
Okay.
She did it.
She hit it.
It was an error, it was their outside.
Okay, moving on, we have public comment procedure. Lower Saucon
Move along,
has
move
resolution
along.
64-2024, adopting an agenda policy and code of conduct for township council meetings. You have the right to be here, but you do not have the right to be disrespectful. Please act accordingly, no disruptive behavior. The public meeting of a board or council is considered, and I quote, limited public forum, end of quote, which means the government can regulate the time, place, and manner of speech. Boards and councils regulate speech through the adoption of rules of procedure and conduct. The Acosta Court also approved prohibitions on disorderly conduct when it arises from a member of the governing body.
I got good
Members
behavior.
of the council shall not, by disorderly, insolent, or disturbing actions, speech, or otherwise substantially delay, interrupt, or disturb the proceedings of the council. It's a court case for anybody who's interested. Copies of this document are out in
Thank
the
you for the
hall,
legal advice.
and
Very
you may
insightful
read
coming from
it.
somebody like you. Somebody who's been on disability for 40 years is gonna lecture me about what the law is. Okay.
So just so everybody
Hey,
knows,
hey,
because
Jerry,
every time they
First
bring
Amendment.
that up, I will tell you that I worked
Called
for
free
over
speech.
20 years as a radiologic technologist in the area. So I did work, okay?
I think it's harassing to, number one, discuss somebody or imply that somebody's either disabled or not disabled, and then imply that they somehow are not competent because they have a disability. So if you want to talk about
No,
FMLA
I'm taking
issues
my
as an
conference because
attorney,
he's not aware
if
he has
you want to
worked
talk
for
about,
40
if you want to talk about ADA and other federal regulations that prohibit you from disparaging anybody based upon a disability that you think that they have, we can talk about that too. So I just want to lay the groundwork again for that one, is that you have a council member insulting people based upon disability. So I want to know who's putting our township at risk for a federal lawsuit, because I don't call anybody out for having a disability. Let's just put that one out there.
Oh, you put it out.
Okay, so now we have, all right, yeah, okay, junior council report, G. So who wants to go first? We have, Samuel?
I will be speaking for all the junior councils for tonight.
Oh, okay.
Hello, my name's Sam Van Norman, one of the junior councilmen. Just to inform you guys of a few things that are going on in Saucon Valley School District. The Sioux School Kids Musical for grades 3 through 5 is happening soon. It will be in the high school auditorium. It is Friday, November 1st and Saturday, November 2nd from 6. It is $5 per person at the door. For any parents that are interested and are watching, the Saucon Valley School District is hosting a financial aid night October 23rd at the school. Some other things to go over, we did just have our homecoming and homecoming court, so congratulations to Tanner, who's the homecoming king, and Zoe, who's the homecoming queen. Also, on Friday, there is a home game that the football game has at the Saucon Valley Stadium. It is pink out and is against one of our rivals, Southern Lehigh. Also, just to remind you guys, October 23rd, the open house for Babbitts, which is the tech school that Saucon Valley students go to. That's from 5:30 to 7:30. Also, October is National Bullying Prevention Month.
Really?
Thank you.
October, could you say that last part again?
Yeah, stop bullying us.
October is National Bully Prevention Month. Thank
I
you.
hope when you go back to school, you talk about bullying
Yeah.
and help to prevent it.
Like
I
not
really
letting people,
appreciate that.
not letting people speak at public meetings, who are
Okay,
elected
so,
officials, and bullying
moving
them.
on, we
And
have-
threaten to turn off their microphone, that type of bullying, Priscilla?
It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Okay,
And when you-
so moving on.
Brandenburg versus
When
Ohio.
you
Okay,
your turn and leave the insults out
We
of
have
As long as it's not inciting
SFM
lawlessness.
Consulting recommendation. SFM Consulting has been providing zoning and building code services as part of our zoning team since the resignation of our prior zoning officer. We are requesting council to consider extending the agreement and modifying their services. They will be making a presentation. Would you like to come up to the oval desk, please?
Certainly.
There should be another chair. Is there, we have-
We'll find another chair.
Thank you.
We had a zoning officer, they ran him off from email saying they were gonna fire him. He was a good guy.
I'm sure there's a complaint that you can pull up as evidence for that, because if you do have one, then show it. If not, then tell the truth.
Well, it was my right to know, tell the truth, you put it in an email.
We have representatives from SFM. I'd like to
And
welcome you
shortly
here
thereafter he
this evening.
left.
I apologize for having to speak over different people. I hope you don't have that problem. I hope you're able to speak freely. So with that, please introduce yourselves and speak into the mic.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sean McLean. I'm the principal of SFM Consulting, LLC. We provide municipal consulting services to a number of communities throughout eastern Pennsylvania. We're in Northampton County, Monroe, Pike, and Wayne County. Prior to starting SFM, I worked for another third-party provider in Bucks and Montgomery County. So I'm familiar with a range of different communities, the challenges that each of those communities deal with. And I brought some of my team along with me. I think most of you guys hopefully have met Tyler and Judy. They've stepped in as, once you lost your zoning officer, and we're trying to make sure that we kind of keep everybody up to date on what's going on and apply your ordinance as it's written. That's mainly our goal. The main point of being here is that we wanted to, first of all, introduce what our team can provide, but also to hopefully expand our services that we are providing. So we would like to also become your provider for building code services, as well as all your code enforcement. So not just zoning. Now, right now, we are kind of filling in on some of the code, which is your standalone ordinances, but what's really important for us is to kind of do the whole job. And one of the things we've noticed, or I've noticed particularly, is that many third-party building code companies don't do the whole project. They don't do the whole job, and that's really what we're here to do. Most third parties will primarily issue permits and do inspections and issue COs. We'll do all of that too, but we make sure that all the information, it comes through the township and the data stays in the township. It's here for council, for public, for open records requests, all the things as to why the Uniform Construction Code came into effect, is to make sure that there was a record of all the processes taking place, and that people could access that information in the future. Not only that, but quite often there are serious life safety conditions that may be in a building or outside a building that could affect neighboring property owners or the community, that's where the building inspector needs to step in, issue an unsafe building action, maybe order a building vacated. There's a whole series of things that need to come into play that are built into the building code that quite often go, they aren't actually performed because third-party providers, they don't really, and ultimately make a profit doing that. Our job is to do the whole job. So that's why we want to make sure that we can provide that service to you.
Okay. Anybody else on your side?
Sean, do you want to address how in this situation, sometimes building permits are approved and zoning hasn't looked at it? That's one of the things.
Yeah, I mean, but this is Jennifer McGlynn. She's my partner in life as well as in business. So we founded SFM Consulting just about 10 years ago. But she's pointing out, and something we've noticed, is that because of the fact that Lower Saucon has the ability for contractors or homeowners to select from a number of different building inspectors, quite often there's a disconnect. So for instance, the contractor may go right to one of the building inspectors that they do business with, hire them to do a plan review and actually get a permit issued even before the township has had the opportunity through the zoning office to review it and make sure that there's justification for issuing that permit. So you end up with people saying, well, I already got a permit. You're like, well, you got a permit from that entity over there, but it didn't get the approval from zoning. So it can create some conflict, and it can also create some consternation because people are outlaying cash to get that permit moving and that plan review, and ultimately they may not be permitted to do it because it's not permitted in that zoning district. So there's some inherent problems when there's multiple inspectors that can do the job for individuals in the township. Our position is you really want to have an entity that is part of your team. We're responsible to the elected officials and to the community. We're not necessarily going to make everybody happy all the time, but at the end of the day, we're going to make sure that it gets done properly and that everything comes back here. So what will happen if you and when you appoint us, the checks come to the township. And this is the other thing I would emphasize. You will see a revenue stream increase on the permits because the checks come to the township. We invoice you at the end of the month for a percentage of those building permits that were issued. But you don't pay that if that process hasn't taken place. What we've seen in other communities where third parties are getting the checks sent directly to them, and then they'll send money to the township. Quite often it's hard for the township to keep track of what they should be getting, what kind of revenue should be brought in. Our goal is to make sure that it's really very much centered on the municipality. So I think I've talked enough. I want to introduce Judy Acosta. She's one of our key team members. She's been with us probably one of our longest employees. And then of course Tyler Mitch is one of our newest employees, and but also is a certified zoning officer working towards his building code certifications. And he's a recent graduate of Kutztown University in public planning. So I think we have a really good team. If you have an opportunity to look at our website, you can look at the whole team and get an idea of what communities we serve. Judy, do you have anything to add?
Yes, please use the mic.
I would just add that to what Sean was saying about the building permits coming through the township. Right now, the way that your building permits are handled, you have a zoning/building permit where the applicant is paying a single fee to the municipality, and they're paying, there's additional fees to the third-party provider for that building permit, but you're not actually collecting any money off of those building permits. So with this process, that would increase revenue to the municipality as well. That would be all in-house, where that third-party provider, whatever they're charging, they're keeping that full amount at this time. So that's different from what we see in other municipalities as well. We're also very familiar and experienced with code enforcement, whether it's standalone ordinances or through your zoning ordinance, being able to address issues within the municipalities, send out enforcement notices, be present at zoning hearing board meetings, or conditional use approvals from council, or even through planning commission meetings, providing, zoning, memorandums as to land development plans that might come in. So we're, a full package where we jump in and we're able to be, active in all of those different areas.
Okay.
Tyler's not one to speak much, but he does a great job.
Well, yeah, well, thank you. But I don't have too much to add. I think they both kind of covered all the bases with kind of getting the comprehensive operation going. I think that's covered most of that.
Well, I've had the opportunity to meet with Tyler. You weren't in when I was here, so we had a nice chat and told me about your organization and, the different zoning matters that are top priority in the township at the moment, and we had a nice chat.
Yeah, and one thing I would add is we try to work very closely with municipality staff as well as your other professionals. So interfacing with the engineer's office, the solicitor's office, police department. A lot of what we're dealing with in Forks Township, for instance, is interacting with the police department to try and determine, is this a zoning, is it a standalone issue, is it a zoning issue, or is it a police matter? So quite often there's a lot of integration there that I think can really take some of the burden off of your police officers when you do the job right. And so I think that's one of the things. It's trying to look at doing the whole project, making sure that you're getting what you should be getting out of the arrangement.
All right, if you're finished, I'm going to turn it over to Kathy. Kathy?
I do want to let council know that been working with Tyler and Judy for the last couple months. They've done an excellent job. Items that, we need clarification from, clearly they'll let me know. And we work together as a team to figure out the best course of action. I do think, and I've always noticed here, that there is a lack of procedure of sorts. I don't want to say lack of procedure, but it seems kind of sidestepped, where people either are going to third party for permits and then coming to zoning for approval, or they're calling zoning for, can I do this? And then they're going to the building to get a permit, and they're not exactly getting the permit is exactly what they told the zoning officer. So I think having it all integrated into one entity and having them all review it at the same time, where they can call each other and speak to one another about it, so everybody's on the same page, is ideal. It's also beneficial because we aren't receiving any of the revenue for the third-party inspections at this time, so that offsets the cost of the actual zoning that we'd be charged. And having those documents in-house too is also important. We often get calls from people and right-to-knows from property files that we might not have access to if it's at a third party. So altogether, I think it's a wise move. I would like to, if council is going to consider it, and that's kind of in the budget document, as if you were going to move in that direction, that we do this effective January. That way we have time to notify our current third parties, and we can work together to make sure all of our documents are the way everything needs to be done, since we haven't been doing this way for quite some time. I think under the circumstances too, if you look around, it's difficult to find a zoning officer. There's not many people that
Yeah, when you have a council that runs them off, right? When you have a council that runs the one we had off, right? I imagine so.
Kathy, is Williams Township still looking for their zoning officer?
I think they hired either they hired somebody part-time or they hired a consulting team part-time.
Okay, so this isn't something unique to our township, the issue with zoning?
It's not unique.
Okay, thank you.
But the other thing I would add, if you don't mind, is that one of the advantages you have with using a third party as opposed to hiring employees, you can fire us at any time. If council, if you're not happy with the work we're doing, you can get rid of it. So you're not stuck in some long-term contract.
We won't go down that road yet.
That's a concern of mine, actually, and I'll address it when that's my turn. That's
Just
not.
don't believe everything you hear at this meeting tonight.
Well, if I could just
Yes.
add on to what Sean said.
Especially if they're
Another benefit of a third-party company is that we have a larger team behind us as well. So it's not just Sean, Tyler, and I. If we're out of the office, or if it happens to be where Tyler and I are both gonna be out at the same time, and we're the ones here at this office, another member of SFM can step in and keep the office moving, while we're out of the office, or, if one of us chooses to leave SFM, there's another large amount of people behind SFM who could step in, so you're not left without.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, at this time, I'd like to make a motion to consider extending the agreement and modifying their services. And that would take us up to the end of the year, and then in January, we'd have to extend the agreement for 2025. Is that an appropriate motion?
It is. So just to be clear, what you're saying is you're extending the current arrangement until January,
Till the end of the year.
end of the year.
And then we have a reorganization meeting in January, and then we make the new appointments for that year based on services, costs, and all that stuff.
And the fee schedule will be.
The fee schedule, that's what I'm looking for.
We would at
Fee
that
schedule.
point request that you appoint us as your building code official and building inspector.
Usually
We
we
would be
get
the
a
sole
letter.
provider for
Right,
that.
right.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, is that all right? Okay. So we have a motion on the floor and a second. Did you have any questions before we talk about it up here?
No, I'm ready for questions.
Okay.
Yeah, I have questions.
Okay, so council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I have some questions. Sean, I'm over here outside of Steel City. The cell phone coverage has been great. They're getting a new tower, which is good. But in the meantime, I didn't catch what your last name was.
McLean.
McGlynn. Okay, thanks.
MCGLYNN.
Okay, thanks. So, Sean, how many other municipalities does your company, SFM Consulting, do work for that's being proposed here?
I think we're up to 14.
14.
Yes.
Are those townships, boroughs, or other municipalities?
All the above. First class townships through boroughs, second class boroughs, wide range of communities. And you can see it on my website. Yeah.
Great. In those other municipalities, are you doing full-time services or is it part-time?
We cater to what the municipality needs from us, which is one of the things I was going to point out to you is that
I understand that, but I'm asking you, what do you do in these other municipalities, these other 14 municipalities?
we
How
generally
many of
do the
those are
whole
full-time,
gamut.
how many are part-time?
Oh, we very rarely do full-time. I mean, usually we will do 9 to 12 hours a week, depending on the workload. We'll adjust that. And just, the other thing I'd emphasize is that if you see multiple people in the office, you're only being invoiced for one individual. So it's one person hour. If Judy and Tyler are both here, you're just paying for one hour. It's our decision if we want to give beef you up for a little bit because we need some additional work done. We won't charge you for that when there's 2 people there. It's just, we feel we need the coverage.
All right, so you've got you, your wife, Judy, and Tyler, right?
Well, there's a whole number, I have 13 different employees in addition to the people you mentioned. And you can see my team, the entire team on my website. And unfortunately, you're not here, so I can't give you my card, but if you go to sfmconsultingllc.org, you just click on the tab for our team, you'll see all the people that work for us.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, there's a motion that's been made and it's been seconded, and you're telling me to go look at your website to get the credentials of your folks. I think I would have liked to have seen that. The public, our taxpayers would have liked to have seen that. They know exactly who it is that they're hiring. But since, this is just being told to us now, let me ask you, among the 13 employees, how many of those have very specific zoning experience and code enforcement experience and credentials?
Well, every single one of our people are a certified zoning officer, and everybody who, for instance, Judy is a certified property maintenance code inspector, as well as a building code official, so she's a certified building code official. They are only permitted to do work in the realms where they're certified, and all of my building inspectors are certified in each category where they're out doing inspections or they're doing plan reviews. So that's a requirement of the law, and we don't fool around with that.
Okay, so how many of the 13 are building inspectors versus code enforcement folks?
I think I have, well, again, and they have different levels of certification. So I think we probably have about 10 individuals who are certified building code officials and building inspectors. And just so you're familiar, I don't know if you're familiar with the Uniform Construction Code, but there are 14 or different certifications that are available, and I carry 13. And I have other inspectors who carry the remainder, which is the electrical.
So we already know, because if we're still admitting to this, the chief met with Tyler and spoke with Tyler. Have you or anybody else from SFM had any meetings, telephone calls, emails, other communications with regard to SFM services for Lower Saucon Township? And specifically, I'm interested in Priscilla De Leon, Victoria Top Cordero, and or Laura Ray, and or their solicitor, Steve Vixia.
No, we haven't had any communication other than with Kathy. I mean, I believe the president of council did, as I think she mentioned, speak with Tyler, but that's the extent of it. I don't think with Judy, and no, so that would have been the only communication from a council member.
Yeah, she said they spoke about their zoning
Communication
priorities.
they have with Priscilla. Did she let you know that she's an anti-landfill zealot and that she wants to try to zone the landfill out of existence? Is basically to find violations. This is all in the right to know questions that we got when they're trying to weaponize the municipal government against a property owner and a taxpayer in the township, and one who pays $2.5 million on an annual basis in the township, about 35% of our overall tax revenue for our budget.
Is that a question for me or for Tyler?
Brian, if you, I mean, I'd like to know.
I do not have any.
They told you what their agenda is, and they told you that they want you to undertake certain enforcement to make it prejudicial to a specific property owner, that they have a vendetta and an agenda.
No, we haven't had that conversation, and I would never do that. But
Tyler did.
Get it on.
Tyler did. She said the conversation was about her zoning priorities for the township.
You let Tyler answer.
That's what she said. That's what she said.
No, that's what you're saying. You should let Tyler answer for
Victoria and Laura, why
himself.
don't you shut up? I love
You
the
should
floor.
let Tyler answer for himself without insulting people.
Why don't you stop talking? Why don't you shut your big mouth and let me finish? Are you done?
Tyler, are you ready to answer the question?
Yeah, the conversation that we had was about current zoning issues in the township, existing issues that.
The landfill. It's a current zoning.
No, I don't think we talked about the landfill.
I suggest
We
we
didn't
talk
talk about the Bethlehem landfill, if that's what you're talking about.
Or you talk about landfills in general.
It was just about specific, or not specific, but general issues in the township. It wasn't about what Mr. Bonota said, indicated on.
What's about the landfill?
I
What
happen to be here,
was it about?
if I may, I
What was it
happen
about?
to be here
No,
citing.
you may not, Priscilla. You may not. I still have the floor.
Yeah,
Sit down.
he still has the floor.
Well,
Good. Tom,
I'm not sure what extent we can go into
I'll let you ask
specific
it.
violations that have been sent out by the department at a public meeting. That's what we had discussed, were violation notices that have been sent out by the zoning department to a specific property owner. That was what we talked about. There was nothing about the Bethlehem landfill in our conversation.
But let me ask you this, does SFM have any experience in any municipalities that have a landfill?
No.
Okay. All right. So, one thing that I find troubling, I think it was Judy who mentioned this, and this was talking about using building permits as a revenue source, and essentially it's another tax. Now, the ladies on council, they like to raise taxes for the residents of Lower Saucon. Tom and I like to lower taxes. So I'm a bit troubled by that, that, in your presentation right out of the gate, you're trying to burden residents with additional fees and expenses, over-regulating and making it difficult for anything to move forward in the township. I think that's troublesome. The other thing that's troublesome is I did look online, and your company on Google's reviews, I think it had a rating of 3.7, and there's some criticisms that are on there which are a bit troubling. I think that's concerning. And I guess the other question is, Priscilla's real hot to make that motion right out of the gate. As soon as you guys stop your presentation, then Victoria filed on very quickly with her second. And I guess my question is, have any other companies or businesses or organizations or partnerships or whatever you guys are been considered for this role? For comparison, we lost a zoning officer because these ladies put in emails that it was their mission to rid the township, and Jim Young was been with the township for a long time, created a hostile workplace, and he moved on. Now, Victoria's going to sit there and pout and hyperventilate about how there's no connection between their email, which is I would take to be threatening if I was in Jim Young's shoes, and then he moves on to another township. So say there's no correlation between the two. That's just ignoring reality, but they like to do that. So, I have a concern that, that history, the fact that you guys just showed up and became our zoning folks out of the blue, were quickly given a contract, and now there's another contract. I just don't know what's going on here. And, as I look at it, we have a zoning officer, and that zoning officer worked 40-plus hours a week as a full-time employee of the township. He understood the township very well. He had roots in the township, a lot of experience. He understood the individuals who lived here, he understood the nature of the community, and I thought he did a good job in performing those duties. And now, we have contracted services that are 20 hours a week, and if you look at the price of this, we have a full-time zoning officer, $129,000 a year, all in salary, benefits, and everything else. And Kathy was kind enough to run some numbers for us, 20 hours a week, and that's $68,000. And if you were to double that, that's more than what we're paying for a full-time employee. I just think it's better to have a full-time employee on the township rolls doing this job. I just think it makes more sense. Now, I understand why the three Stooges are trying to make this happen. It's because they can't hire anybody because they created such a toxic work environment and toxic community because of their nonsense. So, out of desperation, they're trying to hire a third-party entity to at least have some zoning official in some capacity on behalf of the township. And again, it's just more cover-up on their part to cover up their incompetence. And I think it's a real shame for the community that we've reached this point. And again, they'll try to argue, well, there's a cost savings here, but the cost savings, there's also a loss of services. And nothing against you and the folks in your company. You may be well qualified, but you don't provide the same services as a full-time employee of the township with proper zoning experience would have. So that's my position on all this. I know it's going to pass because they've already set this up. I'm sure they've already set this up. The 3 votes are going to come from them. And, I raised a lot of questions. I think the public should be concerned about these issues too. It's going to pass, so you guys, be happy that they made the motion, they're going to pass it. But at the same time, understand the circumstances of what's going on here. I hope the public holds them accountable.
Okay, are you finished, Jason?
For now.
Tom?
Yeah, I mean, my concern, I'm starting to see it already. He has legitimate questions he's asking, and you're sitting there shaking your head for some reason, and checking your watch.
I'm happy to respond if you'd like. I'll respond. First of all, the costs. We're not going to charge any more than people are already paying for their building permits. As a matter of fact, our costs, our fee schedule, when you compare them to other fee schedules, are lower. So but the township will be gaining that revenue, and they will have that information here. You benefit from that, okay? Those people are still paying for those permits. The second thing is, we adjust our hours based on your needs. And as I said, if we're not doing the job, you can get rid of us. That's a win-win for the
That's not, because
There's no
here's
downside
why.
to that.
There is a downside.
Why not? If you want me to respond, I will. The third point is that you're better served by having a local be your zoning officer. And what I can tell you categorically is that's wrong. Because oftentimes local people are influenced by local powerful players. They are concerned about their neighbors, their friends. We don't bring any of that baggage. We come here, we're here to do your job, and we do it really well.
Okay, just to clarify, the old zoning officer didn't live in the township, but I
The
think
gentleman
he
who was
did.
just speaking said he did.
No, I don't think he did, but he didn't live.
No, I didn't say that. I
You said he wants somebody
applied to the community, I never said he lived in the community.
Fine, fine. But your second point is totally off base. You see, when the zoning officer is an employee, okay, that employee works for the township manager. For example, we have our director of public works over there. He works for the township manager. What are you shaking your head for? That's a fact.
Because you
No.
fundamentally don't understand this. We work at the pleasure of the council,
No.
that's, if
You're right,
don't
you
like it,
do.
you fire
You're
us. This is
exact-
a simple
And
process.
believe me.
You're not understanding this.
And believe me.
This doesn't change.
Are you gonna let me speak? It is. So when we have a director of public works or a fire chief, they work for the township manager. They don't work for council, meaning the council can't fire them. You're saying it's better for council to be able to fire, but they will. They will play politics. Listen, Tyler didn't meet with me about the zoning priorities. You only met.
Feel free anytime to come in and talk to Tyler, talk to me.
I was never
You can say,
I was
"You know,
never
just
offered. I didn't met Tyler till tonight. So I never even met Tyler till tonight. So.
Well, that was
So you've already taken a meeting with a politically elected council president to find out what her zoning priorities were for the township, okay? That was admitted. Now, this is the problem. When you have a firm like yours, you're right, they can hire and fire you every year, but that's what makes it political. When you're an employee, for example, this council cannot fire our police chief, okay? We can't fire our director of public works. The township manager can, because that's who they report to, okay? Now, we at the beginning of the year, we may, rehire and give contracts to these people, but we can't really fire them for political reasons or anything like that. And they can fire you for political reasons. And believe me, they will if you don't carry their water on this landfill. They will fire you for political reasons. They've done it with others. They did it with a solicitor. They ran the zoning officer out. You can shake your head. I don't have
That's their
it. You
call.
can shake your head all you want. You don't know these people.
Well,
But
I
an
know
employee.
this job, and what I
I
know
don't
is
ask you, I know
we will not do anything than the most ethical way of running this business. We do it right, and you will benefit from that. We will not bend to political pressure. That is my guarantee.
I'm glad that you're gonna state that publicly, because we're gonna hold you to task on that.
Got it.
Can I get some clarification on a
Are
point that you
you
brought up?
finished? No, we're
No,
in the
you got a
line here. You're
clarification.
not speaking now, Jason.
Go ahead,
Are you
Jay.
finished?
Thanks, Tom.
Go ahead,
No,
Jay.
you're not
So-
speaking now.
Yeah.
It's my
I'm
turn.
looking here on your website.
Well, go into recess.
And
It's
all
my
I see here,
turn.
there's
I
five
just wanna
personnel that have
publicly
L9
say-
certifications. I
I'm
don't
not
know what
talking
those
over
are.
him, so just.
And then I see that you have three individuals that are certified zoning officers. You got three certified zoning officers with 13 municipalities. Is there construction going on?
Yeah, she's hitting that gavel trying to prevent you from talking.
I'm waiting
Well, I'm
to
asking for
speak. I
clarification
gave
on
you
your point, Tom.
opportunities to
Go ahead.
speak.
Tom, do you
Now
allow
I need
So,
to
point of
speak.
clarification, I guess I'm gonna point of clarification. I didn't use it before you. I don't know, she keeps
I
talking.
think I just wanted to open the
Tom
gavel.
said she
Yeah.
finished speaking.
She says she has fatigue, so hopefully her fatigue kicks in,
Figure out.
stops
Figure
here.
out.
Okay,
Go
I
ahead,
would just
Jim.
like to, for the record, I was here signing checks. I'm one of the signatories for check signing. And we had just hired this firm to do our zoning. Kathy did research. She had it on the agenda, right? Didn't you do research into, do you want to tell us a little bit about that story?
We did research when the zoning officer resigned. I was very limited as to who would take this position. Everyone that I contacted, engineering firms wise, was incredibly busy and could not take this on as an additional job. Hanover Engineering, Brian had recommended this firm. They came in, I spoke with them, and I presented it to council.
Right. and
I
we approved it.
contacted 5 or 6 other firms and none of them had any availability.
Right.
So if council is of the mind to entertain and continue the services with them, that's fine. If you want me to advertise for a zoning officer, that's fine.
So we have it on the agenda tonight for this firm to be our continuing.
They wanted to come to present to council the opportunity for them to handle not only what they're doing currently under contract agreement that we have with them, but to at one point also start the third-party process where they're going to review and inspect building plans for permits.
Okay. I had nothing to do with this. I never even heard of you guys. Sorry, apologize for that. And I came in here, like I said, to sign checks, and I wanted to meet the new zoning officer, which I thought I could do. And every time, most of the time, you weren't here, I missed you, And one time you were here, and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna go in and introduce myself. And it was maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Came in, introduced myself, I sat down, so how are you liking this? What are we doing? Just chit chat, normal chit chat. So, that was my story. And you seemed very nice, and he answered my questions, whatever. I don't even remember what they were, but they were just questions. So, thank you. And with that,
I'm not hiring somebody for niceness, I'm hiring somebody for qualifications, competency, ability.
Victoria is
That's
speaking
what I'm
now,
looking for.
Thank you. I'd like to correct some information that was, again, allegations that something that people on this council that I did, or Mr. Leon or Ms. Ray did, to force any member or any staff member out. Again, there's been no charges or allegations made against any member of council. I would like to remind everybody that there was a specific code enforcement matter that was before council, and Mr. Benoit specifically at a council meeting, which I think you can all see as an example of how people are treated at council meetings, demanded that Mr. Young present himself in person to discuss the matter at an open public meeting. That day, we received a resignation because with his last day to be effective the morning of the next council meeting. So I'm just thinking that for me, I can see the letter of the law right there in front of me, and to see what that, how, if we have the conduct right now happening, the hostility that occurs, the interruptions, the insults. I don't know any staff member who would like to come forward and discuss a zoning matter like that in front of public. So to accuse me or any other Mr. Leon or Ms. Ray of doing something improper to our former zoning officers is inappropriate. And I think if you go back at the minutes, you go back at the YouTube channel and you look at that meeting where Mr. Benoit demanded his appearance, I think that you would understand some other things that are going on around here. As far as what I've seen presented here before me, I appreciate you.
Jason, you're out of order.
I appreciate you coming, and I appreciate you providing answers. I do have a question for Ms. Gorman. My understanding is there was a proposal that would include another day, if necessary, for them to be available to us on another day, in addition to what they're currently providing.
They had provided the information to me that they would make any accommodations that we would need. I thought this was probably the best option to do, because when you have low periods or when you have high active periods, they're upon request. So it would be a matter of they're going to be working the hours that they're here. It's not going to be sitting and doing nothing.
So we're not in a position where if there's a need, we don't have somebody that we need. Do you feel that they're going to be able to
they would be
provide
able
the
to
services
accommodate
that we
that,
need?
yes.
Okay, so we don't have any issue right now with
I have not heard
codes
any.
or zoning issues that are being sitting on the desk because they're only here
I have
certain
not heard
times.
any, no.
Okay. And I'd like to say also that, there are certain days that they're here, and if council chooses, they can come into the council, or they can come into the office at any time, and with Kathy's
Victoria, what you doing there? I'd like to know.
So I also had come into the township for other business, and we also had code, we also had the code enforcement officer, Tyler, there. And with Kathy with me, I went in and introduced myself and said thank you. And he apprised me of current matters that he's investigating that I have nothing to do with otherwise. So I had the opportunity, I did my due diligence as a council member to introduce myself and be professional and courteous to him and get an opportunity to see what exactly he does in the office. And I think all members of council should take that opportunity. Instead of coming here and claiming that they didn't get invited, they should invite themselves because that's their job. But I do appreciate everything that you did in presenting your materials here. I'm in favor of you joining our team, and I like the fact that you have multiple people available, because in the past we have, if he's on vacation or sick or whatever, you know, some people have property issues that have to be addressed immediately, and it sounds like you have the ability to handle that. I trust Kathy's recommendation, and I trust Hanover Engineering's recommendation for your firm. So as far as your professionalism, I very, very much appreciate that.
Thank you, Victoria. Laura?
Okay. I think she wants to say something.
May I just respond to
Oh, I'm
one
sorry,
thing?
yeah.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to also let you know, and it's already happened, we provide our direct cell phone numbers to residents, to different, realtors, different members of the community who might have questions or need response. And I've been able to speak with a realtor a couple of different times, as well as a resident of the municipality, from other offices, or as I'm driving, our phones ring constantly. When we're here in your particular municipality or in any municipality, our focus is on that municipality. But if we get a call from another municipality and they have a question, we do our best to answer it. I do some of my work from home as well. So that time when I'm home, if Tyler needs backup, we have a team. We work together as a team, and we're able to respond. So just to address that concern, if we're not in office full-time, you do have some full-time backup.
And the other thing, following up on what you said, Victoria, is that if you guys have a special project that you need, so for instance, in one of our municipalities, they had a real problem with signs, a proliferation of feather banners and illegal signs, and they were trying to clean up their business corridor. So they wanted to know what would it take. We assisted them adopt a new sign ordinance, and we did an entire sign inventory and identified the non-conforming signs, what we could remove, how we could address those things. And the township said, well, can you give us a budget? So that's what we did. We said, look, this is the amount of hours we think to get the project going, and this is what we think it's going to take. You guys then can budget that, or you can decide not to do it. But at least you're able to request that, and we'll give you those hours to achieve a specific goal, whether it's adopting a new ordinance or dealing with a specific problem.
I have another question for Mr. McLennan.
You're out of order. It's Laura's turn. You can go after Laura.
Thank you.
All right, so I think most of my questions were actually answered. I wanted to, just confirm though, it sounds like you're able to ramp up or ramp down services as needed. The 20 hours per week, I guess that's what we have been using up until now. So I think that was given as our example of the price comparison. It's quite similar. I think that's a great benefit to the residents. I mean, why pay for a full-time service if we get the work done with 20 hours worth of service? And then also, if we have all of a sudden big projects come in and we need more help, we need 30 hours or 40 hours that week, then we pay more for those weeks. I think that sounds great. I know I had looked at all of your information before when we first considered you a few months ago, whenever we changed, and we're looking for a zoning officer, so I was satisfied with the qualifications, and you've all presented your qualifications, and it sounds great. I mean, if the one person here doesn't know the answer, they have a team behind them. That's how our engineering firm works as well. I mean, one person doesn't have all the certifications. They go to somebody else in their office that does, so that's how teamwork works. So I don't have any questions for you. I'm very satisfied with this offer.
Okay, thank you. Jason?
Yeah, thanks. So you had mentioned that you could work on special projects, and I have no doubt that the three ladies are gonna give you a special project to figure out how to overregulate and ordinance the township out of existence. And so with that in mind, you know, the township has already been sued because of illegal activities that they had undertaken. And the exposure to the township from that lawsuit is at least $1.5 million. Now, expansion that we approved for the landfill, you know, the rezoning and the new host agreement, which is going to bring between $75 and $80 million of revenue to the township over 18 years. That's a much more substantial value. So the question I have is, anticipating that you're going to be complicit or a co-conspirator in the efforts of the three of them to ordinance and regulate the landfill to death, and anticipating that the township is going to be sued by the landfill yet again because of illegal activities. How much insurance coverage do you have? How much for your professional liability? Do you have $500 million of insurance coverage? Because as a resident taxpayer of this township, if and when that occurs, and the township is sued and has to pay a judgment of tens to hundreds of millions of dollars, and there's a party that was involved in that, what are your assets and what are your insurance coverage limits so that we know how much excess is going to fall onto the township as opposed to you?
Yeah, you're not obligated to respond to that. If you want to, you can, but
Thank you, Steve, for jumping in.
provided.
Yeah, give them cover.
Yes.
That's it, Steve. That's what you do.
All right,
Uncover them.
we'll answer the question.
Go ahead, sir. You're going.
We have a general liability policy and an errors and omissions policy as required
Yep.
by Department of Labor and Industry. So we meet the requirements of the state.
What are the limits?
I'm not going to comment on that. We
I
meet
don't
the
think that's an
requirements of the
appropriate
state.
question.
Why is it inappropriate? If you're hiring a private contractor to do work, and we then want to have to go after that contractor for work that they do on behalf of the township, and the township is exposed to liability, how stupid are you really? I mean, you don't want to
Okay, is
know
that
how
all
much
your
insurance coverage
questions,
they have
Jason, or are you
to
just
the
gonna
extent that
throw
they have to
around
indemnify and defend the township.
insults?
That's your job number one, to protect the township. Don't you remember you swore an oath to the township and the taxpayers? You're a clown.
So, okay, so now we have council discussion, all of council. Now we're going to open it up to public comment. You have 3 minutes. I will signal when there's 45 seconds left. So who wants to go first? Or doesn't anybody want to go?
Oh, I thought you were gonna go. No. Just I'm waiting for her to start the clock because I try to follow the rules. And my name is Dave. I really,
Stacy, he's waiting for you to start the clock. I'm sorry.
not really, I'm just being polite. I should have jumped in, I know. First of all, this issue about Jim Young and what I hear from Victoria over there, she can say whatever she wants to say, but I will swear to God, I stood in that hall and said Jim Young just couldn't stand her anymore. All right, so there. Now, let's talk about this gentleman here. Sounds like he's got a nice organization. He's got all sorts of people that can fill in the holes. I had a couple of questions though, and I know we can't answer. I know he probably will not be able to. See, that's the problem with being in public. You can only ask questions and have the council ask you questions. But if you say, I heard Laura Ray say, oh, it's only 20 hours per week. And then I heard before somebody else say, no, it's 40 hours per week. So we don't know what, the public doesn't know what the heck's going on, because some people sit there on this council, one person in particular, and just sits there until she runs out of wind. And I'll go for that. Don't go for it at all. All right, I think the question about insurance is real. By gosh, first thing I ask somebody if they're working on my house is, I'd like to see your coverage. Hello? And I would expect this township and some of the people that would say they're attorneys to understand that and make sure we're well covered. That's all. It's not real heavy. And there are a bunch of other questions here that go on. I certainly would like to know what the equivalent would cost us for 40 hours, I was told that, or 20 hours with this firm to cover the likes and things that Jim Young did do. Crickets. All right. I also object to the fact that we only get 3 minutes and certain people on this council can talk ad nauseum until we're all half dead. And that really steals our ability to say things, because we certainly don't get answers. And here's the red flag, everybody. See how we're intimidated by the council president, all right? I notice Mr. Gadouzian just jumps in at will and gives his legal advice to the applicant here, who I have no axe to grind with. Sounds like he's got a good thing going, but God only knows. I wasn't able to go look up his site. I don't have all this time, and I think that the public better know that this council can fire this firm anytime they want. It is not in the manager's purview if he doesn't perform. She can only suggest, and it's up to Priscilla and her 3 cohorts to do it. Boy, that's sad.
Okay, anybody else like to speak?
Yeah.
Go ahead. 3 minutes, name please.
Well, once again, I'm here witnessing the meeting, and I had to say that I
You
find
have to say your
that
name for the record.
Lawrence Optalk, 2700 Reddington Road, Howardtown, Pennsylvania. And once again, my observation is that Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce have in fact their own conspiracy, and that is to disrupt the meeting to the point where hardly anything gets done, and that's their game, and then say that the other council members don't get anything done. So as we can see, you just go find any tangent you want, disrupt the meeting, talk over other people, and you just don't care, because your game is to disrupt the meeting. And I think that something should be done about you, like you should, when you're not even here, you're on a phone, I think they should shut your darn phone off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's not gonna
Who wants
happen.
to go next?
Yeah, I know that, too bad.
Okay, who wants to go next? Name for the record.
Let the record reflect that I'm in the minority.
Donna Louder. Sounds like a fine company, but the thing that concerns me is, again, can you tell me what experience you have with landfill, if any?
We have not regulated the landfill, and generally speaking, landfills would be regulated through DEP, and there's not a whole lot that local municipalities can do regarding landfills. I would act very cautiously in encouraging the township to take any action against a landfill that would be outside the purview of DEP. Now, I've worked with a lot of quarries, and it's a similar thing where you have DEP regulations which primarily supersede local regulations. So I'm not going to speak specifically to landfills, but I'm more than happy to review it, go over it with the solicitor and the engineer's office, and make sure that the actions we're taking are appropriate.
Okay, I just asked that you become familiar with the DEP regulations for landfills, number one. Because I'll tell you what's going on as well. The landfill, the Bethel landfill sits on Apple Butter Road. And if you could travel maybe half a mile up Apple Butter Road, there's a trash place called Swind, and they're not regulated. So that would have to be taken care of by our zoning department and our solicitor.
Yeah, my understanding is we have been engaged with that property owner, that we have issued an enforcement notice, and that we are pursuing that.
Okay, because there's a
That's
long
not a
history with
landfill.
that, a very long history with that.
Yes,
And now, to me personally, aesthetically, it's getting out of control. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Please state your name for the record.
My name is Paul Osman. I think most everybody in this room will agree with the fact that both political parties are having trouble being kind to each other in this day and age. And there's a lot of good reason for that. I would reflect on the situations in some of the biggest cities that are regulated highly and are failing miserably. San Francisco, one of the largest hotels in the country that occupies a full square block. They walked away from. The owners did not even bother to try and sell it. They just turned it over to the city. There was no marketable value, in their opinion, to that hotel because of what the founders had done to the city. Look at the hypocrisy up in the Hamptons, where the governor of Texas sends immigrants up to the Hamptons. How long were they there? How long did the elites allow that? 24 hours before they bust them out. And yet you guys expect us to trust that you got us in your best interests. At what point do my property rights precede your rights to regulate me? There was a comment not too long ago that said, you will own nothing and be happy. And if you're not careful, that's where we're heading.
Next.
Anne-Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I just had a few really quick comments in reference to the fact that there was a comment made about the time frame that someone's going to be working, and this zoning company obviously has some good qualifications. We do have a lot of problems in this county, in this township. We have a lot of obviously fighting amongst ourselves here. So I would just caution the new zoning team to just be cognizant of that, as you witnessed tonight. We do have issues, in my opinion, from what I have observed in the past few months. We've got issues with our solicitor. We've got issues with the team that's on this council that has the majority, that seems to want to bring in all their people, including the solicitor, to do things that they want to do, and perhaps not in the best interest of the township. There is an issue with the Bethlehem landfill as well, and I would caution them to be considerate of that as well. I also want to just say that it does seem like there are activists on this council, activists that want to do 2 things or 3 things, and they want to make sure that their agenda gets pushed, and that's what's really happening here. As far as I can tell, we don't know how long the time frame is going to be for them to work. I think that's just it. As far as we're going to tell is they have to work to see how things go, but you can't say they're only going to work 20 hours versus 40 hours. It's just doesn't even make sense. They're going to work as much as we need them to work, and that's how it's going to go. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I'm allowed to ask these guys questions, right? Hello?
What do you mean?
I can ask you questions, right?
Sure.
Yes.
What was your first name? I didn't catch it.
Sean.
John?
Sean.
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 I'll give you a card. There you go.
I don't have any on me. I'm retiring, right? Give you one.
That's quite all right.
But, how long have you been doing work for the township?
I think we've only been here for about 3 months. Maybe a little longer than that. Tyler says 5. June.
When you build a township, do you have an hourly rate?
Yes.
What is it?
65.
Now,
That's for zoning and code enforcement. Not for building code.
what's building codes?
That's based on the permit fee. So we do a 70-30 split with the township. We we get 70%, the township retains 30%. Currently, that's not the agreement. The township doesn't have a specific agreement with any one third party. We're going to agree to do.
You carry workman's comp,
Oh, yeah.
so you guys get hurt out in the field, you're covered.
We have general liability, errors and omissions policy as required by the state.
And you won't come back to the township for anything.
Nope.
So, if I was building a building and I wanted to know what size rafters to use for X amount of length, I could call you and get specifications.
Absolutely. Sure.
I'll take it for granted you got the required insurance. I know I had to. I couldn't get in places without X amount of dollars worth of insurance.
Yeah, I used to own a construction company before I became a building inspector. And so I had to carry a lot of insurance. We had a number of employees. We would run 4 or 5 jobs at a time, so I'm very familiar with it. And I would comment on what you just said. Can you call me? You can call me. You can call any number of my inspectors, or you can send us an email, and we will get back to you, which is one of the advantages of hiring us, because we will do the whole job, and we will get back to you.
When you want to do the whole job, you're consisting of, what's that consist of?
Well, so people bring in an application because they want to build a garage or a new home. They come in with plans, we review the plans, and then we issue the permit. We also make sure that the zoning permit's been issued, that the driveway permit's been issued. If there's a grading permit or a stormwater permit that has to go out, all those things are all collected together, and we make sure that the property owner or the contractor or the developer has everything that they need. So we make sure that the whole picture is pulled together. It's not, they're not going all different places.
So you don't have to go to 6 different
That's
offices?
right. One-stop shopping.
But we only collect on the building.
That's right. The one fee that is shared between us and the municipality is the building fee. The balance of it is an hourly rate based on how much time we're here in the township.
And all those other permits you mentioned are kept by.
Yeah, there's no,
Right. All
there
those
is no
fees stay here.
sharing of fees for the other permits.
All right.
You can speak in the mic.
Yeah, please speak into the mic, because this has to get recorded.
Oh, sorry, I don't think I have it anymore.
You need the orange flag.
I'll reiterate. Jen's just, my wife is just
We're
reminding
doing the
me.
wifely thing.
Yeah,
Okay.
of the other things I'm failing to say.
33
It's not
seconds.
unusual. I don't know if you're.
Priscilla, could you wait a minute? I'm trying to listen to this man.
Sorry,
Go ahead, sir.
33
He
seconds.
was talking to me, okay?
And you were not supposed to have three-way
You're not
conversations
supposed
here.
to be interrupting.
Yes, I
other
can.
things.
I'm the
And
chair.
the audience is not supposed to be
Code of
talking.
conduct, you did a code of conduct, that's another code of conduct violation.
Okay.
Violation.
I'm the
You're supposed
arbiter,
to be-
interrupted counsel.
No, I understand, and I apologize. My wife was telling me things I was failing to explain,
Well,
so
that's good.
I don't know, does that happen in your house?
Oh, never.
Okay, so yes, so anyway, she just wanted to make sure that I was clear on what I was telling this gentleman.
I think it was most helpful.
You're not supposed to be having private conversations in the audience.
You're interrupting again, that's another violation.
He is out of order.
That's another violation of code of conduct.
Understood.
I got it.
He's out of order. Please don't, you're supposed to be having a conversation with Mark.
Public comment, right?
Period,
It's
so
just
the
public
person on the
comment
podium
period.
is the one that has the comment.
Yeah.
I think if there's other things that they want to clarify, they can.
Hello, hello? Since you four have been here, you have just experienced the township issues.
It's been
For
very
each and every person in the public. I think I'm the only one that came up here and stayed on topic, which is what should be done now to everybody.
I
But they
appreciate
can't keep
that.
their mouth shut. So, I'll look it up when I go home on the internet, but, Have you ever been sued?
Not with, when I had my construction company?
Anytime.
No.
I think that's
Well,
appropriate.
but not SFM, we've never been sued. No.
That's fine. Why isn't it appropriate?
Because I don't think it is.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but if somebody comes in my house, I want to know if they've been sued.
Exactly. She will tell you when you can speak and what you can ask. That's our plan.
So just to be clear, just so I set the
Okay,
record
time's
straight,
up.
my wife is telling me that we didn't get sued when we had our construction company. We sued a client who wasn't paying us. So we try to avoid litigation when we can. And we try to help the township navigate things in a way that avoids litigation as well.
Okay, time's up. Next. Okay, I guess if there's no other public comment, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bananas,
Oh, I'm sorry, Kathy. Yeah, I appreciate that Mr. McGlynn offered the statement, not a lot of township control, or not a lot the township could do beyond DEP. I hope that Priscilla, Victoria, and Laura hear that and understand that. And I'm gonna vote no.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero,
I'm gonna vote yes, and I'm also gonna say, again, I appreciate you coming here. I'm sorry for what's the interruptions and insults that happened during your presentation. I also take exception to certain members of council continuously threatening legal action or implying that there will be legal action. I think it's a course of conduct that some people here are sue happy, and that's what they want to do, and they want other people to sue other people to put the township at risk, and they're not representing this township. They're representing their own.
I didn't sue the township, the landfill did because of your actions.
So
Your illegal
I
actions, you
apologize for
having
that,
a
and
vote
I
in
think that this
secret,
council-
without any public comment, and without any public vote.
You should have been in court yesterday.
I'm voting yes.
Mr. Carucci.
No, my concern is, I believe what you said, and Jason's right when you say there's not much you can do besides DEP, but they will try and get you to do things, or you won't be around for a second year, because that's who they are. Until I see, until I see you stand up to them, and tell them, that, they can't, rezone certain things that have already been zoned, and there is a $1.5 million lawsuit which was brought by the landfill against the township. None of us sued, none of us council members are part of that suit. Victoria and her family were, before she was appointed to before she was elected to council. So I'm sure you didn't know that, but her parents were part of the lawsuit when the zoning change was made. So that's the angles they're coming from. I hope you prove me wrong, and that you are independent and not just going to do what they ask you to do. And that's why I worry with you being a consulting firm that can be fired instead of an employee that's really reportable to the township manager and that has some civil service protection from being fired for political reasons. Because you're going to be asked to do things for political reasons by the majority of this council. That I can guarantee you, and we'll see what happens. But I'm gonna vote no, simply because I think we should have a zoning officer that's a full-time employee that does that. But I still look forward to working with you.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, and Kathy, you will contact Base Engineering and Kiko's of our decision and bring this back onto the rework meeting in January unless something happens in between. Okay, so,
Ms. DeLeon, can I just correct something again
Yes.
that was misstated? Number one, to imply that any member of council has pressured or expected certain conduct. Have any of you received any phone calls or emails or any communications that expressed any pressure on you to do one thing or another for political reasons?
No, I have.
I'm asking the consultant, not members of the audience.
Oh,
No, we have not.
Thank you. Have any member of this council ever pressured you or discussed with you the Bethlehem landfill or anything related to the Bethlehem landfill?
No.
No.
Thank you. And I want to clarify for the record, because there was implications that somehow my parents are involved in lawsuits that are happening right now or pending litigation, and that's absolutely false. I'm not involved in any litigation, neither are my parents. Landfill lawsuits that have been filed against this council were telegraphed by two members of this council as we sit here a month before they filed it. So I think that record will speak for itself. I remember parading around again another lawsuit by Mr. Bononis. Then the next month, what do? We get a lawsuit from the landfill. So I think that there's a coordination going on that end. But that's how I'll leave it. But I want to correct the record because
No, I have 2 eyes in a
it's
brain.
false
I
to,
can predict what's going to happen because of your comments.
Speaking.
It is false to imply that I will do something in the future. Mr. Croce likes to jump inside my head and tell all of you what I'm thinking, but he has no idea. Thank you.
Okay, next on the agenda. The next item on the agenda.
Because Victoria just
Literally get ready to
No, you're not gonna give Jason. Victoria just spoke, and you're not gonna give Jason a chance to speak.
You're ready for that.
You're not
Bring
gonna
wine
give
and
Jason,
cheese.
you gave her a
Wine and
chance to
cheese.
You
and
guys
have a
can
great
leave.
time sleeping
I
over.
can't hear. You're talking to him. He's talking to
And
Victoria.
I am the one that has the
What are you
floor.
doing here?
Okay, as chair. Thank you so much. I apologize for this.
Jason has,
Thank you.
go ahead, Jason.
No, I'm not thanking you.
Thank you.
I'm
And Mr.
talking
Nicholas,
about
be careful of that. Heed my warning.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have authorized payments to CH&N Construction for the Easton Road Ball Field project. The township received the below payment request from CH&N Site Construction for the Easton Road Ball Field. These payments requests have been reviewed by Hanover Engineering, and they are recommending payment. I'm going to do them one at a time. I'd like to make a motion for payment number 11 in the amount of $18,508.66 for the replacement project. Would there be a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, does that include the design and construction of a bathroom? Because there are a lot of folks that were interested in having a bathroom or a bathhouse and running water and showers and all sorts of stuff. Does that include it?
I can't answer that question.
That was not part of the bid.
Kathy said it
Not
was
part
not
of the bid.
Kathy said it was not.
That wasn't part of the bid. All right, we'll have to bring that up another time yet again. Because really, public makes a bathroom out there.
Yeah.
You bid the
And
project, you designed it,
outhouse.
you created it, you decided to spend $3.5 million and forget
No, he was talking,
conveniently.
he had the floor, and you
I
let
didn't
him
agree.
up,
I
you
wasn't
didn't
happy
say a
with
word,
about
you didn't do anything about it, so when other people are
I
up,
was like going camping.
You
I
guys
actually
don't
go there
set
once
an
a day,
example.
long enough to use the facility. I think that's why most people would go there to play baseball or to watch a baseball game.
Tom, it's your turn.
No, Jason, you didn't.
Hold on, I'm not done. I'm not done. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You yield the floor.
You're not paying attention.
You yell the floor, Priscilla. Slow down.
Well, you never can tell when you're done or not, so just,
I was talking and you cut me off.
no, Tom cut you off.
No, he didn't.
Victoria.
He never cut me off. He has an award. Look at that award he has there. It's good behavior.
An illegal award was approved by the majority of council.
She's very jealous, she's very jealous, and it's
I
understandable.
didn't hear.
Jason, are you speaking now, or?
No, Jason.
Not.
You interrupted me. I didn't hear what you said. I thought you were asking me something. What did you just say?
I just asked you if you were speaking now.
No, you said something about the majority
No,
of council. I don't know what you said.
My comment is, are you speaking now?
No, you said something about the majority of council. What did you say? Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, she's not responding to that.
She's trying to disparage your award, isn't she, Tom?
Yes, she's jealous.
You know, she was on good behavior. Maybe she get an award too.
No, she hasn't gotten one in 37 years, so now it's gonna start one. Bad behavior award.
So are we disrupting the meeting again? Or are we
Jason has the
talking?
floor, please stop.
Oh, well, let him talk then.
You interrupted me, Priscilla, talking about the majority of council. I'm trying to figure out what you were saying. It may be germane to what I'm talking about. I don't know. I guess it's not because you won't tell me. All right, I'll yield the floor now.
Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I think this ball field's a great project. Kids will be able to play ball there the next 50, 60 years, great investment by the township. But it does need permanent bathrooms, and I've been making motions for the Optoff outhouse to be built out there. Mr. Optoff wants it, longtime resident of the township, pretty good guy. And, you know, I think we should have permanent bathrooms with running water out there for all of our residents to use. It can easily be built by March or April or May, when the field is being used next spring. There's plenty of time to do this. The township has the money to do it, so there's really no excuse not to do it. You know, so I'd make a motion that we construct those.
You know better than that. There's a motion on the floor already.
No,
You're supposed to have experience. There's a motion on the floor already.
Okay.
We're discussing it.
All right.
So it's your turn. Are you finished?
Yes, I'm for this.
Okay, so it's my turn next, and I'm in favor of this motion. Victoria, you're next.
I'm in favor of the motion. Again, I will say to the public, this is a contractual obligation that was placed under this council by the prior council to the tune of about $3.5 million. And no, it doesn't include a bathroom or running water, which I think is disgraceful if they're gonna spend $3.5 million. That's the point. Thanks.
We can rectify it now.
Okay, Laura?
Vote for my motion.
Just like the cell phone tower is an obligation.
I don't have any additional comments on this
particular.
particular
Okay, opening up to the public. Anybody in the audience like to speak for 3 minutes on this topic? Please come to the podium. Okay, seeing none, Kathy, can we have a roll call?
Mr. Benonis,
Yes, play ball.
Ms. Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carogi,
This is just for the 18,508.66.
Correct.
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I'd like to make a motion to reject payment number 6 until all lighting issues are fixed and there's no spillage off-site. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Council discussing, Jason?
What spillage are you talking about?
Excuse me?
Yeah, you said spillage. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about payment number 6 in the amount of $950 for site lighting and additional amenities.
But the motion you made
Was to
says
reject the
because
payment.
of spillage, so explain that.
I'm asking for clarification. What are you talking about?
I'm talking
Explain the
about,
motion you made.
my words in the motion were until all lighting issues are fixed. And
I
there's-
heard your words. I'm asking to explain your words. I'm not deaf.
Wow.
There's no obligation to explain.
I'm not
It's
gonna
a motion
explain
to
it,
vote.
it's English.
Spillage.
You don't know what the word spillage means?
I do.
How long have you been on
Usually it's
council?
in the form of a liquid when you dump something on the ground, or on yourself, or on your chin. Well, I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, it's a $950 bill, and you're gonna hold up a payment to the contractor over an undefined term of spillage. You're gonna have the contractor wondering, what are they supposed to do to fix whatever is spillage? Why do you define what you want the contractor to do so they can do what they need to do to receive payment from you for whatever is required?
Are you finished?
Now, I'd like you to define spillage so that the contractor knows why you're not paying them.
When the spillage goes over the
We don't have
property
any comments here from the township engineer who's been out there, right? The township engineer hasn't come forward. They've been out there inspecting every day the work that's been taking place. They haven't come forward here to say anything.
No.
Is Brian there?
No,
Is Brian
no,
saying
they-
anything about this? Like we shouldn't make this payment.
They asked him not to do it.
No, I did not indicate for Brian to come tonight because I didn't think this would necessarily be an issue. However,
Well, I mean, the contractor's done work,
Right.
they want to be paid, and we have an untrained, ignorant council member saying that they need to fix spillage.
Right.
Have we received complaints of spillage? What is the issue? What has the township engineer said about this issue? Can anything be done to fix this issue? So you want to hold this payment over the contractor just because you've been against athletic sports for the youth of this township. A field that's going to be there for 50 years for the community to use. You've done nothing of any meaningful accomplishment in your 36 years on council, and you won't even be woman enough to stand up and explain what it is you want the contractor to do to get their payment. And the township engineer is in here. I didn't receive any email from him. I received no communications from him or Kathy or anyone else complaining about spillage.
I will
So
explain
define
one
it so they
time.
know what needs to be
If
done,
you
because
be
apparently
quiet,
now
let
you're
me
an
speak.
expert lighting engineer or whatever type of expertise you have. Explain it.
When you turn on the lights, there should be no lighting off the property site. It should
Really?
not go into the neighbor's
Who
yard.
said that?
Our zoning ordinance.
When this thing was being built and designed, was that what they contracted for?
I don't know, you
Not a
guys-
single lumen of light is going to
Okay.
leave the property?
Okay,
Are you serious? Like, have you ever driven by a mall and you see like lights everywhere? Did you put your porch light on? Does the light on your porch stay on your property? When the Priscilla pine that's gonna be built over there, the mono pine, big Christmas tree, that's all decorated for Christmas, right? Okay, no light's gonna illuminate off of that property from the Christmas pine?
I don't know, maybe they'll let me pick
That's
the color.
an absurd thing. I mean, you're suggesting that the contractor should be held accountable for the laws of physics which don't allow that which it is that you insist upon. Yet again, proving how ignorant you are.
Okay, Tom?
I yield.
Okay. Yeah, this is, and people listening at home that are part of Hellertown Lower Saucon baseball should know, this is Priscilla's way to try and stop games from being played there at night for the neighbors. There's about 4 neighbors there who Priscilla is in cahoots with, and so is Laura Ray. We saw it when we were out there for a meeting, and this is her. Because she couldn't build anything like this in her 37 years. We have this great baseball field now, one of the best in the Lehigh Valley. It has lights, and this is her way to try and prevent children that play Hellertown and Lower Saucon baseball from using the field at night, so that one neighbor can complain. So please email Priscilla. Don't email me, email Priscilla, she's the problem, and this is her new tactic, to try and prevent your kids from playing baseball at night, just for a neighbor who's a friend of hers, and supporter of hers. But that's how she is, she's political, and that's what she does. It's fascinating.
I would add spiteful and nasty too, Tom.
Yeah, spiteful and nasty. She's already violated, I already got her for 6 violations of the code of conduct she signed last meeting. I'll repeat them at the end, what they were, this violation, since I'm the arbiter. But, it's very convenient that, Brian's not here tonight. We're gonna talk about the budget later on, and Lynn Hill's not here tonight. You can see what they're doing, how they're trying to hide the ball and hide things. Transparency was part of their code of conduct. Where'd that go? So I'm sure Brian didn't want any part of having to try and defend this tonight when it's such a political job by Priscilla. But I think you'll hear from the parents that their kids can't use the field because you're trying to help a political supporter.
Okay, I have nothing more to comment, Victoria?
Yeah, thank you. I just want to reiterate, Kathy, did anybody direct any consultant, specifically the engineer, not to appear this evening? Did any member of council that you're aware of do that?
No member of council.
Not that you're aware.
Thank you.
Not that you're aware.
Did any staff?
Mr. Cocker had indicated that, looking at the agenda, he didn't think that the payments would be an issue.
But
We had to talk about it, so he said, do you need me there? this evening, and I indicated that I didn't think he would need to be here.
But you didn't know about
Thank
the
you.
spillage issue.
But I didn't know about this.
If you knew about the spillage issue, would you mind saying?
Respectfully, we are still working on the lighting aspects and trying to accommodate what the baseball regulations are for the field lighting so that there's no issues on the field, and trying to accommodate whatever issues that those property owners have.
Have you spoken to those properties?
We've spoken to those property owners.
With Priscilla? With Priscilla
With
present?
Priscilla there, and
Yes.
also with
Yes,
everybody.
exactly,
At that one meeting,
exactly.
yes.
Without me
But
there.
we've also had meetings with the property owners. Mr. Rossich and I went out with the engineers as well. We came up with different ideas. We're still working on them. So instead of presenting them, I wanted to get all the information together to make sure that what we're presenting to council is the best option for all that's being affected by this.
Kathy, do we have a
Thank
new
you, I think
ordinance?
it's my turn.
Yes, it is Victoria's turn.
You already yielded.
Thank you. No, I never yielded. I asked a question to Kathy and she still
Sure you
answered.
did, you said you were done.
No, she did not.
So I
Kathy, we
just
have a
wanna,
new ordinance, what are the
I
hours
wanna
of it?
reiterate for the public what conundrum we're in right now. Last year, council decided to undertake a project to redo the Easton Road ball fields into one giant ball field that has lights. In their urgency to do that, they rushed through 2 bids that included multiple things. And I think one time, maybe Mr. Benonis can correct this if I'm wrong, but I think he indicated he had gone out with other people. We don't know because we're talking about transparency and things like that. Apparently, people had gone out to the Easton Road area and consulted with these residents about getting access on the road and trying to accommodate the issue of houses being abutted right up next to the field. So for the public's benefit, for the public's benefit, when you design something and you want to expend taxpayer dollars, due diligence would think, your due diligence would call you to say, gee, before I decide to put baseball field in this location with giant lights, I should make sure that I'm not going to cause any trouble to residents who weren't any part of the design plan. So either you did speak with them, they told you they didn't want the lights and you did it anyway, or you didn't consult with them, and that also lends to the idea that you didn't do your due diligence. You spent $3.5 million on a ball field and you created problems. Because now we have an issue where we contracted with a contractor.
Stop really argumentative. Let her
We contracted I'm gonna continue my statement when he stops interrupting. Because we can't, apparently he just can't handle the truth. Because the truth is, he didn't accommodate the issue of residents not wanting the lights of a ball field shining into their house. I'll just keep on talking over him or we're going to recess. It's my turn to talk, he had his, and I'm in time, so I didn't interrupt him, he had his piece. So just be respectful, you may not like what I have to say, but I don't interrupt you, and you don't interrupt me. It's just common courtesy. It's common courtesy that you don't interrupt people. You wanna make comments and opinions, you have that right. But if you don't like my comments and opinions, it doesn't give you the right to interrupt me. I mean, it's just common sense. But you're interrupting right now. You had your time and your time was over. We went through 2 other members of council and now I'm speaking and somehow you can't control your words.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I corrected you that you're wrong.
So you never, so okay, so let's make sure so my question was, did you in 2023 ever direct any member of our staff, or did you yourselves or any other members of council that you're aware of go out and speak with the residents who are abutting Easton Road to see whether they would have a problem with lights shining into their house during baseball games? Did you ever have that conversation?
So to answer your question, no, I did not.
Okay, well the answer is no, and that means you didn't do your due diligence before you decided to put up a baseball field with lights. So now we have a situation where there are lights on a baseball field and they are interfering with the quiet enjoyment of people's homes, because I'm sure everybody around here can benefit from the idea when you live in a residential neighborhood that you don't want giant lights shining in your field. That's why we have shopping centers and you have zoned areas for places where there's lots of light pollution versus residential areas where people are not expecting to have light pollute onto their property. So if you didn't understand the motion spoke for itself. If you didn't bother to discuss it with our staff to find out what the issue is, that's again on you. But I think you just admitted that you didn't do your due diligence when you decided to contract for lights on a field in an area where there are residential properties who don't want to have bright lights shining in their house when they're trying to sleep. And it's not a political issue, it's a residential property issue, and I think anybody here can relate to that. So that's where it's at. If you can't understand that, you can go back to our staff and you can ask the questions yourself that you are trying to get answers to now, that you didn't go back and ask before.
It's a political issue. When we met with them, they
So you did meet with them, so somebody, you said you didn't. No, when did you meet?
With you?
I wasn't there, I never met with any residents. I never met with them.
Never did I meet with anybody out there.
Okay, so you didn't do your due diligence, and I think that apparently there was a meeting with Priscilla and Laura, and you and Tom, and our staff. So that's all I know. That's all I know.
There's so much.
Okay, next would be Laura.
Good luck. So, I know there's the outstanding issue with the neighbors and the lights, and they were being adjusted. As far as I know, it wasn't resolved yet, so that is why I would be inclined to just hold up on this payment regarding the lighting. I don't think it's a major big impact to the builder, and they are involved with working on it. So.
No, they did the work on it, that's why they want to pay.
The lights are still being adjusted, the lights aren't
But
final
they're
how
billing
they're
us for work
set.
that's already.
Laura is speaking. You're out of order.
But she doesn't understand.
Are you keeping a list of your out of orders?
Yes.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I, at this rate, I might get another good behavior award at this rate. I'm keeping track of it.
For
But
cutting
we got billed for work that's already done.
Laura?
Yes.
Okay, I'm opening up to the residents.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. One thing I just want to say to Laura Ray, how would you know anything about doing construction, paying for building materials, paying your employees, when you never probably ran a business like that? So for you to say anything like we shouldn't pay them and they don't need the money is ridiculous. Also, the job was done, the building is done, the lights are there, and I think per the contract, they did their part of the contract, and now the township has to, a contract is two people agreeing to something. They did their business, and now we have to pay them. Otherwise, we'll have another lawsuit to add to the list. You can't just say you don't want to pay somebody because you don't like the project.
Yeah, you can.
You don't like the project, now you don't want to pay them. That's not right. They're not affiliated with this township and they need to be paid for the job that they did. The lighting is an aftermath. You can play with the lighting, you can fix the lighting, you can turn the lights off. You can actually turn the lights off, you don't even have to have the lights on, but the guys need to be paid, or whoever did the project should be paid. That's not right that the township council is withholding money to a contractor that did the job. Again, you never ran a business. You didn't make payments to employees, so how do you know? The other thing is, I think we have to really consider in this township that nobody wants anything. The council doesn't want anything. Again, I've said this before, we don't want a law, we want no cell phone tower, we don't like that, we don't like landfills, we don't like ball fields. We have to worry about every little thing, light shining into a neighbor's house. I have a neighbor that just put lights in his property, all kinds of colored lights on the corner, and they hurt my eyes. Nobody asked me. They didn't ask me if I was okay with it. You can't ask every single person in the township if they're okay with a project. You can't. It's not possible. The other thing too is, I just want to say to Victoria, you speak for everybody. You think you have some sort of moral high ground. And you're always speaking for everybody and correcting everybody and preaching. And I just want to say, you know, for the record, nobody wants their thoughts and their words re-spoken by you. Just because you don't like something, just because you don't think something's right, doesn't mean it's not right. It's your opinion, and to be honest, it's probably not the opinion of most people in this township, but for some reason they've been following you, and I don't really understand that.
Only 40% voted.
Okay, who wants to go next?
Something in the water.
Yeah. Yeah, and you're right, Laura Ray has never run a business. She did take $200,000 from the township to conserve her property then.
Go ahead, Donna.
Thank you. I just want to know, we're concerned about the 4 houses around the ball field and the light shining on them. Down the road from that ball field, or maybe, let me think, I know there's like 11 houses that are being affected by the industry that Bethlehem City put in. And you know what? That's still outstanding. You didn't give those people a final answer on your zoning change you brought up back in January and February. That's ridiculous. And let me remind everyone, there's an ordinance in this township that everything gets shut down at 10 p.m. And all of our parks are closed at dusk. So these lights really shouldn't be affecting too many folks. Everybody's got to put their big girl pants on.
Thank you, Don.
Anybody else? Okay, somebody decide who's going to the podium, or else nobody's gonna go to the podium.
Somebody go.
Now she's not gonna let anybody speak. Now Priscilla's not gonna let anybody speak at the podium.
Somebody has to go.
I'm here, I'm back.
She said nobody will speak.
I'm not dead
The
yet.
dictator spoke.
Anyway, when a contractor does a job and it's not satisfactorily done, you do not have to pay them. Just so you're aware of that. They can bitch, they can moan, they can take you to court and sue you, if they want to.
Exactly, that's what she said.
Unfortunately, it would be easier for them to get a high reach, go out there and adjust the fucking lights, so that they don't bother.
Language.
There we go, that's a code of conduct violation. There we go.
Report your code of conduct. My God, what is wrong with you?
I'm taking after you. If you think I haven't been home watching,
I'm
you're
the on the
mistaken.
meeting, sir, and I think Priscilla should get control of this meeting. We've got junior council people that are there, we've got other people that are tuning in who should not be subjected to language like that. So Priscilla, get control of the meeting or put it in recess.
Okay, you can continue, sir, and I think we can start.
Well, thank you.
Now, somebody who doesn't support
I-
Priscilla shouldn't say that.
I suggest you get the contractor to call me, so that I can go out there at night and I can talk to the neighbors, all of them at one time, and see if the lights actually go in the house. And if they do, then you don't pay them. If the problem's not fixed, you don't pay them, because they didn't complete the job. Simple as that.
Okay, next person go to the podium.
Daylight savings time, we won't even need the lights. That's true.
There you go.
That's true. Forget about it.
I agree with the first speaker. If you got a contract and you complete the contract, both sides agree to it. Of course, the laws change now, contract between 2 organizations. Was there a stipulation, Kathy, about where the light should or shouldn't shine? I mean, it's possible.
I don't believe that was in the bid document. It's
So-
just the type of light and the installation and
Okay, so did they put in the right kind of lights in the installation?
they installed the correct lights according to Hanover Engineering.
Okay, sounds like they're right. Yeah, Marco's probably right, you could sue them and yada, 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 yada. But you know, the bottom line is if you've been around and had things constructed and all, there's always some wiggle room or agreement in there. And if you can adjust the lights, that's great. But to not pay them is inviting maybe a lawsuit. Okay, I'm not an attorney. And by the way, Priscilla, if you're running this meeting, I'd appreciate it if you make the calls and not just have other pop-up people sitting next to you making calls, because I don't think that's right, especially when he supposedly reports to you, okay? So I would say, I don't know anything about the ball field, played baseball, couldn't care less one way or the other. But I know I'd rather see kids in a ball field rather than see them out there running around robbing cars in people's homes and such.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, seeing none, Kathy, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Cordero? Yes. Mr. Carucci?
Just send your emails to Priscilla De Leon at Lower Saucon Township, because she wants to prevent your kids from playing baseball under those lights. That's her goal, because she can't take credit for this field. Although she'll show up for a ribbon cutting or something like that if they have one. She'll want her picture in the newsletter. That's who she is with that. But she's the one. She's all because her political supporters, four or so political supporters. It's not a neighborhood as Katie
Simple yes or no.
wrongfully. Victoria always explains her vote. I'm explaining mine. So there's that. So I vote yes. We should honor the contract, and we shouldn't stop telling engineers not to come to meetings. Or Priscilla should have told us she had a problem with this and come to the meeting and talk about it.
The motion on the floor is not to pay it.
Not to pay, I say we repay, yes.
So you're voting no.
Right, I'm voting no.
Yes or no?
It's no,
Ms. Ray?
because the motion is not to pay.
Correct. So I'll clarify my vote and I'll say yes. And again, this is $950 payment of a $3.5 million contract, so I don't think it's going to break the bank. I would consider this like a punch list item, and when you do hire contracts, you do withhold final payments until things are done correctly. And we do have lighting ordinances in our zoning, and if an adjustment needs to be made, then it needs to be made. That's why I'm going to vote yes to deny this payment at this time.
Thanks for the insight.
Mr. Benonis?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is appalling. It shows who these people are. This is not the final payment that we'll be doing this baseball field. They're comparing it to a punch list. There's not a punch list, okay? It's a payment of $950, a very small amount compared to the overall cost of this project. So remember this, public. PDELEON at lowersaucontownship.org. LRAY at lowersaucontownship.org. VOPTHOF hyphen Cordero, CORDARO at lowersaucontownship.org. Those are the three people. Light up their email boxes. Let them know how ridiculous they are, how spiteful, how vengeful, because they can't accomplish anything, and they hate the fact that there's something good happening in the township.
Yeah.
I'm going to vote no.
And Jason, I just want to thank you for, just having the baseball parents send an email with their thoughts to these three. You didn't do anything like Miss Ray would have done, like giving out their home addresses and ask people to protest at their houses, like Miss Ray does. We're simply saying send an email to lodge your complaints. Don't go to anybody's house like Mrs. Ray would have you do to us and protest when she's writing her emails and Twitters on Christmas Eve. One emergency.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, next we have request to advertise for open positions. The acting township manager is requesting council's approval to advertise for open municipal positions. Kathy, would you like to respond?
Well, my memorandum covered 2 positions. One was the zoning officer, which we won't need at the moment. The other is the position that council had approved in the 2024 budget for another public works member. We're at a point where we can't really wait too much longer on this, and we need to get some applications in for that department, especially before the winter months. We have an injured employee as well, so we're down on staff. So I'm asking council to let me advertise for the public works position, and that was budgeted in the 2024 budget.
So that's one position.
I'll make a motion to advertise for the full-time zoning enforcement officer employed by the township.
No second.
Thank you, Tom.
It's part of this agenda. It's a legitimate motion, and there's a legitimate second.
So your motion does not include the public works person?
No, it's the zoning.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for a zoning officer. Jason?
Yeah, I mean, I said my comments earlier about how important I think it is to have a full-time zoning officer who's employed by the township, that there's a value to that is not captured by having an outside third-party contractor doing these services. And I understand that the contract is entered into, but here we are, it's the middle of October, and the new year starts January 1. So I think advertise for that now and see what sort of resumes and interest you get in that position so that you're prepared for it. But yet again, you three stooges can't see 2 feet in front of you to recognize that if you truly intended to hire a full-time employee to replace the guy that gets forced out because of your threat of harassment toward him, that it needs to be advertised now so that those resumes can come in, interviews can take place, and that transition can happen. So let's see how you vote on this. Let's see if you truly intended to hire a full-time zoning officer to replace the guy that you forced out, or if you're just going to continue on with this part-time Band-Aid like everything else that you do. It's interim this, interim that.
Okay,
Let's
Tom?
see if you put your money where your mouth is.
Yeah, I mean.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think it's one thing that's shown time and time again is that these three, the majority of council, can't be trusted not to try and use a consulting firm like this to promote their political agenda, not do what's in the best interest of the township. We had an engineer tonight that couldn't make it, and Priscilla brings up a spillage issue with the lights. The budget was supposed to be presented weeks ago, and what do we get? We get a memo from Lynn Hill in the package, and where is she? Oh, conveniently away. And the meeting where this is supposed to be presented was supposed to happen 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? So, they co-opt these people for their political benefits, not doing what's in the best interest of the township. And to have an employee who cannot be co-opted or fired by them for political reasons, that is reportable to the township manager, to me would be the most beneficial way to move forward. Now, they'll want no part of it, and they're going to vote against this. You can even see from Kathy's memo here that they wish to broaden their search by advertising to include PSATs and other papers, which they hadn't done before. They didn't want that done before. Now they have, after they unceremoniously ran Jim Young out. They didn't even advertise it very broadly to try and hire a person for the position because they don't want a person to do this. They want a person that they can hold a contract over their head and threaten to fire every year. And they don't get that with a full-time zoning officer who's an employee. That would be the purview of the township manager. And that person will be insulated from the political pressure that these three put on people to do their bidding. And we see examples of that time and time again by these three. They're corrupt as the day is long. And for that reason, I think it'd be better to take zoning out of their purview and to hire a full-time zoning officer.
Okay.
I'll second that.
It's not a motion. There's already a motion on the floor. You surprised you don't know that?
I do. I'm agreeing with what Tom said.
Priscilla, that was rude. That's a violation.
I made the motion, Priscilla, recall.
What extra paper?
I remember what I did 3 minutes ago.
Paper down to you.
As arbiter of the code of conduct,
That's not a position that was authorized.
I was.
No, it wasn't.
I recognize it, Tom.
Thank you. Proceed, Jason. That's a violation.
Okay, I voted for the other firm that was here. I supported looking for a zoning officer back when. Kathy, you sent out the resumes and you did everything the way you were supposed to. I thank you for doing that. And we tried to get somebody in here and it didn't work. So we went to Plan B. So I cannot support this motion at this time. So next, Victoria.
Shocking.
Yeah, I think what you're seeing here is just another attempt to filibuster, to delay things, to make continuous accusations that somehow people here on council did something to cause a resignation. I reiterated, you go back and you look at the YouTube and you look at who demanded a zoning officer to show up on a code violation matter and the timeline of when that same employee issued their resignation, effective the day that they were supposed to have been here by the direction of Mr. Bononis. I think it speaks for itself. So to now, again, there's been no complaints or accusations against this council. To then talk about, I think he said, the person needs to be insulated, but because of pressure. I think that when you have a council member demanding people to show up and do things the way they want things to be done, that's the pressure that we're trying to avoid here. This is a filibuster attempt, again, to delay our meeting. I'm sorry to the public for this. I'm sorry to the consulting firm. We've been through this already. This is a recommendation of our acting township manager. She advertised the first time. So it's not like council sits up here and chooses where things get done. We don't micromanage our acting manager.
Don't call it a recommendation, that was not a recommendation at all.
So when we sit here and talk about accusing members of council, there is a standing accusation that members of council cherry-picked locations where we would advertise to prevent somebody from applying. It's just hypocrisy. I mean, to sit here and accuse a member of council, you accused a member of council of cherry-picking locations where advertisements went out so that we wouldn't get somebody to apply. Yeah. That was the accusation. Yeah. And so I'm clarifying and correcting the misstatements that were made, that nobody on this council that I'm aware of ever directed anybody, including the acting manager, to cherry-pick and prevent certain places from being advertised versus other places it will be advertised. And somehow this is a conspiracy. This is a recommendation by our acting manager. It is not a recommendation of any member of council here, and I thought that, we should honor our staff and be polite and respectful to them and their job, and not imply that everything they do is something because some other member of council told them to do it. They make the choices, and we're here to do what the staff tells us to do. So the staff is asking us to do what we did, and that's what we did. So I can't support this.
Okay.
No, they're not. Stop lying.
Laura?
Yes, I'll also state that we have no say in where the jobs were posted, when it was posted before. They received poor feedback. I think there might have been one applicant, if I heard right. So that has nothing to do with any input we had on where to advertise. We already made the decision now to continue with the firm that was here tonight, so I am not inclined to vote in favor of this.
Okay, opening up to the floor, public comment. Anybody would like to speak? Come up to the mic.
Hold on a second.
No, Jason, it's
Did you
getting late.
recommend that the township not hire a full-time zoning officer?
You already had your
Did you do that? You never did that.
My recollection as to what transpired was the zoning officer quit. I needed a zoning team in here immediately. I looked for a zoning officers team, couldn't find any. Hanover Engineering recommended a team. I contacted them, I spoke with them, I brought them to council, they were approved on an interim basis. I advertised for a zoning officer after asking council. I was also told by council that they wanted a manager to hire a zoning officer. So I was in hopes that the applications would come in so the new manager would review them and be able to pick who he wanted or who she wanted. And I don't have a manager. And I only got one application for a zoning officer. So that's where we stand.
Yeah, but you never recommended to them never to try to rehire somebody.
No, I did not.
And they're suggesting that you did. That's an outright lie. That's outrageous.
I offered options.
And so let me ask you, so if you fail, I'm not suggesting you failed here, but if you're unsuccessful in trying to hire somebody, well then the hell with it, we're not going to try to hire anybody ever again. It didn't work out 6-8 months ago, whatever it was, so forget it. We're never going to try to find somebody to take that position. That's what they're saying.
Well, that's subjective. You can't just make things up in
It's
your
not
head what we're
subjective.
thinking.
It's not subjective.
Everything that comes out of your mouth is subjective.
They could not find
It's
somebody
twisting
several months
people's
ago, so
words
therefore
and
we're never going to learn
This is a memo, the memo speaks for itself as to the
Now, so you
recommendations.
can hire somebody in January.
The memo speaks to itself as to the recommendations, the recommendations of the consulting firm that came forward. That's where it's at.
What do you think? They're going to be the zoning
That's
for the
where it's
rest of
at.
the township
It's
district.
filibuster.
Okay,
You
so
were dishonest with the
we're
public,
done
weren't you?
with council input and we're going to the public. Anybody out there like to speak on this issue?
Dave Luann, I don't know about this issue, but I'm really getting tired of the bloviating that's going on by Victoria. I think personally that when you run over 3 minutes on the council, I have a clock on Victoria. She's already talked over 25 minutes and repeated, redundant, just senseless, on and on, okay? If we, on the public who pay the taxes and pay the salary of the council people, whatever it is, $5,000, can't, no? I see you shake your head. Do you want to clarify that, Priscilla? Please stop the clock.
$3,250 a year.
That's what you get?
Your has collected over $100,000 in the 36 years that you've been with the township.
For doing nothing.
No, now let me continue on. Whatever it may be, I think you need to perform your job accordingly or just leave. And if you can't be concise, I can't imagine an attorney standing up in front of a judge and going on and on and on and on about just trivia, please. So I would suggest that you put a clock on your own council members, and that means both sides. Okay, we're not going to get any acknowledgement, and we're going to be here on a few items till midnight. And you know what? You people sit there and say you didn't drive out these good workers like Jim that we had. I want to tell you, if I had to work for somebody like Victoria, I wouldn't even say goodbye. I'd just be gone. There are so many good jobs to be had, and they see this kind of blah, blah, blah. And the goofiness that goes on, there's only one person that sits at this dais in front of me, and that is clearly Kathy Gorman. And I find it's a miracle from God. I know you're not religious, most of you, but I would say it's a miracle that she's still here. And if she's not looking around, I would be absolutely stunned. And I remember saying the same thing about our former manager. I said it's a matter of time. Bingo, he's gone. And it wasn't the previous administration because he hired in underneath them and kept on going. And there's the nastiness of the orange card, which says, I can't read the clock. If that's not an insult, Priscilla, that's the public. Listen, public, you see your little orange cards? She's had enough. And yet she can let her team go on ad nauseum until people are sick and get up and leave. All right? That's the problem. And you don't seem to get it. Your board's don't like the truth.
The orange card is not part of the policy,
Anybody else
sir.
like to come up and speak? Okay, if not, then may we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Carucci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
No.
Ms. DeLeon,
No.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Cordero.
No.
Motion fails 2-3.
Okay, I'd like to
You
make a
fraud.
motion to approve the advertising of a public works person.
I'll second that.
Okay, moved in second. And I'll open it up to the floor for Jason.
Yeah, I'm understanding the need for an additional public works person. There's been no explanation as to why we need another public works person. Are we short-staffed? Do we have individuals that are out on medical or disability leave that requires this? I'm not sure what we're doing here.
I apologize. The memo that I have in there, if you remember from the 2024 budget, council had approved staff to include an additional public works employee in hopes that in preparation for retirements of the public works director, and that we would be prepared that we can restructure the public works department so that we're prepared for that eventuality.
Okay, thank you, Kathy, for that.
Okay, so back to my question, are we fully staffed or are we shorthanded in public works with who we currently have? If anybody is out
Currently, we are short-staffed.
because of medical or disability leave?
There's a workers' comp issue.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. I'm not gonna ask you.
Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to hear just from Roger, just, you know, why he thinks this is needed and how it would assist in reorganizing the department.
You need to go up to the mic, Roger.
Just sit down at the table. Just something quick, I don't even, you know, whatever.
I don't care which mic he uses.
First off, as I think everybody knows, this is my 38th year, full-time here, 40th year, counting my part-time tenure. I'm getting on where it's getting to the point where, you know, I'm starting to think about moving on.
Sure.
The eventuality, I'm not in a hurry, but you know, it's getting. Secondly, the position grew over the years with myself. I grew with the department, starting out here with the department of 4 and the public works director, so 5 total. We're up to 11 guys, and that has been that way now for a considerable amount of time. Also, when I started, we had a total of 2 parks. We had the Town Hall Park and we had Steel City Park. We have gained since that time Southeastern Park and Polk Valley Park and so forth and so on. Whole bunch of added and additional responsibilities, including the building of this facility, which greatly increased the amount of manpower needed just to take care of the buildings and facilities. Which is why we're looking to try to split the Public Works Director into what we have right now as Roadmaster, but we're also looking to see if we could do it a Roadmaster and whether you want to call it a Deputy Director or a second Roadmaster position, but that position to focus primarily on buildings, parks, and grounds. So they could do the inspections, they could do a little bit better job of keeping track of the buildings, the park system, etc. That's where it's at.
And these are positions you can mentor for when you possibly retire. Well, I mean, thank you for your 40 years, and you know, we hope we have you for many more. Although you know, we understand eventually all good things come to an end. Thank you, and you know, I understand. You know why it's needed, and thanks for putting that into context.
I remember the discussion from the budget last year. Okay, so where are we? We have Tom. Anything else, Tom?
No, I mean, I am concerned about some, I won't talk about it this meeting, but about this worker on workers' comp, and what else he's doing. But we'll save that for another meeting.
Okay, well, I'm in favor of doing it, so. Victoria?
Yeah, I'm in favor of this. Thank you, Roger, for everything that you do. I understand that the department's been level while our park systems and road systems have grown, and that this is also a carryover from last year's budget, so I'm in favor.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I'm looking favorable at this as well. I think that we do have the need in the department and there's the work that's there, so that's my comment.
Okay, anybody in the audience like to speak on this issue?
I'd like to just say, I've never met this man, but I keep hearing the name Roger. I don't care whether somebody's out plowing snow or whatever. And I finally now know who he is, so, and I'm really pleased. 38 years and worked his way up. I mean, that's the kind of township that people pray for. And the road systems are solid, and the jobs get done, and this guy seems to me to get zero accolades, and we sit here and moan and complain about $900. This guy's worth thousands of dollars. The jobs he's done over the endless years, he's just like Kathy. And boy, we need more people like that. I say my hat off to you, sir. No, I'm not running for anything, except for running toward people like that.
I'd say just like Kathy and Chief Barn. She was also.
Yes, that's coming along.
Okay, next.
I just want to say,
Name, please.
excuse me, Donna Louder. Just, would it be feasible to just get a part-time summer crew together? And just keep the core folks that are on now and keep them on the primaries? I mean, I don't know if that's something that, just food for thought. But I want to thank Roger for everything that he has done. He goes above and beyond for our parks. When the tree was put in at Still City, and the guys came down to put it in, I got a message saying the tree's going in, and I walked down. And when I got there, I got the most wonderful surprise. He had actually run electricity directly to underneath the tree, because I had no idea how I was going to plug the tree in once I got the lights on it. And I never asked for that. And he thought about it, and I never did. And my hat goes off to every single one of the Public Works guys. And to you, Roger, thank you, and you will be sorely missed, so please don't go just yet.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
Roger, you do a great job. Thanks for all you do, and I'm gonna vote yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have the request to hire part-time temporary public works. Administration is requesting council consideration of hiring a part-time crew member for the Public Works Department. At this time, I'd like to make a motion, or did you want to, I'll make the motion and then you can talk about it, to consider hiring a part-time crew member for the Public Works Department. Go ahead, Kathy.
As the memo stated, and information on our non-uniform contract agreement stipulates that management can do this, hiring a temporary part-time person. We are of the need right away to get bodies in for our Public Works Department. And this is more in coming into the budget section for next year, but we need to get a worker in to help the Public Works Department right now. With not just in the supervisory role, but just a person in here to help them, because we are down one guy. And it is becoming, we have vacation scheduled and things of that nature. So it is imperative that we address some of the outstanding issues that I know Mr. Rossage wants to get done. And we want to try to complete as many things as we can with the staff that we have.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Okay. Okay. Council discussion, Jason? Jason?
I appreciate the need. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now I can.
Okay, take your time, Priscilla.
Oh, I will.
So I appreciate the need for a part-time public works person. We just approved hiring a full-time person for public works. And Captain, you described, you said that they're down a person right now because somebody's out. Can you know if that person is never coming back into that position? Because if they are, I'm just wondering if this is jumping the gun. If we already have an additional person coming on in public works now, we're essentially increasing the public works staff 1.5 people. And I understand that the other position is ultimately, to allow for succession plan. But wouldn't it be better to hire a person at that point when the succession plan is actually implemented?
I think it would take, Mr. Rossage is able to answer that question for you, of what his rationale was.
The part-time crew member, I would like to just kind of say is a temporary part-time crew member. With the hope that it's going to, as it is, obviously there's issues with hiring skilled personnel in all fields. It's in the public works as well. What we're looking for is to have the time to get somebody in, give us time to see if they're going to fit in, to move into a position that will lead into full-time. For example, with the additional leader position role in the public works, hopefully we're going to have an existing crew member move into that position. Then that temporary position or part-time position would have time to work in, to be able to see if they're going to fit in to take the crewman position that's vacated by that lateral movement within the department. And it would fill a current void that we have right now due to the workers' comp situation.
Yeah,
Anybody else have any
All right,
questions?
so if I'm understanding you, you're saying the current need is because we're down a person who's out on workers' comp. Not that there's an immediate pressing need, but this is more succession planning for the future if the person fits in.
Currently, we are down one person, it's a key person, in the department. So heading into winter, that puts us down 20% of our workforce for snow removal operations, not to mention daily operations. So we are down at that percentage right there, 10% rather, I'm sorry. So that's the current need. But moving forward, in the time it's going to take to have a successor to come in for the second leadership role, we're looking to see if that person would fit in and possibly be moved laterally into that then.
I'm not asking you to make names or disclose any medical information or HIPAA violations, but to the extent that you know, is there an expectation of this person who's currently out is expected to come back in a full-time unrestricted capacity?
I have no way of answering that.
Okay.
Good answer.
Well,
I have no other questions.
it's not 10% of the snow removal because the public or the water authority guys help with snow removal as well.
The water authority also is down one person,
Okay.
so we are down one person out of the water authority, whom at this time, I believe from the last information I received, they are not planning on replacing. So that's permanent. That's one for at least.
How much time are these guys spending on volunteer fire services?
As needed.
And what's that been?
I don't know, Tom, I don't know how to answer that. I mean, some days it's none, some days it's one. It's depends on what calls come in.
Right, and, can a guy on workers' comp who can't drive a snowplow, can drive a fire truck, though, can't he?
No,
Can't drive a fire truck.
What was the question?
I wouldn't imagine somebody on workers' comp can do any sort of work, or any sort of thing like that.
Can't do anything. Not as a volunteer fire service.
I have no idea what they would be permitted to do or not permitted to do.
Do you think that person was probably promised a job in fire services?
No,
You don't have to.
Yeah, don't answer that, Roger. If you're being put on the spot, that's not fair.
All right,
You're not a.
all right, well, so you're saying.
So
you
why are
want
you
this
telling
person-
somebody not to answer a question? What gives you the authority over this individual? He reports to the township manager, and you're gonna tell him not to answer that question?
You got it.
The
That's
question
what I
comes from an
did.
elected member of council?
You did, I just did.
Yeah.
So you're gonna muzzle the comment of an employee of the township?
So find a regulation that says I can't.
Find a regulation that says that you can. What's your authority for that?
Whatever. Sorry.
No, whatever. What's the authority for it? You have no authority.
Okay, do we have any other
And
questions?
now what you've done is you put pressure on this employee of the township
I'm not putting pressure
for
on
your
Roger.
partisan political gain. That's what you just did.
It is
Yet
a
again,
personnel.
exact same thing as Jim Young, and now this on top of it. You people have no
Mr. Benonis, if
scruples.
you could just listen for a moment, our manager, acting manager has something
It
to
is a
say.
personnel matter, and I don't think that
Yes,
it's
it's
proper to be
inappropriate.
discussed at this moment, at this
Exactly.
time.
Yeah, it's
The
personal.
He's not
position-
asking
the
to identify the
positions-
individual. He didn't ask for the person's name. There's no disclosure of confidential information.
Yep.
He's asking questions that are pertinent to his understanding so he can make an informed decision on this, just as I was.
There were some promises made from, and the fire services consultant told me, but that, we'll get to all that later, and what's going on here now, and this so-called workers' comp thing. But, so you're saying that you want to basically try somebody out on a temporary part-time basis and to see if they fit in and could possibly, or, you know, if you promote from within, fill the position full-time with this person.
Yes.
Okay. But, and you would like, when you say temporary part-time, like, would they be trained to plow snow and stuff like that, or no, because they're part-time, temporary?
If they are legally qualified to plow snow, meaning if they have the proper CDL class license,
Right.
absolutely, they would be used to plow snow, which is why we're asking to bring them in at an entry crew level, So at the rate in accordance with the crew member, starting level crew member.
Okay, then you try and hire someone with a CDL or someone that wants to get their.
Absolutely would be CDL.
Okay. All right, well, thank you. I don't know about this one, but, I'm still kind of thinking about it. I understand with winter coming, you need something. I'm a little dubious when, we don't get any information on executive session about this, workers' comp claim and the other things, and then we get information from our fire services consultant about what the majority here wants to do and what they promised people for their political support. So
What does the union contract say?
What's that?
In terms of hiring a part-time person?
Yeah,
We're
there was
permitted to
something.
do it under the contract.
It says this type
Is
of.
there anything that requires, once that person's working part-time for a certain period of time, that they're automatically gonna become a employee of the township or a full-time employee or anything like that?
That position would still be posted, and in accordance to the union, so if any clerical staff wants to apply for it internally, they could. And then we would advertise for that position. If the person that's a temporary part-time decides they want to apply for that position, then they can do so.
The majority's, they're hiding the ultimate plan. It's gonna come out. I can't talk about it yet because they're right. It's an employment issue. But the ultimate plan will come out, and what they promised people for their political support will come out.
The allegations are just.
Thank you, and thanks for all your work. Thank you.
I'm gonna go next. The allegations are really out of control.
They're true.
You just
They're
are
true.
just
They're true.
over the top.
They're true.
I can't wait to hear what the
I
allegations
can't,
are.
I assume you got a fire services report from a consultant, but I see he's not here to talk about it in a public meeting,
Didn't we just get that email?
And what was promised, right?
Pretty sure it says
You just got
draft.
it.
Yep.
I'm pretty
And
sure
what
it
was-
says draft.
The committee
What was
has to
promised
look at
to
it and has to go.
Before he was even hired. Before he was
I
even
think
hired.
it was my turn for comment, so I just can't wait to hear all this stuff.
I can't wait to talk about it. I can't wait to talk about it.
So with that, Victoria?
I'm in favor of hiring this position. I appreciate the need. I definitely don't want to be handcuffing our public works department at a critical time when we're Henry's and winter season and all of that. So I appreciate the insight and I'm in favor.
Okay, Laura?
You know, from what was presented, I think it makes sense. And this is the right time to do it before, winter season. See if we can even get a part-time person. I don't know how easy it is to come in with no benefits as a part-time person. Probably a tough job to fill.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll open it up to the audience. Anybody would like to speak on this issue? Come to the podium. Okay, Kathy, roll call.
Mr. Leon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
No, I just don't see the justification for this time.
Ms. Alcott Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci,
No, because the majority is not disclosing their ulterior motive for doing this. No, there is an ulterior motive, and it will all come out when we're allowed to talk about it.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have approval to hire a temporary full-time receptionist. I'll make the motion to hire the temporary full-time receptionist. Kathy, would you like to talk about this position?
We do have another person that's going out. Our receptionist will be out for a couple of weeks. We need somebody to come in and answer the phones and log in the mail. As we're down 2 office people already. Manpower is a temporary temp service. We're asking council to execute an agreement. The hourly rate, we were estimating is $16 an hour, and they would bill us $24.01 based on the 50% 0.09 for that service until our receptionist can come back.
Okay. Did somebody second this motion?
I'll second it.
Did somebody, you seconded it, Victoria?
I just did.
Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, Kathy, for that. Jason, questions?
None.
Tom?
You said we're down 2. You said one's going out, right, for a couple of weeks.
Well, a manager's out and the zoning officer was obviously not out, or not here, but
And now we have a
the
third.
receptionist is going out for a couple of weeks. So we'd
So-
like to have somebody come in,
Right.
learn the job real quick, how the
You
phone
two-
system works,
right.
and then, and we'll have somebody at the front desk.
You're 2 down because the crack hiring team with Priscilla and Katie, I've talked to, couldn't hire a township manager, and they can't hire the zoning officer either. They tried to hire 2 township managers, it didn't work. So that's why you're 2 down, let's make that clear. But if you need help, I think you should have it. But we know why you need help, they're incompetence in hiring a township manager. Can I make a motion to hire Kathy as full-time township manager permanent?
You can't have a motion on.
I make a motion to hire Kathy
You
for
cannot
as
have a
full-time
motion on
township
the
manager
floor.
permanent. Permanent. Do I got a second, Jason?
You
I second it.
cannot make
Second.
a
I got a
motion.
motion.
There's a pending motion on the
And
floor.
talk about how they appreciate
You're
Kathy, but they
supposed
won't
to
even
be
entertain that motion. They won't even
experienced
entertain that motion.
You should
Now,
know.
the part-time manpower.
Disgraceful. Disgraceful, Priscilla. Disgraceful.
Kathy, thanks for your help.
Okay,
Kathy, thank you for everything. You're the best.
so I support
Sorry you
this.
have to work with Priscilla.
Kathy, I support this position.
As a bet.
Victoria?
Yes.
Laura?
Yes, I have no comment on this.
Thanks
The
for being
floor,
on.
anybody in the audience like to speak on this issue? Not, roll call please.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, I think,
Can I just request a 5-minute recess for?
yes, that would be great.
Into the
Is
budget.
there, all in favor?
You notice how they kept the most important thing, the budget, till the end, hoping all of you would leave. But thank you for sticking around, and please stick around through the break. Now they want a break, hoping more of you will leave, because they wanted the budget, they put the budget dead last in the agenda, so they're hoping you wouldn't be here. That's this council, that's the majority of this council.
We don't pick the order.
Always hide the ball,
I don't think
always
so.
hide the ball.
Miss
Always
Kennedy.
hide this little count.
That was me. I decided, I knew this was gonna be a hot
Priscilla, always hide the ball. Thanks for coming. Always hide the ball.
Anytime.
Thanks for coming.
And the time is 9:28, we'll be back in 5.
Thanks for coming. Thanks for being here.
Yes.
Thanks. All right, let me go ready.
I know, wine and cheese, where's the wine and cheese? We get a lot of wine from Priscilla. I don't know where the cheese is gonna come from. We got wine. We got a lot of wine from Priscilla. Wine.
This is why I don't drink water.
Yeah, well, tell you, that makes two of us. Otherwise, the wine, that's much better.
Bullseye. That was. I wish
With the mic on?
I'm just glad we were able to.
Yeah, oh, listen, that's what makes you super person. Oh, man. All I hear is Roger.
I could have, absolutely.
So what are you gonna do when you retire?
A lot of fishing. And it's golf for me, golf is,
One of them was really fun, actually.
I enjoy the game.
Yeah, it's a challenge, isn't it?
It is.
I should probably make time for something. That's why you're so calm.
If you have not ever golfed,
Just, yeah, like
Don't.
6 holes.
Don't.
Oh, yeah. It's
Don't.
like
It's
doing drugs.
frustrating at first.
although, this year I got my first hole in one.
Did you
Wait.
really? You're really.
That's tough.
Oh, I'm not really good.
That's tough. I played for maybe 3 years. I played bad fast, was basically what I did. And like I had pro work between everything else, but there were times I would just want to take the rod and.
Yes,
And that happens.
it's a very addictive game. And you can hit 100 bad shots in a set. One lousy good shot that keeps you coming back.
It's really addictive.
I think I got more enjoyment out of walking the course.
I walk as much as I ride.
Yeah.
That's great.
Many moons ago.
Never sleep. I have a question. I'm talking about
I was afraid of Brett Shannon. Really?
To a farm. We're talking about
Oh, Tom, by the way, Laura's right here. She was not informed. You just don't give up. She went to that one?
We're gonna start going. People have some faith. Someone's talking about it. She's like, you don't have, yeah, it's not my tire.
Did you write that down, Tom? Oh, please.
You're leading.
Great, I'm happy.
This is your own truck.
Tuesday check. Well, I've only met a few guys.
Is this out of control? It was really interesting yesterday.
So I what's wrong? You're familiar with that.
I know of them, yeah. I never had anything bad.
No, well, technically, yes, technically. Are you taking so I can keep send us a letter.
Jason, you still here?
There's a township.
Yeah.
And you're interested in calling Augustus.
Jason, are you still here?
Okay.
I gotta call him back. I'm here.
Oh, no, he's here.
I can just, so, I'm going to do.
Yep.
The microphones are on.
Okay. So I'd like to reconvene the meeting, and the time is 9:35, and we're all still here. Except for the
We're all still here because they hit the budget at the end of the meeting.
last meeting.
Yeah, they try to hide the ball and save it for last.
Mr. Droshi, I can't see you.
So Kathy, are we going to go over each of the sections, and then we can ask questions at that time, rather than wait till the end? How do you want to do this?
Let's see my award.
Let me go through what I think are items that are of major importance.
Okay, do you want to invite the chief and
Then come up, please.
the chief?
Explain their particular departments when we get there.
So we're doing this by section, right? And then they're gonna go through.
Yes, she's going to go through. So you're going to go through your memo thing first, or no?
I'll go through the specific sections which are identified in the memo. And then if you have changes, additions,
So we're starting with
deletions,
this.
we're going through this. The spreadsheet.
Questions?
If you have questions, you have changes, additions, removals, whatever, let me know, and then I will make those changes, then present them at our next meeting, and then you will authorize me to advertise for public inspection. Go through the formal process of adopting the budget.
But you won't be able to answer questions about Lynn Hill's background in fire, police and fire services. And,
I would not be able to, and nor would I presume to answer on her behalf.
yeah, and she conveniently is
Priscilla. But I did provide her memo to council and in the packet, so everybody is aware of her concerns.
Will we be able to address those, Kathy?
Kathy, can I just ask you one question? Did any member of council ask you to move this meeting to tonight in order to coordinate people's absences?
No, it was unfortunate that it was twofold. I wanted to get it to you by the 4th. I didn't have time, but more importantly, I wanted to get it to you so that you had enough time and not just a weekend or a couple of days to review it.
And I appreciate that.
Okay, that's
That
not
was
your
more-
fault.
You don't have time because you're
That's their fault for not
finance
hiring a
director
full-time
and the
manager
township.
and giving you the support that you need. You're already overburdened, so, you shouldn't be apologizing for this. They should be apologizing to the public for not staffing the township properly, and they should be acknowledging you and crediting you for the hard work you're doing.
Thank you, Kathy.
I do appreciate that, thank you. Revenue, we're not proposing a tax increase or staying the same and staying the course, but you will notice in this budget, we are utilizing our revenue for certain items that are being requested outside of the norm, which I'll touch on during this document presentation. Enabling tax and all the other items are pretty much the same, business licensing and things of that nature. I increased a little bit in revenue just based on previous history as to how it's collected. Specific items that I think we should really identify would be your interest income. I'm sure you're all aware Federal Reserve is going to slowly start reducing the interest rates, which is going to affect us. Hopefully they won't do it like they did the last time and just jerk it all away in one lump sum. So we were anticipating a certain amount of revenue and basically it ended up getting less than half. And that happened probably 15 years ago. But there was a time period where they did have the interest rates really high and the Federal Reserves took it away very quickly to offset any kind of inflation, and then we lost a significant amount of what our projected revenue was going to be. So that's why you're seeing it. I'm hoping that they're going to scale it back slowly as opposed to knee-jerking it. But they are anticipating that. I think there's probably 6 reductions planned between now and next year, from what I remember. Grants, of course, we're always going to try to find everything humanly possible, whether it's county-related, state-related, to offset any of our costs, whether it be services that offset general expenses or capital expenses. That's our goal, that's always been our goal. Zoning fees, I am recognizing an increase in that if, and this was just projection, if you were to have appointed the zoning officer as the third-party inspector, and we're going to recognize a slight revenue increase in 30% of those costs. So that is in there. The landfill, I'm projecting what we had budgeted for last year for this year.
2.5.
We look like we were pretty much on target for the 2.3 million this year.
What about the gas
And that last quarterly fee that we'll receive this year will be coming shortly.
Okay.
The gas fees?
Hmm?
The gas fees?
We haven't recognized any of that yet. I'm anticipating a little bit because I'm going to, obviously, they're working on it and they're in production and I'm sure, I don't want to project too high.
Yeah, 'cause I haven't looked yet.
I want to recognize some kind of revenue in there until we get a basis as to how much they're actually selling. And then we can come to a good projection amount ongoing after we start recognizing that revenue stream coming in. Health charges and stuff, that's in and out, that's basically, like I previously said, the water authority is on our insurance plan, so what we bill, what we charge, what we pay for on their behalf, they bill, we receive money from them to pay for. And you will notice that we are transferring the 1.2 million from our fund balance for the Public Works Garage to move that into the capital fund, which then brings us to an 11,007,654 revenue. Now the expenses for the general fund. Under 400 is council's expenses. In here are your traditional expenses for your council compensation, any expenses you go to the needed for attending PSATs or any kind of trainings, your donations that we always have itemized in our budget as to who we donate to the youth sports leagues and some of the Northampton County services such as Meals on Wheels and the Miracle League. And that listing will be provided in the proposed budget document for public inspection. And we also have $20,000 in here for replacing the carpet in council chambers and getting a quote for
Did you have a
that.
question, Victoria?
No, I when she's done with the general government section 400, I just wanted to ask or provide some input on that before she moved on. So what, I want you to finish for you.
Any questions or concerns about that department? Any additions or?
Just under the, sorry, can I be recognized, Priscilla? Priscilla, can I be recognized?
Oh,
to
absolutely.
comment? Okay, thank you.
So we're just gonna interrupt Kathy with presenting the budget?
Absolutely.
So we're doing
If it's okay with council, if we go department by department, that might be best.
Right, I agree. We decided
I'll
that.
reserve my comments for the end, thank you.
Okay, that's
So under the contributions, I think that's the section where you said give to various organizations and youth groups. And I know we have a list, and just for the public's benefit, the list includes various booster clubs for many different sport organizations in our township for youth. And I think it's a wonderful thing that we do. It's approximately, I think, $1,500. Depending on which organization it is, and I was hopeful that we could add to that organization list the Saucon Valley Music Connection, which provides support to students who are participating in band and choir, marching band. That's a specific group, Saucon Valley Music Connection, and then the Saucon Valley Fine Arts group, which is also another nonprofit for youth that supports the children in the arts all the way from kindergarten all the way through high school, so that they can put on productions at the high school. But it's all funded by people donating to the nonprofit. So I was just hopeful to add those two organizations to the current ones we have. The other thing I wanted to highlight, I see that there is some money in there to do some cosmetic repairs listed for the township council chambers, the carpeting and the tiling. I don't think we have to do that this time. I don't see any major need for it. I haven't had any complaints about the cosmetics of our council, so I think we don't need that. That's just my opinion. So that's what I have for that area.
I would agree that, I'm not sure we need the council chambers done, but the other stuff sounds like it should be in the purview of the school board and not and not taxpayer dollars. These are school board responsibilities, and I know there are private organizations that have raised money to benefit these things, but I don't understand why we should be doing that with taxpayers' dollars, residents' dollars. We subsidize, Lower Saucon Township subsidizes that school district heavily with our property taxes through school taxes. And,
And our food services.
And, I know you guys are you're all hot and heavy to get St. Lucian here, the Buffalo Farm across from the Giant. They won't pay any school taxes or property taxes on that property. But your guys are all too happy to do that because they're funding the lawsuit against the landfill for you.
And their campaign.
And their campaign for political reasons. Again, acting political with township taxpayer dollars. And this is what this is too. You're involved with the Miracle League, aren't you?
I was requesting Saucon Valley Music Connection.
You're not going to answer the question. She's involved in the Miracle League.
So the Miracle League, I think, was something, correct me if I'm wrong,
I'll
was
ask you if
added
you're involved.
recently. I'm not involved. My son plays Miracle League baseball. So I'm not involved in the organization as in I'm like on their board, but that's not an organization I'm even discussing. That's something a prior council had placed on the list. I had nothing to do with that organization being on the list, but I think for the benefit of the public, we're talking about, there's wrestling, the Booster Club for wrestling, the Booster Club for baseball, the Booster Club for basketball. And I know there's even more than that, but just so the public is aware, all of those organizations feed into our school district teams. So I don't see why there would be a problem with supporting the nonprofits that support students that play instruments and sing, and students that perform in our musicals. So that's where that comes from.
We need to fund the musicals, but we can cut 4 police officers from Lynn Hill's recommendation, your buddy Lynn Hill's recommendation. So we're going to cut 4 police officers.
I'm at the general government, that was what my suggestion
4 police
is.
officers, so we can fund the music.
Council who are also supportive of making those adjustments.
I don't have a problem with supporting the Music Connection and the fine arts. I think that we were a little heavy on the sports side. And this is more.
You hate sports, we know that.
No, I don't hate sports. I love sports.
We know that. No light football is
sports, but I love kids to play sports. And I think that over the years, the council looked at funding these organizations as kind of like a recreation, like to support them. And Kathy's shaking her head, so I'm remembering.
We always supported the youth sports
Right.
associations since I've been here. So.
Right. So this is all.
Because they use their athletic field for sporting events, right?
Yeah, they use it, right.
And do the performing arts folks use anything that's owned by the township, any real estate?
No, they just use the school district, which is owned by the
I
school.
mean, we could definitely, with the lights at the ball field, we could have a theater production there and have.
Sure, absolutely. But the lights gotta be turned on, and Bristol's not gonna let that happen.
How about that spillage?
Yeah, not with their spillage. I mean, you can't have Shakespeare in the Park with spillage.
And that's
No
the
Shakespeare
amount,
in the
I
Park
didn't
with
mention
spillage.
the amount, I think it should be in conformity with what the other youth sports organizations receive. That's just my suggestion.
I don't know what the amounts are. I don't have that list in front of me.
We had changed several years ago that everyone was entitled to $1,500.
Okay.
They provided us with their documentations that was in the nonprofit policy.
Okay, so that would be 15 and 15 then. Okay, thank you.
What do you think? Are you consensus with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea. When you do look at the list, it is all sports and, you know, if we're supporting activities for children, it can be a little more inclusive, so.
Yeah, is there a requirement that any of those sports organizations have to be primarily Saucon Valley-based students or youth?
Typically, it's Saucon Valley programming. I know there are some of those Saucon Valley programs aren't regulated to just be Saucon Valley students.
Right, but it has to be primarily Saucon Valley, Ellertown and Lower Saucon
Yeah,
students.
yeah.
Right, so So I would ask for the same requirement for these other performing arts groups that, you know, I don't want to be paying for Shakespeare in the Park done by an Allentown youth group or a group of students that are from out of town that have nothing to do with this organization, no tie to the community.
They're specifically Saucon Valley Fine Arts, which is the booster that supports the kids performing at Saucon Valley. At Saucon Valley School District, it's not an organization that's community-wide, it's specific to the Saucon Valley School District students that perform in the plays K through 12. That's Saucon
That's what
Valley
you say,
Fine
I don't
Arts.
believe anything comes out of your
Then
mouth.
there's Saucon Valley Music Connection, so they both have Saucon Valley in their names. So then we're Saucon Valley Music Connection, and Music Connection is the booster that supports children that are participating in choir, band, and marching band. They do various competitions, they perform at our football games, they travel.
I don't care where they perform, I just want to make sure that they're Saucon Valley based.
Saucon Valley Music
That's
Connection.
all I want. I don't care where they perform or what they do or anything else. If it's going to be Lower Saucon Township taxpayer money, it should be toward Lower Saucon Township, primarily Lower Saucon Township students, but certainly Saucon Valley based students.
Understood.
Now, you disclose to the public, are your kids involved? You seem to know a lot about this. Are your kids involved with those students? That should be disclosed to the public.
Any student that,
Are
this
your
is my
students?
understanding.
Are your children?
This is my understanding. My
Okay.
son is not
Okay.
involved in
Yeah,
Saucon Valley Fine Arts or
Okay.
Saucon Valley Music Connection. My son is not involved in those things.
Okay.
Saucon Valley
Why did you
Fine
say that?
Arts. I'm sorry.
Like, just
What's
answer.
the
Just
question?
yes or no, it's not that hard.
I
People bitch about
clarified,
how
I
long
have
it's
two
used, but they take
children,
your
so I
time,
have
right?
to answer one child at a time because they do different things. So my son does not participate in any activity that would be funded by Saucon Valley Music Connection or Saucon Valley Fine Arts. My daughter has in the past participated in the elementary school productions. Saucon Valley Fine Arts will raise money that will be used for both the elementary, middle, and high school performances. So, and it's not allocated to a specific student, they use it for the production of the show, which includes, you know, the props and the costuming and the things that would be used for all of the students. My daughter is not currently participating in this year's musicals that would be associated with her grade, but I don't think I need to provide any more information about her. This is for the community,
Yeah.
it is not for a specific student. I would not go.
She wasn't gonna disclose that.
I would not
She
go
wasn't
and
gonna
ask you,
disclose that.
I would
I'll
not
tell
go
her.
and ask you
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
activities your children play, and whether if they play a specific sport, that must be implied that there's some bad thing that you're doing because you wanna support that sport.
It's not bad. All I'm saying is disclose it, and you weren't gonna disclose it until I called you on it.
There's no
And this
issue.
is for next year. This is for next year. You said your daughter's not doing it. You said your daughter's not doing it this year.
No.
But this is for next year, though. This is funding for next year. For next year.
This school year runs 2024 to 2025.
This is in our 2025 budget. This is our
Yes, and
2025 budget.
the school calendar runs from August 21st
Right.
to June whatever.
And nobody said,
2025.
and I want to make something clear, nobody said there's anything wrong with it, but disclose that you have a personal interest in the
I don't have a
miracle.
personal interest in it, that's the
Kathy,
point.
in all the years
So no,
that you've been here,
I
and
no,
you've been here.
I refuse
has
to have as somebody allege or claim that I have some personal interest in the Music Connection or the Fine Arts Committee. That's ridiculous.
Blah, blah, blah.
I would like to say
Sorry to all the
that
students that perform in those organizations.
in all the years that I've been up here and that you've been doing this budget, has any council
Code of conduct, accountability,
said
number
that their
6.
child was involved in any of these
Sure you
things?
got that.
No, that was never a policy.
Accountability, yeah.
So I'd like the record to reflect that.
So, since we're on this section, you have council compensation. I think all these youth sports and the Miracle League and the Fine Arts are fine. I think council should, in light of current economic situation, Lynn Hill says we're in dire straits. We need to remember that all council members should not be compensated next year. That this money should be reappropriated to other things. We can give them to these youth groups. but it's only $3,200.
I'll second that.
I don't take my compensation, I never have taken my compensation, so maybe we just have, I'd like to make a motion that council not receive compensation in 2025, that this money is reallocated. And Jason seconded that motion. I'd like that in the provisional budget.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Jason, any further discussion?
I just have a question.
No, I think it makes sense. Tom brings up a good point. And let's see if you guys will follow through on it. I doubt you will.
No.
Tom, any other
But
discussion?
nonetheless,
Yeah, I mean, this is, you know, if you're gonna do public service, you should just do it. You shouldn't ask to be compensated to attend a couple meetings. You know, I mean, look how fun they are, look how entertaining they are. I mean, why would you need compensation for this? You know, and I've never received, I've been on council since 2019, I've never taken a dime in compensation, I never would. I would never want my neighbor's tax dollars when there's so many better things they can be used for, whether it's one of these youth groups, or whether it's replacing some street signs, or paving a road, or filling some potholes, or even something for the fire services. There's no need, to my knowledge, the school board members aren't compensated. There's no need, just because you're allowed to be compensated under the township code, doesn't mean you have to take the money. And I'm a perfect example of that. I've never taken the money, and no one's it's never been a problem. And I just don't think, I know, you know, Priscilla with their disability, Laura Ray, I'm not sure any of these three work. They don't seem to work. But you know, this are taxpayer dollars, and there's no need for council members to be put it in their pocket when there's other things they can do. It's only $3,000, $3,200, and do the right thing. Don't take your neighbor's tax dollars and put them in your pocket. Ms. Ray already took $200,000 taxpayer dollars and put it in her pocket. But do the right thing. Support this motion, and just forego for 1 year. You can always revisit it next year if you really think it's appropriate. But you know, according to Lynn Hill, we're in dire straits. We're in dire straits. We got to cut 4 police officers, so they're going to compensate themselves this year and try and cut 4 police officers on Lynn Hill's recommendation. That so-called expert on public safety that can't even show up for the meeting tonight. That's my motion, and it's been seconded.
Right, and we are in discussion from Jason and Tom, and my turn to discuss, and I'm sorry, I'm not in favor of it. Victoria?
I think it's an
Of course
individual
not.
choice.
Take more money.
It's an individual choice to take.
I said I think it's an individual choice, and it should remain that way.
Right. Laura?
Yeah, this is pretty ridiculous. Note that you never brought this up in any prior council years that you were on to anybody else.
we made a motion on that.
What's wrong about that?
We just always voted against it.
In 2019, 2020,
Right, and I'll
we did the
against
same
it as
motion.
well.
And it was an individual thing, and it should be anonymous. So, okay,
Anonymous. So we should
I'd
hide
like
spending?
to speak
Actually, you're not
on this.
We
embarrassed.
should hide spending?
Would
The public?
anybody in the audience like to speak on this?
Yeah. Mr. Bowman?
Okay.
How about the council pay all these people who are called citizens who get their taxes paid on time, just like clockwork? Maybe you ought to pay us for sitting here watching what goes on here and trying to keep track of the money that seems to be going out the door for ridiculous things, okay? So when I hear Mr. Carochi say he's not given any, taken any pay, gee, I thought for sure somebody like Laura Ray, who's got hundreds of thousands of dollars from the township, and of course Victoria, she's a high-class attorney here. I mean, why would they ever need anything? They should be doing this gratis. I sure as heck am doing it gratis. I'm not running for anything. I'm not making any money. I don't have any supporters or anything else. I'm here to make sure that things are honest, and I'm finding it very difficult sometimes with what goes on. So you can tell I'm not, I certainly am would like to say I hope you three pass this motion and take that money and return it to the town, because this is civic. But it sounds like maybe it's more like a power play and money play than civic. And that's really sad. So that's the, my opinion, and I'm here every meeting, as you well know. And yeah, I do get hate mail, if anybody wants to know. And I know who it comes from.
You want to put it in their pocket.
Anybody else in the audience like to speak?
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I would just say that I would rather see people in our government that have, that come in from the outside, from private industry, that may already, I don't know, have income from somewhere else, instead of taking the tax dollars to be on council. Again, you know I'm against activism in the government. I also like to make a point too, and also say that even though people in the audience like to say negative things about Jason and Tom for not being here sometimes, you know, the fact of the matter is that they have jobs. And I'll be honest, if I was on council, I'm not sure I can make every meeting either. It's just one of those things. If you have a job, I would prefer that the council members have jobs, because then they could bring in outside experience. I know we're gonna get a chance to speak on this later, maybe in a few weeks, but I would like to not hear that we're gonna maybe cut the police force. I don't want to hear that at all. We cannot do that. I would actually be in support of helping fund students in our local school here in Lower Saucon who want to take music and who need instruments, because I actually am supporting, I support instrument playing by students. I think it helps their intellect. I think it helps a lot. I like classical music, and I think it's a good idea. So I would not be opposed to that, but I would be opposed to cutting the police force. So let's not do that. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Okay, Kathy, roll call.
Ms. Cordero?
No.
Mr. Carucci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
No.
Ms. DeLeon?
No.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Motion fails 2-3.
Line in their pockets, line in their pockets.
Cut the police.
Yep, cut the police and line their pockets.
In the executive budget, obviously salary compensation for existing staff is at the 2024 rate. That will be addressed at a later date. And the manager's compensation, I went on the higher end, depending on who you hire. So that will depend on whatever agreement you have with them. The MMO and the pension fees.
Kathy, I'm gonna make a motion there on the manager compensation. I think that number should decrease to $200,000.
I'll second
Clearly,
that.
nobody wants to work for these three fools. They're incompetent, they're corrupt, they're just abrasive people, they're do nothing in their lives. I can't imagine that anybody other than you, Kathy, would want to be the township manager here. And that's not a disparaging comment toward you. It's just a reflection of how bad things are. And I think for us to really get somebody who has talent, I think it's going to be a lot more money than the $155,000 that was being thrown about. And I would just remind everybody that our last full-time township manager, Mark Hudson, was, I think his compensation was about $130,000. And he did a great job, but he saw the writing on the wall. He knew that it was going to be a disaster. Credit to him for finding greener pastures. But I don't think anybody with any sense of decency and competency is going to come to certainly not for $130,000, obviously not $155,000, because there was an offer that was made and turned down by the guy from Stroudsburg, Reese Stroudsburg, and then they ultimately hired somebody part-time, $155,000 a year, and he lasted 2 days, and he was from Delaware. So I just don't imagine it's going to get anybody decent. I think that number has to be much higher than what's being proposed to have any shot at getting anybody.
Yeah. That way, I mean, the first guy was the guy, he actually worked in New Jersey. They thought he worked in East Stroudsburg.
No, he was from East Stroudsburg, get his
and then-
story straight.
And then, but they offered him $100. But I mean, you know, everybody knows my feeling. I think, you know, Kathy should be our township manager. I wouldn't trust anybody that they would hire, because the person would be either corrupt, they'll hire somebody who's either corrupt or corruptible, by them. And, so, you know, I don't know if I'm for raising, so I'm afraid they would get someone in here that's corruptible, at that salary. But I'll second it, and we'll have a vote.
Okay, so I said there's a motion on the floor.
And I second.
And discussion, Jason? I guess not.
I said my piece on this.
Tom?
You know, nobody wants to work here.
Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about this. Part of me feels like to get somebody, I feel like we have somebody qualified, and it's Kathy. And I don't know why, and we're really not out there looking. I don't know, they paid a firm like $20,000 or $10,000. What did you pay that firm? $15,000 to provide all these candidates, and they said they got 13 resumes. We never saw the 13 resumes. Then they said there were 3 candidates. I guess I talked with one of them. We never talked to the guy that they hired and never took the job. It was a tough time tracking him down between New Jersey and Pennsylvania. I didn't know where the hell it was. You know, you know, if we raise it to 200,000, you know, they'll get all kinds of resumes in the door, you know, and they just want a political act. So, you know, I don't know how I feel about it, but I think we should vote. I think we should vote. That's why I seconded the motion.
Okay, so it's my turn next, and I really have no comment on this. I'll vote when the vote is called. Victoria?
I think that the amount placed in the budget is appropriate. I don't think it's good to telegraph what you're willing to pay for anybody. It's all, we've always done it commensurate with their experience, and each individual that applies with whatever background they have.
It's worked out.
Compensation is worked out on an individual basis.
We don't have a manager, it's worked out.
So I think it's just fine the way that it's put in here as it stands. And if there's a necessary need, it can be adjusted when the time comes.
Exactly. Laura?
Right. It's not appropriate to change it, and I don't see that we should be doing a motion on every single line item in this budget. We're just having discussion to provide general direction to Kathy. So,
True.
Right, but how does she know the general direction if?
by just discussion, we don't have to do a motion on every line item in the budget.
We're not.
You've never.
We're not, we've done 2. We've done 2 line items in the budget.
Okay, we're on page 1, and how many?
No, we're on
pages
page
to
8.
go?
The page 8 is on my screen.
Well, for the general fund expenses,
Page 8 is on my
first
screen. I
page.
don't know if on your screen.
Okay, so, public, anybody like to comment on this item, please come to the podium.
By the way, Kathy, next time, maybe you could put page numbers on these, and it is page 8, because I had to go number. Anyhow, yeah, I don't know why we're sitting here fiddling around. It's coming up on 11 months now, and we still don't have a manager, and yet we do have a manager right here, okay? And what Laura Ray says, well, it's not appropriate to do this and all that. No, you know, a winner finds a way, a loser makes excuses, and all you hear is endless excuses. Let's find a way. It's sitting right here in front of us. She does it all. Bite the bullet and go for it, because she does it, she knows it, she teaches it, and we hear it every meeting. If you popped her out of here right now, we'd all found her, because obviously we would found her, period.
She's uncorruptible, and that's what they don't like. They want someone they can corrupt.
Honest, straightforward, uncorruptible. Look at these reports. Every item has got a description of what goes on. I've read this other document that is part of this parcel here, which is an absolute disgrace. And I hope you people aren't gonna shove this under the table, so we get a comment to talk about the controller's thoughts.
Okay, anybody else like to talk? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Croce,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
No.
Ms. DeLeon,
No.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero.
No.
Motion passed 2 to 3.
And back to the executive.
And I will modify the budget with the insurance premiums in full disclosure. We received our premium increase for our health insurance and it's at 19.6%.
Which line item is that?
Well, it's in every department under benefits, which is 01, 401, 150. That line item includes all the benefits for the employees that are in the administrative department, whether they're family coverage, single coverage, whatever their life insurance premiums are. If it's all, I think the managers is set at 100,000 salary. Other staff is 50,000. Short-term disability insurance, dental, vision, all of that's inclusive in that.
It went up 19, what? What was the percentage?
19.6 for medical,
0.6.
which was the most.
So are you saying, is the amount on this page incorrect?
I will need to modify that based on.
126, because when I calculated that, I came up with that's a 48% increase, and that's why I was
I'm
trying to figure
assuming,
out the
well,
percent.
my assumption is that whoever takes the manager position might take family coverage. I'd rather be on the high end than on the low end. Mr. Hudson opted not to take medical, and he took a payment instead. That's why there was such a difference, which could be in the negotiation for whoever takes the position for the manager under your contract agreement. That is the difference between what we paid and what I'm presenting.
Yep.
Other items in this are MMO, which we discussed in September. That's a portion that's attributed based on payroll. The newsletter expense, which we are always working on. Advertising and printing and your codification updates. Funding for any community events that council wishes to participate in. Any contracted services. And
Can I ask you a question?
and minor purchases. Sure.
Can I ask you a question? How many, on like, we were like constant contact with some of those, how many email addresses do we have for township residents?
I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't.
Is there any way to, we have a lot of environmentalists here, is there any way to just have an electronic newsletter that goes out 3 or 4 times a year? Meaning it's emailed, it's not mailed.
There are townships that do that.
Yes.
Absolutely.
To me, I think it would be a lot less expensive, and if we have, I think a lot of times it gets lost in people's mails, and maybe it'll get lost in their email on that as well, but I mean, we're not gonna have if it's up to them, we're not gonna have a landfill for these people to throw all these newsletters in after they're done with it. That's gonna be a problem, because I don't wanna see newsletters littered all over the street. Roger's guys gotta pick them up. Gotta think ahead here, gotta get a couple steps ahead, ladies. So I'd like to make a proposal that we don't send out a printed newsletter. I know Priscilla likes to see her pictures and these things, but you can put a picture online and an online email to send it out too.
Obviously, we would,
touch it up
if
if
the
you want.
council was of the mind to have it in an electronic format, we would promote it every way possible.
Right. It could be on the, it could, one, you could email it to people. 2, it'd be on the township website, permanently and also previous ones. And I think we should do it electronically and cut that expense. I mean, there may be some expenses that we incur, but I doubt it's going to be $12,000. Because most of that's printing and postage, right?
Exactly.
What percentage of that do you think is printing and postage out of the 12,000? Like 90%, 80%?
100% of that's printing and postage.
Right, because, well, yeah, okay, right, because you're not counting like the township staff, that's just not in that 12,000.
That's part of the position of the receptionist, is to pull all the information together and put it out, and then
Well,
administratively, we look at it and then make changes and.
I make a motion that we go with electronic newsletters in 2025. 2025.
I think we should agree, Tom, just let's, we don't have the opposition to that.
I'll second the motion.
I don't, you know, the only other thing I would comment about it is that, there are, unfortunately, you know, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, there are, some people that don't, utilize email to get their information. I know we have senior citizens that don't like using that form to receive their, information, so I don't know if there's a way to accommodate that issue. I don't know how many members there are, so.
We could always just print it in-house. We do have a color copier. We can print it in-house, and if
Here's
someone
what you-
requests a copy, we
You
can mail it to them.
Right, exactly. So upon request, you could print out a colored copy of what the electronic newsletter looks like, and you can either mail it to them, or if they like to stop by the township and pick up their printed out newsletter, they can do that as well.
So we're all in agreement with that.
Yeah, and maybe one nice thing to do with it is to like just send a letter out to everybody to tell them we're transitioning from paper to electronic. We could do that easily as a piece of paper and mail them, we'll have the mailing expense for it, but I think it would put them on notice then that they would have the opportunity to get a printed copy if they contacted the township, and that they can give them a reminder to register their email so that they can receive the electronic copy when it's ready. I would add that to
Actually,
as a request.
Administratively, this is probably a good way to get more people on constant contact and promote the Nixle alerts, and we can get more addresses and more phone numbers in these databases so that in an emergency response, we would have more of an opportunity to let people know.
Good idea.
Thank you. Those are my ideas.
So we're gonna try to move to electronic, but notify the residents beforehand via letter and promote electronic.
Well,
contact.
are we sending out one more newsletter this year?
We're trying, it'll probably be January.
All right, then why can't we just put it in that? By the way, this will be our last one by mail, so we don't have to have a separate mailing. This is the last one by mail. If you want a printed version, you come to the township, you're in by email. If you want to email, you know, send your email to the township if you want it. And then you can even put like we did with you know, the library, if people come in and they get it, like, so if there's 10 people in a township that want to mail to them every time it comes out, just keep them on the list to mail to those 10.
We can do that.
I think that's a great idea.
There's a motion and a second.
I think, are you withdrawing your motion, Tom?
Did we formally make a motion on that?
Can we just agree that that's what we're doing?
I thought we
Whatever you want to do.
What?
I wait instructions from Priscilla, you know, she runs the show.
I think, if I can speak, I think what is happening is you have your direction, I think it's a consensus, I don't think we need a motion, we can just revise. Does that work for you, Mr. Croce?
Yes.
Okay, Kathy, go ahead.
Finance department, salary employee, which is myself, is at the 2024 rate. And the two items that I want to bring to your attention here that have inflated is one, our auditing service. Our auditors have, the firm has been bought by another entity, and they've advised me that over the years they've not been charging us based on the full hours that have been worked in compiling our audit. I kind of saw this coming, and in many ways, because the more bank accounts we open, the more investments we have, the more escrows that we do to save money in one capacity in engineering, it's going to cost us a little bit more in the auditing process. So it's kind of the nature of trying to balance things out.
Does it make any sense to put the auditing contract out for bid?
We can RFP.
I think I talk to you about this, but I also, I think I understand that you said that this year would not be advisable, but I'm definitely in favor of RFP.
You can RFP whenever you want, that's fine. I would leave that amount in there, because I don't know what I'm gonna get.
Right.
And it will delay the auditing review. So if we're getting a whole new firm in here, it's gonna take them longer to build the database and so
So you're saying the first couple years might be more expensive than later on?
Well, we
I
certainly
didn't
don't want
say
to do
that, I'm
that
saying
because of all
when
the
we get the
shenanigans that are
information
taking place.
provided. I'm sorry?
Yeah, because we certainly don't want to delay the audit because of all the shenanigans that are taking place. These secret meetings, these votes, taking action without legal authority, the incompetent dribble that we got from Lynn Hill, which I'm going to talk about when I have a moment. But, I don't think there's ever been a more important time to have accurate and competent auditing.
Now, when would be a good time to do it? Like in 20, okay, so this is for 2025, but I mean, if we RFP'd it in like, I don't know,
If we
June, May or
RFP
June.
next year for 2020,
Six.
2025 audit, for them to do the 2025 audit in 2026.
Right.
That would,
When,
you would be, I could RFP that right away. And if you appoint that person at that time, that would give them enough time to create a file on us so that they can understand what our accounting system is, they can do all the,
So why don't we do that?
prepared for the,
why don't we do that for 2025?
Certainly.
And just leave this, we're gonna change the budget amount, but I wanna formally give Kathy direction.
I'll go for it.
So I don't know if you need a motion, you want a motion, you don't want a
I
motion?
think we're in consensus, Laura.
That's fine,
Jason?
definitely RFP for.
I hear Jason. Jason?
Yes.
So, did you hear the,
Yeah, the auditing proposal is to budget what Kathy's recommending so that at least at the ceiling for the current auditor and the RFP and look to make a change perhaps for 2026.
right, for the 2025 audit in 2026. So it is for next year's
so we'll
audit.
get an amount, we'll have somebody ready on board by what you decide, whoever it is, and I'll bring an RFP back to you to review and approve for me to send out.
All right.
The other item in here that is higher than normal is our finance IT. Amongst other things going on in the finance world, our finance software company has been bought out by another entity, and I'm at this point recommending going with that entity, and only because other people that I know that use Freedom Systems have been able to review it too, and they're all going with it, and it's basically the cheapest option to go with it, because getting a new accounting software in here can cost between $70,000 to $80,000. So, this company that bought it out, they have all of our information, they would import into their new system, and hopefully, this new accounting software I'll be able to generate better reporting and cleaner documents for you.
Sounds good.
Tax collection, that is our earned income tax TCCP. I haven't gotten a copy of what we're to pay this year, but that's handled by Northampton County, and we're just a member. Legal services, I'm putting an amount in there because I don't know, again, legal has always been an up and down, and lately up for us.
Yeah.
So I want to make sure that we have sufficient funding to cover legal work.
Weren't we sued for 1.5 million? 1.2 or 1.5 million?
There is a case with that number, yes.
So are you budgeting for that?
That would, if it pans out, that would end up coming out of our reserves, I would imagine.
You want to budget any money for it?
For representation, it would
No.
come out.
No, for the settlement or judgment.
No.
Just so I'm clear, does that legal services account for any fluctuation? Because I don't know what that will be for next year, so you're saying it does?
I haven't gotten a rate fee from Mr. Gadusian yet, but I would estimate that we should keep it somewhat high. If we budget low, if we come in low, that's great. Believe me, I try to avoid calling our engineer and our solicitor. They both have enough on their plate. They don't need calls from me all the time, that's for sure. But I do think it's prudent to estimate on the high side for the time being, and when things settle, we can get to a baseline again.
Okay, thank you.
Data processing, we're keeping that the same. I am carrying over the $20,000 for the servers because they do need to be periodically replaced. IT, typically it's a 7-year replacement schedule. We replaced a server a couple of years ago. So we are due to replace one or two. So I think that's going to be a continuing motion so that we're replacing one or two. I think we have four servers? 5. We have 5 servers now, so we'll work on that for next year. Engineering, I did drop his general fees based on what I've experienced so far. Most of the work that Hanover is performing for us is more project related in our capital fund. I would anticipate that continuing for next year. And if there's more work needed by our engineer for day-to-day items, I'll bring that to your attention. But for now, I think the escrowing that we're doing is assisting in reducing the amount of expense that the township is paying for residential issues. So that system has is pretty good, and we got it down pat. And so sewage enforcement and grading, all of those expenses are addressed to the property owner that's affected, other than specific issues that might warrant the engineer to be working on behalf of the township. Buildings and grounds, the larger items here, I budgeted for, obviously our building infrastructure is now getting older. Things are going to be needing to be repaired here and there, which will be explained later in the public works budget as well. The other item specifically is in the communication expense. Our phone system is now obsolete. We're requesting council to consider going to a internet-based service that would not necessarily require a hard phone. Obviously, some of the phones would need to be hardwired, such as the phone in the council room in the back, and maybe the receptionist and some other phones. But the majority, I think we could actually get rid of the actual hard phone component and have an app on our desktops that we can answer the phone through that. It's expensive, it's a little bit more expensive, but in the end, we're removing our monthly phone bill that we get, which is like around $400 a month, and it would end up removing the maintenance agreement that we have for our phone system, which was about $3,000 a year. So Roger can talk to you more about that if you want to discuss that a little bit more. It's going to be about, I think it was about $12,000 a year. It's $15 a month for the connection for the if you opt for the computer internet, and if you have a hard line phone, that's $25 a month.
Kathy,
And
the
that's
phone
inclusive.
numbers remain, and extensions remain the same?
Excuse me?
Sure, we talked about the phone system, right?
Correct.
So my question is, would the phone numbers and extensions remain the same for the township offices? And I ask only because we have letterhead, the website, you know,
Yes.
people know what the township number is, and they have it like on a speed dial.
No, all the phone numbers will remain the same.
Okay.
Do you, I just have a question, did you look into like reliability of the internet, phone program, like, do we have some, I just get concerned because I know a lot of times we have like power outages or different things that happen and people's Wi-Fi and all that internet stuff goes out first thing, so I would hate to have that situation.
You know, there's always a potential for
There's
any
911.
wire to go down, of course, but we do have cellular backup on a lot of it, and what we currently have is a premise-based system, so it sits in a data closet over there. If that goes down today, it's down today. And that's that. It doesn't matter if you have power or don't have power, it's down, it's gone, it's could be totally wiped. A hostess service, the nicest thing about that is it's a once and done. So you might need to replace an individual phone or a headset or something like that going down the road as needed, but you'll never have to replace the entire system because it isn't here.
And just so I understand, our current cost, you said it's $400, $300 a month?
It's our local long distance is runs around $400 a month. The maintenance agreement for our existing phone system is around $3,000 a year. And then for any IT, for them to come out and make repairs and stuff, it's obviously like $120 per hour.
Okay.
So at the end of the day, I think between the two, it was gonna cost us I think it was around $4,000, I think.
Some of which is the one-time equipment and then ongoing as replacement.
So we're not gonna have to constantly replace phone systems as they break or become obsolete anymore, especially if we're going with the app on the computer.
And just remind me, what's the total cost that's costing us right now to do that? Sorry, I lost the line item on the.
The phone system for, I believe it was $12,000 for the, it was $12,000 a year. So, and then we were paying, right now we're paying $4,000 a month, or $400 a month for the phone service. And
Yeah, I just did, so it looked like if I added that monthly fee plus the other fee per year, then
that would go away.
$7,800 versus $12,000, but then you don't have to deal with the hardware any longer moving forward to replace and stuff, so I'm okay with that.
It's more expensive for sure, but it's probably going to be, in the long term, we're not going to be facing another $16,000 to $20,000 phone replacement system.
Okay. Thank you. That's fine.
Also in the capital outlay, which we have discussed, and it's been brought up at safety committee meeting for a parking facility out by the side. We would actually like to do a little bit more planning on it, so we can remove that for the time being. There's a little bit more logistics and some planning we would rather do before actually committing to it. So that we can remove.
Okay.
It's under 4,9,800.
Okay.
Police department.
Can I
Oh, sure.
in this section here, since it has all the heating, oil, electric, all those things, So at one of the sessions that I attended at the EAC conference, one of the townships, they went through a whole process of doing benchmark studies they started with to see how their costs for running their buildings, their utilities, matched up against other comparable buildings. And then when they saw that they were kind of doing pretty poorly, they moved forward then and did some energy audits and control audits, and then they were able to, you know, make adjustments to how they operate their system and what they use, and save themselves an awful lot of money. So I do not have a price on what a starting benchmark study would be. But
We did do an energy audit back in, I think, 2010, 2011.
And we have implemented some of it, and some of which is ongoing. We're still not complete with the conversion all to LED lights. I still have, I don't know, it's crazy to even think of how many light bulbs are in this building. But we replaced over 1,200 bulbs, and we still have like 400 to go, a lot of which are in here. So we're working on it. The other thing that I would highly recommend when it comes time to replacing our HVAC systems, to seriously considering going to gas. We have a natural gas main in the street, not far away, and we're electric, and that is just
You've been saying
silly.
that for a while.
It's silly.
Yeah.
You could, a considerable savings there, but
I'm gonna have to frack for that, I don't know if this crowd's up for it.
the
Right,
benchmark
baby?
study that was done 15 years ago almost, maybe it would be worthwhile to relook at, because, you know, technologies have changed a lot, and, you know, maybe there's new ideas to consider.
Sure, we can look into that.
All right, I can definitely.
Yeah, I think the benchmark study is a really good idea. I would propose that all council members forego their salary and use their salaries, their township salaries, to pay for the benchmark study. It reinvest that money into the township efficiencies, try to save money in the long term.
Good.
I don't know if it's appropriate here, but I thought it would be interesting to also look at, since we're talking about the energy savings, looking at what kind of grants and the cost would be to add like solar panels to our public works buildings and any kind of facility that we have to try to look at the energy savings, but that might go right into, I mean, right now I think there's a lot of grants that were driven from the federal government on down to support municipalities in doing energy efficient projects, and I think that's one of them. The Planning Commission has highlighted right now, so I want to try to take advantage of those current grants that are out there, so we could look for that too.
Let's look for electric snow plows, so we lose electricity in the snowstorm, we can't plow the streets.
And come up with a plan.
Yeah, and like I'm pretty sure there's good grants out there right now, so it'd be the time to do it.
30% tax credit on solar for, even for municipalities, so.
Police department's budget, the chief is here to explain some of that. Just to highlight on some of the items that are new, our chief is recommending hiring another investigator to his staff. This is inclusive of that. That would have been under the full-time compensation. The other items in here that he is looking for, one is a subscription to FRCC, which is a benefit for the police officers for dealing with any of their emotional issues related to their work. And the chief can explain some of that. And also in here, that would be new, is the first payment of 5 for our tasers. They're very expensive now, It was over $100,000 for an outright purchase. The lease agreement would be $21,200 a year. I think we also got an email from the vendor that if we don't lock in soon, next year's prices are going up 6%. So he can discuss that as well. The other item in here also is the replacement of their weapons. That is, in firearms in 410-242. He wants to replace all of his full service weapons. And in 410-700, it would be another LPR system, which of course I'll be filing for a grant for that in hopes to receive it under the Northampton County Emergency Services Grant. And the other item under 410-800 is some funding for fixing the fence out by the carport area. So those are the items that the chief is requesting outside of his normal general operating budget. Do you have any questions on any of those? Chief is here to answer any of those.
Yeah, I was hopeful to hear from the chief. I was hopeful he put something together to discuss some of the requests related to the request for the additional investigator. If you could, I don't know if you have anything.
I did. So first of all, I just want to address some of the information that was put forth to council and out on the internet before the meeting here. So it's stated in there about our crimes are down and it's low crime. First of all, the information that was posted for the uniform crime reporting does not show the complete picture. Uniform crime reporting comes in two parts. There are Part 1 offenses, which are serious crimes. There are Part 2 offenses, which are less serious. The only thing that's listed in there are the most serious, the Part 1 offenses. And I think, first of all, we should all be proud and ecstatic that those Part 1 offenses are low. And that's a tribute to the residents of this township, the police officers of the department, and the ongoing support from council, and what we do on a daily basis. So the Part 2 offenses, let me go back. Part 1 offenses, when I say serious crimes, are criminal homicide, forcible rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglaries, larceny or theft, motor vehicle theft, and arson. Obviously serious crimes. The Part 2 offense are other assaults, forgery, counterfeiting, fraud, embezzlement, stolen property, receiving, buying, and possessing, vandalism or criminal mischief, weapons violations, carrying or possessing, prostitution or commercialized vice, sex offenses, drug abuse violations, gambling, offenses against family and children, DUI, liquor law violations, drunkenness, disorderly conduct, vagrancy, and all other offenses listed under the UCR reporting, curfew and loitering laws, bless you, under 18 years of age, runaways under 18 years of age. So that gives you a good description of what the real crime is, okay? And I'll give you a definition of Part 1. Those occur regularly and are likely to report it to police. The FBI collects data on Part 1 offenses to measure the scope and level of crime across the country. We report that on a monthly basis to the FBI. Lieutenant Leidy does that as part of his duties. Part 2 offenses are less serious crimes for which only arrest data is collected. We have to do that on a monthly basis. So the request to add a detective isn't just because our Part 1 offenses are low.
The request to add a detective is to assist with not just specifically fraud and identity theft crimes, which have nearly doubled since 2019. 2019, we had 27. As of this date, or yesterday, we had 48. But other investigations such as children and youth referrals, which have drastically increased since 2019. 2019, we had 3. 2024, as of yesterday, we have 22. It will allow the department to categorize crimes and assign detectives to focus on specific investigations. Right now, we have one detective, Detective Sergeant Mark. He takes all of the investigations that are assigned to him by myself and Lieutenant Lighty, or takes over for the full-time officers, such as burglaries, the child crimes, threat investigations, things that are long-term. And the investigations today, with the increase in technology, we all know comes more complex, time-consuming investigations, such as drafting legal process, including search warrants, court orders to gather digital evidence on smart devices, phones, social media, and text messages. That is the name of the game today. That's how these crimes are done. Everybody knows the computer crimes, when you get the guy from Microsoft, you get the fraud for the grandmother, grandfather, fraud deals, you get your uncle's got a warrant out of, and we get them all the time. Those take time. You gotta track the phones, you gotta go down to the courthouse, get court orders. So with financial and fraud investigations, often suspects are out of the state or country. What we're doing right now is triaging them. We're trying to take the best shot at what we can. In my eyes, we're not doing what I would expect. We're doing the best we can because we're triaging. We can't spend the time to go through and specialize in investigations to do that. We have to draft and obtain the search warrants, bank records, surveillance records from cameras and surveillance cameras, phone records, email accounts, social media. It's an extensive review and documentation of those records. Plus, we have to coordinate assistance from other law enforcement agencies if the suspect resides outside of the area. That's just financial and fraud, includes embezzlement and all of that. And you heard me say, they've doubled since 2019. Child abuse investigations, we have to coordinate the interviews with children and youth caseworkers at the Child Advocacy Center, coordinate and conduct interviews of suspects, sometimes travel to present cases to medical review boards in Harrisburg. Time consuming. School threat or threat investigations. The same thing, drafting and obtaining search warrants and court orders, cell phone, social media. Last year or the year before, we had a gentleman who did it from North Carolina. That was time consuming. We ended up having to spend money to get the guy up here once we eventually caught him. Then we have to go through the arraignment process and all of that. Suspicious death and drug delivery resulting in death investigations. High priority. We work with the coroner's office, the district attorney's office. We have to process these scenes. Attend the autopsies if necessary. Transport evidence to and from the labs, including cell phones and digital, and an extensive review of phone content and subsequent documentation and report. So just that for an example, in that type of investigation, we may seize 1 or 2 phones. If people think information is not on those phones, there's stacks of paper that we have to go through. 1 investigator. Burglary investigations. Respond to process crime scenes. Prep evidence to go to the crime lab. Draft and obtain search warrants and court orders for cell phone data. Do triangulation on cell phone towers. Review substantial data upon receipt of the legal process. Once again, good old cell phones we use every day. Then we have to check with pawn shops and search of the stolen property. So that just, right there is what, 5 investigations I named out of all those ones I listed before. And we have them here. I mean, we're not exempt from crime in Lower Saucon. So the detective, in addition to what I just said, He fills the role of an evidence and property custodian. He's responsible for maintaining chain of custody, transporting and picking up evidence to and from crime labs, an annual evidence purge, which we have to do every year. He supervises crime scenes, incident reports involving crime, assists patrol officers with drafting legal process, follow-up and interviews with suspects, victims, including out-of-county prisons. Yes, we have patrol officers. Yes, they know how to do that, but they're not available all the time, and they can't stick with it all the time. So those major crimes go to a detective. Keeps victims informed of case status. Assist with serving arrest warrants and transporting prisoners, including out of state. Assist outside law enforcement agencies, included but not limited to drug, child porn, and sex investigations. So just because we're Lower Saucon, we still assist outside agencies, just like we go to them to assist us. Attends regular crime meetings in the Lehigh Valley to share information regarding crime trends. Very important part of the job. Department services such as drug take-back receptacle, scheduled fingerprinting. We do fingerprinting for township residents. They have to schedule. He's responsible for all that. Missing person or runaway investigations. Very complex investigations. To try and find them, we have to stay on top of it. On top of that is the extensive documentation and all the police incident reports. And then he attends various training courses to obviously expand his knowledge and career development to stay up to date. And he assists with high priority calls for service when needed if available during the day. So we have one detective to do all that, okay? And we need, my request is to add another one. We have a detective sergeant right now. He would be the supervisor to that detective, and we can split it off, specialize some of our investigations, focus and spend more time on major investigations. It's not, don't misunderstand me that we're putting stuff aside, not invest, but we triage and we put high priority stuff and then we go to the other stuff. So stuff gets set back. So that in itself is for my request for the detective. If there's any other questions, I'll try and answer the best I can.
Well, I mean, thank you for those statistics. I'm perplexed. Lynn Hill is truly, I mean, my power rankings of like the most ignorant people in the township were like Kathy Pitcher-McGovern, and then Russ Sutton, and then Lynn Hill. But Lynn Hill has gone to the top of the power rankings as the most ignorant person in this township. She writes in this thing twice, especially here, where Lower Saucon Township, where crime is low, because there's not murders or rapes. But crime is not low. And we do need our officers, and we do need an investigator, an additional investigator. You know, and we have to give our law enforcement the resources they need, whether it's tasers or new guns, or the counseling. And for her to write this is just an insult to every officer we have and to our police department in general. What she's written is offensive. And then she doesn't even have the courage to come here and defend what she's written. It's really disgraceful, truly disgraceful.
I would just add, I do have a list here and I forgot to mention it. So as I stated, we have one detective. Bethlehem Township has 4 detectives. Easton City, they have a lieutenant in charge, 2 inspectors, and 8 detectives. So that's a total of 11. Palmer Township, they have 6. Upper Saucon, very compatible to Lower Saucon, 3 detectives. Salisbury Township, 2 detectives. And if I would add, Upper Saucon has 3 detectives, but when their school resource officers aren't in school, they get pulled in to assist with investigations.
So in the summer,
Correct.
Yeah.
So I don't think my request is that far-fetched to add a detective to assist our township with clearance rates of crimes within the township. and take on the additional responsibility.
I agree, and I think it's ludicrous what was written here by Ms. Hill. Disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful.
I'd just like to comment on that quickly. So, unlike Tom, I operate on the premise that Lynn Hill is totally incompetent, unqualified, dishonest, and a partisan mouthpiece. In this memo that she provided, whatever you want to call it, she's engaging in policy and opinions that have absolutely no foundation in facts. And for her to put this out and suggest that there's some air of legitimacy to it is utterly absurd. I'll just point back to about a year ago. Chief, you remember this very vividly, I'm sure. The township, not just Lower Saucon Township, but Upper Saucon Township and Williams and other places, they were experiencing a rash of break-ins around the holidays. And, a lot of efforts were thrown at it by our police department and surrounding, as well as the state police, to try to stop this. And we as a council, when Mark Ingalls and Sandy Yerker were on council, Tom and I voted overwhelmingly to increase the police department by 4 officers. And there was a number of reasons to do that. One was to provide additional manpower so that there's more patrolling out there. Instead of having 2 officers, there would be 3 on to get in given time, essentially increasing manpower by 50%. And that had, I think, a significant deterrent effect, but it also, I think, had a morale effect for the department. The officers that were burdened to work a lot of overtime because of different issues now did not have the same level of demand that was placed upon them. And you look at what police officers do day in and day out. The Democrats vilify the police. They want you to forget a few years ago it was all about defund the police, and Priscilla herself is a Black Lives Matter rally in Ellis County. We know that that's an anti-police organization, publicly stated on their website that that's what it is. And to have Lynn Hill say we should cut the police budget and, to offer these fraudulent statistics. When I say fraudulent, because she's not telling the whole story, she's giving you the part 1. But to your point, part 2 is really what's significant here is these cyber crimes and other things that really require detailed investigation. And look, our police officers are out there and they want to arrest the bad guys and lock them up and have them locked up. Through the proper judicial process, everybody's innocent till proven guilty. But at the same time, they want to do a thorough investigation. And to think that, I'm not suggesting this is happening, but it could happen, is that there's not enough resource that's devoted to these police investigations that, a bad guy could get off because an I wasn't dotted or a T wasn't crossed. I share Tom's indignation, and I would go as far as to say absolute outrage, because she is a totally incompetent, unqualified, and disastrous person to make these suggestions. We're talking about tasers, right? So the cost of this spread out over 5 years is what, $21,000 a year. These are the same people that will cry hysteria and want to lynch a police officer without any due process because they, regrettably have to make a split-second decision to use lethal force on somebody. Taser is not lethal force, right? So you would think that they would be encouraging the use of tasers by funding the use of tasers. But no, they want to take tasers away from you, or at least Lynn Hill wants to take the tasers away and have you use a weapon that is, highly lethal, and then they want to vilify you when you're forced to use it because you have to make a choice between that person or the officer's life itself. And, credit to the officers, they should go home every day and live with their families and be able to go home safely at the end of the day. And, you're talking about the police pistols and, red dot sight. Red dot sight is a tremendous tool because it allows faster acquisition of the target. By having faster acquisition of the target, you're potentially reducing the loss of life or serious injury to individuals, including our officers. And getting back on the taser thing, the liability to the township would be reduced by paying for these things. To reduce the amount of lethal force that's needed is a great thing to have. I think it makes total sense to have a second detective. When you compare our township size and the nature of the crimes, I think it's imperative that we have a second detective at a minimum. Just like I said earlier, Chief, I don't know if you were there when we came out of executive session, we were talking about salary. Same thing with you. You do a tremendous job of running the township's police department. It's really, very well run. And yeah, these ladies can't take any credit for that. That's entirely you. And now what they want to do is they want to screw with that too and make that a mess like everything else that they've made a mess. So I hope, that they recognize the need in this budget to compensate you more for the hard work that you do. You do a tremendous job. You're an asset to the community. You're committed to it. And I think they also need to recognize the need for second detectives so that investigations can take place properly and the bad guys can get locked up and to keep our community safe. And it suggests we should cut our police force after we just increased our police force with great results. I mean, quantifiable results, both in terms of deterrent of crime as well as increased morale of the police officers that serve our community and keep us safe. I mean, no offense to Roger, I would rather be driving on dirt roads and knowing that some bandit isn't going to rob me. I think policing and public safety is the cornerstone of community. And without that, we don't have any community. And, I guess maybe that's the one. They want chaos. They show chaos. But I'm hoping that, taxpayers lean on these people and inform them that you damn well better not affect the police department and the public safety, and the fact we better fund them and provide what we need because we're living in dangerous times. And when the bad guy comes knocking in the middle of the night, what are you going to do? First thing you do is you call the police after you grab your gun if you have one. And if the police aren't there to respond, then you're in a lot of trouble.
I want to make a motion to approve the police budget as proposed. And the reason I want to make a motion, Jason, is so the public can comment. There are people here, I know you're not here, there are people here in the public that I think want to comment on this issue, and that's the only way Priscilla may let them comment on this issue now, as it's almost, it's after 11 o'clock, and they've been here all night to comment on this issue, which Priscilla conveniently put at the end of the agenda. I make a motion to approve the police budget as proposed by Chief Barn and Kathy Gorman. It's right here. Can you please second that?
I'll second that, but I want to make sure that I understand it correctly. So I don't know if what's built into these figures is what the chief was talking about in needs, and that is salary for a detective,
right.
Additional equipment, the funding for the mental health services thing.
Yeah.
My God, these guys are out there dealing with tragedy every day. They don't ask for it, and they're the ones that respond to all sorts of perils.
All right, then
and to not give them a couple $1,000s for that sort of mental health treatment is just ridiculous.
All right, then you want to amend the motion? Why don't you amend the motion?
With no check and balance whatsoever. Here's a check for nothing, and they're going to break stones over $6,000 for counseling services.
All right, why don't you amend the motion?
With the clarification as to what the budget, the proposed budget includes all these things, I'll second that. If the proposed budget does not include all these things, I would suggest that we amend the proposed budget by whatever number it is, $225,000 or whatever it is, to cover all these things, to make sure that our police department is properly staffed, continues to be properly staffed, and that they can do the job they need to do.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I'll second that motion. We want all those things in there as well. I just basically want the public to have a say, as it's 10 after 11, and a lot of these people came here tonight to speak on this issue. I want them to be able to go to the podium now, instead of waiting for these three to get their act together, and have a public comment now on the police budgeting issue exclusively.
I just want to, I know you have a motion on the floor, but I just want to also reiterate that the chief's compensation and the medical insurance would need to be adjusted. So it's, you're going to see changes above and beyond this.
Right, that's fine. That's fine. Again,
I just want to add a little point of clarification, and that is Lynn Hill is so dumb that she's proposing reevaluating the need for the canine unit. Now, we have a dog. We have an officer who's highly trained, a canine officer, with this dog. The dog that we got, and she's oblivious. Tom, you remember this when we were on council. This is a dog that fell into our laps. It was destined for the FBI, and the FBI decided not to take that dog because they didn't need it. And we ended up getting a superstar dog. And you think about the fentanyl crisis because of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's open border, and the perils that drugs have in our community. I mean, there's folks dying all the time from fentanyl overdose and everything else. And the bad guys know where there's a canine, where there's not, right? So to suggest that we get rid of a dog that we already have that was donated to the township. Okay, the dog was donated and paid for by an anonymous citizen because they recognize the importance of that. It's not a small investment. And the fact that we have an officer who's trained and takes care of this dog, and the cost of that is minimal for the benefit that it provides, truly shows how utterly stupid this person is. Utterly stupid. I agree with you. I mean, she is number one on the list of really, really stupid people that have no competency whatsoever. And she just go home and shut up.
She is the most ignorant person in the township by far. It's not even close. All right.
Yep.
Priscilla, I'd like public comment on it. I made a request, I made a motion, I'd like public comment.
We have a motion on the floor, and we're gonna start with Jason for public comment. Like we normally do.
We're still going through council right now, we're not doing.
What's that?
We're going through council comments and
Yeah,
questions.
Jason first.
Okay, because
Well, is it Jason comment or public comment? Which one?
No, well,
It's
are you
public
finished?
comment, motion.
Usually I do alphabetical, Jason, Tom, me, so.
Yeah, so here's my comment on it. I have nothing to add other than what I said, other than Lynn Hill is stupid. And if the three of you vote in accordance with what Lynn Hill's partisan idiocy is suggesting here, you are the most deplorable people in the world. And I hope that every member of this community that supports the police contacts you incessantly, over and over and over again, to point out to you how ignorant you have treated them and the public and the concerns about safety. It's that significant, and if you don't see it, then to hell with all of you.
Yeah, you're right. I think your political tool here, Lynn Hill, carrying your water for you here, it's disgraceful. The township, if any of these cuts go through, the township will be less safe, and less crime will be investigated, as Chief has said. And the canine dog's important in all of it. And that this is even a consideration with the financial situation we're in, which is a good situation. It's just absolutely disgraceful, and it's political by you people. You hate the police, and you've shown that over and over again. Priscilla voted against the police contract last time. She's voted against bonuses when we gave bonuses the past couple of years to our police and our employees, and that's who she is. But I would love to hear the public comment on these. I know it's getting late. Thank you all for sticking around for this comment.
Okay, I'm gonna pass, Victoria.
Yeah, thank you. I was just at the beginning of asking, so I appreciate Chief Martin providing a lot of that detail because it's not something that I received before. I was going through, I went through at least what was available for 2024 in our database of crimes. And I was looking at the fraud and the credit card ATM listings that we have here. So I understand, I think you said that, there was a figure from 2019, I went 20 something and
2019 to
today is like 40 something.
Yes.
Okay, so I also, and I appreciate you also provided the information about what the other municipalities, what levels of support that they have. I guess my biggest concern is just when we look at the per capita expense. When I'm looking at, and I can appreciate like Upper Saucon Township has more, but their per capita expense for police is, at least what's reported, is $204. If that's correct, that's correct. If it's not correct, I'll look at what's the corrected number. I just am looking at my biggest concern is the per capita expense, and I would like, if we only have one detective, I think it would be nice to have more than one detective, but we also did just hire 4 new officers, so I don't know if there's a potential to upgrade one of those officers to a detective, or if there's another officer in the department that would be at the level where they could move into that position. But
Let me explain that. So to do that, we're taking a patrol officer off the street, so we're losing a guy. We're not gaining nothing. So it's a moot point. I would not take a guy off of the street that we put on the street to protect the residents of this township to do detective work. We need to add another detective, and it would be through an internal process of promotion, just like we do for all the other supervisors. So we would do testing, interviews for that detective position, and then we would advertise the hire from the outside. We just had our detective go out for 2 months. And for the first time in my 34 years, we used a clause in our contract for temporary rank. And I requested to pay a patrol guy at temporary rank of a detective for approximately that 2 months to cover the detective's office while we were out, because we couldn't survive. Correct me if I'm wrong.
I'd also like to point out that there's one thing Victoria's failing to mention. These are 2022 per capita expenses. We're talking about a budget for 2025, and she's quoting 2022 numbers to you when she's talking about per capita. She failed to get that through. She tried to hide that
can I
fact.
finish?
She tried to hide that
There's
fact.
no hiding the fact. I'm looking
Of
at the
course,
same data
hiding the
everybody
fact.
else looks at. I can't imagine that the figures have gone down anywhere. I would assume that the percentages or differences between the different municipalities are probably similar, unless some department got rid of police officers, or they might have even added police officers since 2022, so I don't know. But
That's what I want. I want you to make a decision based upon assumptions. You don't know the information, and you're talking about cutting police officers and cutting funding and other stuff. Based upon assumptions. Brilliant.
My other, my other biggest concern, with the FRCC, I think that it's a wonderful program, but I also know that in our health, my understanding is our health policy also provides for counseling on an individual basis. I think that if there was an event that occurred within the township that impacted the police force, I would be happy to entertain a request for additional, services on an as needed basis. But I guess I would like to know if you can provide, like, what are the differences and what currently they get through their health program that they don't. And where I'm going with this is that it's a specialized additional health service, and it could certainly open up to all departments the need for an additional health service. And so I just want to understand what is the difference between what they currently have under their medical benefit that provides for a mental health service versus what this provides, if
Okay,
you
well,
can.
first of all, I'll clarify what was said in the letter that was sent out. It's not on-site spiritual counseling. Okay?
Talk about
This
assault.
is a first responder chaplaincy program that is being used across the Lehigh Valley, and I'll go into more details then. Palmer Township Fire Department, Police Department, Colonial Regional, Nazareth Fire Department, Lower Nazareth, Upper Nazareth, Forks Township, Bethlehem Township Police Department, Plainfield Fire Department, East Allen Fire Department, Williams Township, Wilsonboro Police and Fire, Nancy Run, the Pennsylvania State Police Troop M, which is Stroudsburg, Lehigh, and Fern Ridge, Kutztown Police Department, and Suburban EMS. So what this does is it provides a chaplaincy program to the officers of the department, including our cleric, Julie. They have regular visits to personnel on shift. They do ride-alongs as scheduled, availability to speak with personnel confidentially in one-on-one settings for personal or professional issues. They assist officers with death notifications as able. Actually, when I met with the Reverend when he was here, he was late because he went with another police department that I just mentioned to do a death notification to a family. visitation to personnel and families during illness as requested and able, on-site response to critical incidents as requested by command staff or the officer in charge. So if we have a major crime, he can come out and assist with the officers. 24/7 on-call support to critical incidents and personnel help. He is available for premarital counseling to his level, officiating weddings, and desired as able. Availability for scheduled in-service training and social events such as funerals and other events. Availability for support of immediate family members of the department personnel. Referral services for personnel seeking counseling beyond the scope of chaplaincy. Access to a members area forum, and identifying and training additional chaplains, possibly in the future for deployment in the police department in harmony with the staff. So my point is, yes, we have health insurance. Yes, we have a limited EAP, but that only goes to a certain point. This is going to be full force into the department, and we make as a township and as a council a significant investment in hiring, employing, training our police officers. We need to protect them because of the investment we do for their wellness. We maintain these buildings, we maintain vehicles, we maintain parks. Why don't we want to maintain our employees, which should be the important goal for every administrator, and it is of mine. This police department right now is the best it has been in my 34 years in Lower Saucon. And these two gentlemen here will vouch for it, and I can say no more. And it's not just me, it's because of them, and we're working and clicking together as a team, and we need to take care of them. We have a hard enough time hiring officers. We have a hard enough time retaining them. This is why we need to take care of our people.
No, I appreciate that.
Phil, sorry if I get into it, but I take all that very seriously.
We're not
Right,
finished up
she's still
here.
filibustering, right, she's still filibustering, so the public can't speak.
I think it's appropriate for everybody to hear what
Keep
Chief Hart
filibustering.
has to
Keep
say.
filibustering.
I don't think I spoke that much. I think it was
Keep
Chief Hart
filibustering.
providing the information that is necessary when we're considering such
Filibustering.
a big increase
Ask for
to
public
our
comment 25
personnel
minutes ago.
expenses. I don't know if we can look into the differences with the other departments that we noted with the per capita. That's the biggest thing I'm concerned about. I don't know if that's accurate. I would like to know if it's accurate, like if we have that. That would be a big question I have, because if I look at it, we should have more detectives, it sounds like, from what you're saying. Absolutely. I just don't know. I guess I question why our per capita is so much higher than everybody else. They offer the same.
How about you let the
thing.
public talk and maybe they'll tell
You know
you?
what, you're out of order.
Oh.
That's the biggest.
She's speaking, she has precedent.
She's been speaking
I
for
don't care.
40 minutes.
So
Keep
is everybody else.
Keep filibustering.
I-
Keep filibustering.
I
You're
think
giving
I
her
asked
3
important
minutes,
questions,
you've given her
so-
I'll get my
25.
3
Because
minutes,
there's
1 in the
no
morning.
limit on council.
You've given her 25, and then
One
you only give her.
in
I
the
think-
morning you'll get, right?
The only other questions we don't relate to those two items is just the tasers. Do we currently have tasers?
Correct.
Okay, and are they not, like, losing their warranty?
Our current tasers are out of warranty, they're outdated, and they're not covered by the manufacturer. We cannot get parts for them, we cannot get cartridges. Actually, the last time we had to get training cartridges, I reached out through the Chiefs Association to get them. And the biggest part about it is the company will not stand by us in the event of litigation, in the event of a use
For
of
the
force
tasers,
situation,
okay.
which there in itself,
Yeah.
I mean, the math speaks for itself.
And then with the firearms, can you just explain the need for
Our
that?
firearms are about 6 years old. We have open sights, and the request is to go to a red dot sight for better accuracy. It's got a higher capacity magazine. Our current guns, like I said, have open sights. The transition is a clear advantage to our officers for shooting accuracy and officer safety, as well as having more ammunition in a handgun. We did a demo day with our range officers and as many officers as could come, and They all requested I put it in the budget. I wasn't sold on it, I'll be honest with you, at first until I went to the range day, and it was a given to me. This would include all of our handguns, trading in these, and then the officers would be allowed to purchase the current weapons to use them as an off-duty gun, which is another clear and distinct advantage because they're familiar with the same handgun.
Okay, so there would be the current weapons that we have, we would be in a position at that point to sell them to our current officers, or how?
I'm sorry, they would either be sold to the current officers or traded in as an allotment, and that's included in what the budgeted price was. So we either trade them all in,
Okay,
all 22, or 16 officers buy them for the same price, and we trade in sets.
so when they get traded in, there's a decrease in the cost of the new ones
Absolutely.
because you're giving the old ones away.
Absolutely, and that price includes the holsters, flashlights, everything.
Okay.
Okay, Laura?
Sure, so this was great information. You're an excellent spokesman for your department.
Thank you.
We didn't have all this information, as you know, so everything you're telling us is new
Lynn Hill.
information
Lynn Hill
to us.
Lynn Hill didn't have it either, she made her.
Okay, it's my turn to talk.
Keep filibustering.
Tom?
Keep filibustering.
Yeah.
It's her turn now.
Okay, so we did have a lot of questions. You have answered a lot of questions. I probably need to circle back to Kathy on this whole thing with what's in the numbers that we have in our budget compared to what all was said and presented as far as,
Well,
I think the additional officer was already on this.
the additional officers and you're under full-time compensation, that's why it comes from 1,765,000 to 1,953,000.
Okay,
That's inclusive of contractual obligations and adding the other detective. The weapons is under firearms, which is 01410-242, which is 28,000, or excuse me, 22,000. You can see last year we budgeted 1,000 because
Right. I
we
don't know,
only keep
is that
money
just
in there
like
in the event
maintenance
that
on
we
guns?
need replacements. And the tasers is under, I have under, I believe, contracted services.
Right. And everybody gets
Contracted
a,
services
everybody
because
gets a
it's lease
taser,
agreement.
correct? It's not like a shared thing that you,
Currently, we only have a limited amount of tasers, so we share them, we turn them in at the end of every shift. But what happens is when we go to larger events or we have overtime details, we don't have enough for everybody. So we have to manage who gets one and who doesn't, which cuts guys out, not having a less lethal use of force. With the newer style, they're all electronic and they have docking stations and everything, and they can download and upload the information. So it would be one assigned to each officer, which is another clear, distinct advantage because then they get better taken care of, just like our duty weapons.
and the way this leasing works, it's a 5-year lease, it says, so at the end of that period,
Exactly what you're gonna say.
new ones on a new lease, or, you know,
They'll
like
be,
some,
they'll
like when you
probably
lease a
be,
car, you can have the option to buy it or things like that.
no,
Is
they'll
that-
probably be outdated at the end of those 5 years and they'll have another model to purchase. Because right now, there's 2 models to purchase. We did a demo day on that. I don't make these decisions on my own. I include all the officers from the department, so we're all in it. We buy in. And the 2 we demoed, the one that is being requested here is what the officers liked and what we felt was the best fit for our department.
Okay. And I had the question, I don't know the acronym here, LPR system, what's that?
LPR is a license plate reader, automated
Okay.
license plate reader. We have mobile ones on 3 of our patrol cars, and we have 2 fixed ones, one on Mountain Drive at Sidersville, one at Polk Valley Park. And just to tell you that we haven't had a theft at Polk Valley Park since we put a license plate reader up at that park.
Awesome.
So-
Yeah, I just didn't know the acronyms.
Mhm.
I haven't heard that many either. said, just need to know, there was a pretty long and convoluted motion with lots of variations in there as far as what numbers are included or not included, so I'm trying to get that clear from
We're trying to let the public comment.
Kathy.
Yeah, we'd like to comment for next week.
You're,
Have
despite your
friends talk
filibuster,
less.
your filibuster.
Are you finished, Laura?
Yes.
Okay, now it's time to open it up to public comment. Your name for the record, please.
I just was standing here because I was tired of sitting.
I can't hear you.
I said I was tired of sitting, so I came up here to stand. First, let me start by saying this piece of paper from Ms. Hill, atrocious to put out to the public and to the taxpayers. First of all, none of the facts were there. Now, let me tell you a few stories, and Chief Barnes stopped me from stepping over my boundaries. A couple of years back, there was an officer killed in Freemansburg. One of our officers actually drug him to the ambulance. That officer came back to the department, sat at his desk with the blood of that dead officer on him. Now you're telling me you're not going to give up $6 grand for somebody to be there for that officer? Or for the family of the officer that died? That's disgusting. Here's another story for you. Remember Dorney Park, when the gentleman it came out after toxicology, he was drunk and high on drugs, he was jumping on cars and breaking off mirrors and everything else? Guess what? The officer grabbed his gun and killed the man instead of grabbing a taser. Do you know where that officer is right now? He's behind bars. He's in jail for using excessive force. A taser would not have stopped the drug addict because they have some kind of miracle strength. And now for my final story. And this is even how it affects families. I received a phone call while I was at work telling me my husband was in the hot zone, which means my husband was pinned down by an active shooter. Could you imagine that? My husband was pinned down while a second officer was also pinned down, and my husband could see this officer. And the man was praying to God to save his life. And his prayers were answered. Unfortunately, that man is no longer a police officer because it hit him so hard mentally. And here's the other kicker. Because of what my husband had to witness, he also needed counseling. So there was somebody who was available. I believe he was a retired officer. And he had coffee with my husband multiple times to just talk it out, to match and compare their events and their experiences. So don't you dare take anything away from my husband, or this man who has 2 small children at home, or this man who has a new baby at home, or the other officer who has 3 children, and a wife, and a mother, and a brother, and a sister. So don't you dare, because I'll tell you what, you take away one thing from them, and any one of these officers get hurt, and you will have a lawsuit on you that you will be living on the streets. And that's be the words on my deathbed. So don't you dare look at me when I'm talking to you, Victoria. Don't ignore me. I'm paying for that $300 you're making. Don't stop me. Don't you dare stop me. You see that?
Yep.
That's my time, baby.
Yep.
My time.
Okay.
Don't interrupt.
Thank you, Chief Barnes, for standing up and fighting for these guys.
You're welcome.
That is so important. You don't understand. You don't understand what they see and what they go through. You don't understand the incest that they have to take care of small children. Or the dead bodies in the crashes. Victoria, look at me when I'm talking to you.
I won't even give that courtesy.
Show a little respect to the taxpayer. Your opinions are not always that important.
Respectfully, Donna, I've been sitting here looking at you the entire time. I don't know
Victoria, shut up, it's your floor.
making an accusation that I'm not. I'm looking at you.
Just look at her. Just shut your mouth and let her speak. It's not public comment. It's public comment, not council comment.
This letter from her is atrocious. It's atrocious. It's insulting. It's insulting. I ask that this be removed from any records of this township and she be dismissed as controller. Because you know what? She's incompetent and insulting. And this is the second time she insulted taxpayers. I don't know whose idea it was to choose her to run, but give me a break. She's not depicting the township the way it needs to be. This is horrific. Attacking police officers and their families? Give me a break. Who will you call? Who will you call if you're in an accident? Or God forbid something happens to your child? Who are you going to call? That's right. One of these guys are going to show up. That's right. The guy that you took everything away from. That's who's going to show up. Maybe they'll show up if they're not on another call because you want to cut the force. Maybe he'll show up. Maybe you'll wait an hour. Maybe you'll have to wait for state troopers to show up, and they prioritize, honey. And believe me, you're not at the top of the list. No disrespect to the state troopers. But this is what you are going to. Cutting each officer's safety is in jeopardy. When there's only 2 guys on, if she's going back to the study, that's ridiculous. Do you know what happens in the middle of the night at the Spring Hill Shopping Center? Here, I'll tell you what happens. Vans full of illegals are being dropped off. They're being transported and dropped off. And they're within our township. So lock your doors, folks. Did you know there's a child molester living in our township? Did you know that? Go on the computer and look at that website for child molestation. It's right there. You'll see it all. These are the things, but you want to cut the police force. Be very careful what you wish for. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. Just a quick little story I think I told before, but I was in a neighborhood down in towards Hellertown, very expensive homes, and I was kind of thrown out because, as you can see, I'm a threat. I was campaigning, and I knocked on 2 doors in that neighborhood, and the lady came running down the street, screeching her tires, looking at my car, and then telling me I needed to get out of the neighborhood, which is really not right for her to do that. Anyway, she said she was going to call the police. And she said that there had been break-ins in the neighborhood, and I appreciated that because I am on the side of the police. I am on the side of law enforcement. I'm on the side of law and order, really. So I said, I understand that you're afraid, but I'm not a threat. I'm doing this or this. Didn't want to hear it. Anyway, I said, call the police. I'm sure they have nothing else to do than come to a place where someone's campaigning. So anyway, that's who we have in the township. They're calling the police for silly things like that. There's a trickle down going on in our country, and this is typical. And here's the problem. If you're going to vote for open borders, no vetting at the border, if you're going to vote for that, then you expect this to happen. I appreciate Chief Bart, and I want to say that all of the data that's being spoken in the national campaign right now and the state campaign is all the FBI data, because everybody keeps saying, well, crime is down, crime is down, crime is down. That's a lie. And I'm so glad that we got clarification on that. Because as we know, what's happening in our township since COVID is we have a lot of influx. We have people from New York, we have people from New Jersey. I have people living right under me from New York, and you know what they do all day? Smoke pot. All day, 9 a.m., 11 a.m. And I'm like, do they work from home? Because they're there all day. Are they working from home? They leave the house, they smoke pot, they leave the house. So these officers, it doesn't, like your number and what you want to focus on isn't really accurate. It doesn't matter like per our cost per capita. What matters is the type of people that we now have in our township, like the migrants that are being dropped off, like the people down in the $1.425 million houses that are saying they have break-ins. It doesn't matter per capita how much we're spending on the police. It matters of the crimes. It's happening. Things that are happening that have never happened before, and there's different reasons for it. But again, if you're gonna vote for bigger government and money going to our bigger government, to our federal government, and you're gonna vote for people coming over the border without even getting vetted, if you're gonna vote for that, then you're gonna expect to pay more here for the police. And the local police are certainly better than the federal government building an FBI, who, you know, right or wrong, we need the local police here. That's better for us. So I just want to say Lynn Hill has no idea what she's talking about. She's ill-informed, and she spoke too soon. She should be listening to the experts, and she's not. She's not an expert on law enforcement. She's not an expert on crime. She doesn't even understand these statistics. With that, child trafficking too. Really quick though, honestly, I'm at the Giant in Coopersburg, right? Guy comes up to me, he's going to different cars, never, at Coopersburg, this has never happened before. He's asking for money, he can't speak English. He's showing me a cell phone he has that's like Spanish, like a cell phone that talks to him in Spanish. It's all Spanish letters, Spanish typing, and he can't speak, but he's asking for money. And I think that's dangerous. I mean, it's dangerous. So
I'm scared.
yeah, honestly, I mean, you have to understand that's what's happening. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else?
It's really hard to say something after these comments, I'll tell you. I had a list of 30 things here regarding this Lynn Hill 3-page. And my understanding is they pay her $2,700 a year. She makes 2 reports. So if you do the math simply for these 3 pages, it's $450 a page for all of her efforts. Now let's look at it, okay? I don't trust her numbers, number one, because the first time she did her report, I challenged her and showed her where her numbers were wrong, and she said, oh, I'll go fix that. Well, she never did, because I asked again. All right, so that's number one, don't trust it. This report is sophomoric at best, it's not balanced, and it's a personal position paper, not a controller's report. What's a controller supposed to do? A person, the requirements, simple requirements. You're gonna have advanced degree in accounting, excellent accounting software user, right? Thorough knowledge of all of these things. Well, she doesn't have, as far as I can tell, any of that. All right, let me give you an example. She's got on page 2, she's got a column of 2 items, all right? She's talking about total offenses in 2023, but in the other column, she's talking about capital expenses of 2022 and comparing them. And they're all out of date. What kind of malarkey is that? And she's a controller, she can't control herself. Matrix Consulting, she says. Oh yeah, well, we had that done before, and they recommended that we probably get rid of a couple of officers 7 years ago. And then she asked the rhetorical questions, oh, did we ever look into that? Did she ever? I don't think so. Now, let's just look what the police force has done since the 7 years since this Matrix, whatever consulting told us to get rid of officers. We have prices that are ballooning according to Lynn Hill. Yeah, they sure are. It's called Bidenomics. All right, What else do we have that's really just wonderful? We have open borders, and they're coming right up here. And yeah, we see them getting dumped off in Hellertown. And where are our police working sometimes to cover Hellertown? They're over there. So my suggestion is you want to cut your costs, stop sending our hard-earned tax and great police over there, all right? So let's see here. This just goes on and on. Yeah, Northampton County is now a sanctuary county. Thank you, Executive Director. So now we have a lot more coming in. They fly them in, they bus them in, and you think crime's gonna go down? Maybe you ought to read about the Haitian gangs. According to 60 Minutes, they only took over a few complexes. Oh, only a few. What's gonna happen when they hit next door where you people seem to think that's a really great place to put in yet another 39 complexes, rooms and things. And oh yeah, the brilliance we have is somebody suggested from this council that we could put it in the parking underground. I'll remind you, Priscilla, that you were here in 2002. A month from now, I think it's about 22 years, when they built this building, and somebody said, well, we were gonna put, oh, I know, it was the manager at the time. I think they finally fired her for filing false reports to the police department. Okay, you don't remember, I'll send you the article if you want. Bottom line is they were gonna put a basement in this building, right? There's a yes, okay? And guess what? Couldn't. Why? Water. And why do you think it's any different across this street? And yet we're gonna do that. And look at all the badgering the public had to do to change the vote here. I'll tell you, this Lynn Hill, she just doesn't know what she's doing. She's got bad numbers. She doesn't even have numbers that agree. I see no mention whatsoever of the Bethlehem landfill. If you, 3 women on this council, Democrats, get rid of that somehow, guess what? We're looking at a loss of $2.3 million. Where is Lynn's Hill little flag saying, and oh, by the way, if that goes through, we're going to, we'll have tire sales, which is another beautiful thing. I won't get a chance to talk on that, but I will tell you all those tires that the police took, they got rid of them for $3 a tire. How about that? But nobody bothered to look at that. And in addition, not only did our residents pay $5, but they had to pay another $450 for that little tire sale. And when I stopped by, there was nobody there, but I'll tell you, one of your little tire people came around when I'm counting tires and told me to get the heck off the property. There you go. And do I get, nasty letters from people? I do. And why is that? Because they don't like the truth. And I would be able to say the truth, and I'll be home at night by midnight, because I told my wife I would be. But I'll tell you, if that one there who can't stop bloviating would, we would have saved 45 minutes from her just endless, repetitive blabber.
Who else wants to go?
Mr. Blank, you bring up a good point, and that point is these folks have landfill derangement syndrome. And all they want to do is say that we don't need the landfill, we don't need the landfill funding, and they're trying to cut the police and public safety. They're also going to create a paid fire force, which is going to cost as much, if not more, than the total budget for the police. So they want to try to gloss over this to make it look like we don't need landfill money, to sucker everybody into this whole situation. So you're going to have less public safety, and then if your landfill money does go away, they're going to hit you with taxes to offset any increased hiring for the police department, and certainly to cover a significant budget hole that would be created by fire services. That's exactly what they're doing here. The public needs to know this. It's so transparent, and they're so ignorant because they think they're going to get away with this. And what do? They try out Lynn Hill, the most incompetent person, to try to fool the public into thinking that her comments somehow make sense and that we need to get rid of public safety. That's what this is all about.
Well, it's worse than that. She's off globetrotting in Europe somewhere. She informs us in her consultant's report. We need to know that like a hole in the head. She should be here twice a year. It's all it's required, and she's not here. And it's way worse than that. And when you talk about the,
Well, let me
about
point
fires,
this out to
oh, I
you,
got another
and
15
that is,
minutes.
we've never, since I've been on council, we've never received this sort of dribble from a controller. The controller's job is not to be a partisan politician, okay? She doesn't understand that. And I'll point you back to some right-to-know requests that I had said. And I talked about these before, about how stupid she is, how she doesn't understand what her role is. She actually sent an email, this is December 27, 2023, from Lynn Hill to Jerry Holland, about what she views as her role as the controller. And she says the controller is on the same level as council, except of course with no voting power. And she thinks that she'll have authority over the township management in accounting, finance, and spending matters. That's not the role of the controller. The role of the controller is essentially an auditor to make sure the money is being spent the way it's been budgeted, right? And to sign checks. That's it. And if you look at the code, if you look at the township code, all you got to do is look at section 5-12. 5-12 explains exactly what the budget process is and who's involved in it. And it also outlines in great detail what the controller's role is. But I'll direct your attention to 5-12. This is in the township ordinances, subpart O, subsection 4, powers and duties of the controller. The controller shall perform the function of approving expenditures of township funds. His duties shall include the auditing of township revenues and the pre-auditing of the expenditures. He shall make certain that revenue are received and dispersed within budgetary limits and according to the mandates of the law. In addition, the council shall provide for annual post-audit of all accounts by an independent auditor who shall be a certified public auditor, accountant, registered in Pennsylvania, or a firm of certified accountants, so registered. So that's what their role is. And she thinks that she should be offered these policy positions. You know, that's what the elected folks are supposed to do. And instead, these shills that you have sitting up there are shirking their duties. This goes back to what they tried to do with the apartment complex with Old Philadelphia Pike. They wanted to kick this to the zoning board, have the zoning board have to make a determination on it and say, oh, sorry, we couldn't do it, that was the zoning board's fault. They don't have the fortitude to stand up and do what they think is the right thing to do with the public ones. Instead, they want to pass it off. So now they got Lynn Hill, who deserves to take the arrows and the district and the public outrage over this stuff.
Public comment.
Right? But like, it's a joke.
What happened.
Yeah, we're in the public comment,
So I thought there was somebody that had.
It's all right.
I am part of the public. I care about public safety. You kiss my ass, Priscilla. Okay, those are my comments. I am part of the public, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the public. I have family that I care about, that I love, and I want to keep them safe. And I've got friends, and I've got family, and I have friends, all right? So that's what matters to me. So get your head out of your ignorant ass, and don't try to shut me up.
Wow, deranged.
Agreed, thank you, sir.
Already went
Shut up, Priscilla. You are so loathsome.
Next.
And so is Victoria, and so is Laura. The three of you with Laura Ray, your IQ doesn't even equal 100 when you combine all four of you.
They want to let Mark
Want to come up
Rezimek
and
speak.
speak, or you don't want to speak? One more time, is the last person.
I'm just waiting for people to shut up.
I know, me too.
Never ends. Okay, I didn't write these down.
Just talking to the mic.
Number one, I want a copy of the paper you're talking about from Lynn Hill. Where do I get it?
It was in the agenda packet.
What?
It's part of the agenda packet.
It's on the web.
Well, I want to go home and read it. Okay. Chief Barn. Chief Barn, on the things that you want for the psychological help of the police department. Will that only refer to incidents as police officers, or will it also refer to personal issues? Here's my concern, and we've had this conversation already because I watched too much YouTube, remember? I see a lot of bad cops that I watch. So far, I'm hoping Lower Saucon doesn't have any. because they're out there all over America, making their own rules, shooting innocent people, killing unarmed people, and doing all kind of crap, you know, that shouldn't be done. God only knows what Hellertown did. So, will that treatment also detect and deter any of our officers from going out and having a bad day and making a bad decision?
I can't answer that, but I can tell you that it's not psychological treatment. It's a chaplaincy program. I went down the list of resources that they provide. I can tell you that we do not have any bad cops in Lower Saucon, and that's as far as I will go. This is part of a wellness program for the officers to assist them when they're in need.
Okay. All right, good luck.
Anybody else? Okay, Kathy, I guess we have a motion on the floor. Could somebody repeat it, because I want to make sure I'm voting on the right thing.
Jason, do you want to repeat the motion?
Yeah, my motion again is to increase the budget for the police to reflect all of the items that Chief Barr had requested, which include additional funding for a detective, the chaplain counseling program, tasers to be spread out over 5 years at $21,000 a year.
It's as presented in the budget.
New weapons with red dot sight.
That's in the budget right now.
It's everything in the budget, on the budget pages right now. Chief, that we're not missing anything from these pages that you talked about tonight.
No, the tasers,
Right,
body
everything's on here.
cameras are in there.
Body cameras are in the capital plan.
The
So
capital
Jason's
plan.
motion was to include everything on these 2 pages.
And the body cameras, yep.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
on the capital.
But we're not, like, there's no need to increase what's already here because it's already presented.
It's already
in
in
here.
presented.
This is the list of what you think you need.
Right,
And
that's
it's
what I
all,
just
it's all encompassing right now. We can get to payroll stuff later in executive session.
Okay, can we have a roll call?
And let me finish up my motion as well. And it is to completely reject the idiotic recommendations that Lynn Hill made.
That's a different motion.
Just
That's not,
That's
what
not
the motion
relevant
was,
to this
and it's
motion.
not relevant.
And that wasn't
Well,
the,
I'm
that
stating
wasn't
my
the
motion,
initial
that's what I
motion.
understood it to be. So that's my motion that I'm
That's
making
not
now,
the motion
and
was.
Tom, will you second it?
That's not what the motion was.
There's a motion
and you
on
already
the
had your
floor.
motion on the
I
floor.
don't understand
That's
why
fine,
a
I'll withdraw
person
the
like
motion
him
that was on
doesn't
the
get
floor, and I
that.
made the new motion that I just made. You wanna keep these people there past midnight, go ahead.
You can't
I'll
take
take all
another
night long.
motion.
We're gonna do another 4 in the morning deal, let's fucking get it on.
Just,
Watch your language.
What are you talking about? Marco Zimic said that same thing, and you didn't say watch your
Yeah,
language.
didn't say-
He said the same thing on the podium, and you didn't say watch your language to
Higher
him.
respect
And you didn't
than
say
that.
watch your language to him.
Kathy, could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray?
Okay, so the motion is to approve the amounts as shown here.
Yes.
That's the motion. I will say yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Benonis?
And first I want to
Yes.
say, I want to just say thank you, Chief, thank you, officers, please. I pray for your safety all the time, so, okay.
Ms. Zapata Cordero?
I'm voting yes, but I want to say, and I want to make sure it's clear, I ask questions because it's important for us to understand things. We don't have the information that Chief Barton presented here. We didn't get a memo. There was not some clarification about these items. They were line items with a sentence or two to provide some context. So I appreciate Chief Barton, but I will never apologize for asking questions, and I don't like it characterized that because I ask questions, it's because I don't like police, or I dislike police, or that I'm against people, or you people, or these people. That's nothing what I did. And I hope that the police can see that by me asking questions to Chief Barn and asking for his understanding and clarification, that it's not misconstrued to be something other than asking questions, which I think is my job. Thank
I'd
you.
rather answer questions so there's a clear understanding of what I'm presenting.
Thank you. My vote is yes, and thank you for everything that you do.
Motion passes 5-0.
I didn't vote. I didn't vote.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to say, first of all, I want to say thank you as well. I want to say that she didn't have any questions when Lynn Hill presented her amendment. She just took that as verbatim, especially when there's 2022 numbers in there. But I want to thank you and thank the officers, and please thank all your colleagues for me and your hard work. And whatever else we can do, please come back anytime if you think you need something else. And we're trying to accommodate because you guys do such a great job. And my vote is yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Now the motion passes. You kept me out of it.
Thank you for your
Locking me out of executive session, kept me out of
We did not do that, he's lying.
Unbelievable the way I'm treated around here.
Unbelievable lie.
Unbelievable.
You know, they do have a ride-along program that any one of you can go on
Midnight.
and ask questions.
Thanks.
Thank you.
I think that there's a way to table the rest of the budget.
Sticking around. Thanks for sticking around.
Kathy, you're now at midnight, and I know a lot of people stayed here, and there's still a lot of the budget to get through. Is it possible to table the rest of this discussion and continue it? Will we still be able to meet our deadlines by the end of the year? I don't want to keep Chief Barn, I don't want to keep Public Works here any longer.
How much more do we have?
We have a whole staff here. And the way we're going with motions, we're not gonna get out of here anytime soon, but I'm asking Kathy if it's possible for us to continue the rest of this budget discussion after this meeting and still comply with our requirements to get the budget completed by the end of the year.
Just do non-agenda, would be good.
If we go into discussing this in November and then me having to bring it to the second meeting in November, this budget won't get adopted as a final budget until the last meeting of December, and
You have to publish it for 20 days after that?
well, that's why if we continue this conversation in this budget for November, at the November 6th meeting, then I'll have it ready for the proposed at the November 20th meeting, which you would direct me to advertise for public inspection for 20 days, so we would not be able to pass it until the December 18th meeting. If there's any changes or anything that's made after that point, we're gonna have to have a special meeting.
That's a possibility,
That's a
so.
possibility, we could do another
Well,
meeting.
this is fine.
I'm just throwing it out.
We used to have a meeting just for the budget. We used to have a meeting just for the
I make a
budget.
motion that we table the rest of the budget discussion.
That would have been
Second.
before.
So my motion
You guys changed
is
that.
to table.
No.
My motion is to continue the rest of the budget discussion at the next meeting and to, if we have to adjust the rest of the meeting dates the rest of the year, that we do that. That's the motion.
Okay, so there's a motion on the table, I seconded it. Discussion, Jason?
Yeah, the three of you are completely incompetent. We've run budgets 4 years in a row. We're able to get them done before Election Day. And here we are, now you're gonna sneak a budget in for final approval a few days before Christmas. You're the same clowns that yelled at us because we've got lights on the ball field and finished up landfill issues in December. Oh my God, God forbid we're having some vote a couple days before Thanksgiving or a week before Christmas. And here you are doing the exact same thing. You're going to push a budget back so you can't get it done in one meeting. Why? Because you open your mouths and all that comes out is obtuse garbage. It's ridiculous. You go on and on and on, and you can't get anything done. And now you're going to spread a budget out that we would have started in August. We're now starting it in October, and you're going to be pressing to get it done before the end of December, so that we actually have a budget. Unbelievable. I mean, you are so utterly incompetent. I don't know how you live with yourselves. I mean, I guess because you're so goddamn ignorant that you don't understand how absolutely stupid and ridiculous you are. It's remarkable to me. And the fact that the public elected you is really a poor reflection on our community. It really is. It's a travesty because we live in a nice community, or at least I thought we did. But yet you three fools can screw this up so badly that you can't even get a budget done in a single meeting. It's remarkable. It's truly remarkable to me in every respect. And then you have Lynn Hill, and you have the audacity to say, well, I didn't have the information, I had to do it. Well, you're telling me I should do the due diligence on the lighting, like the spillage, whatever the hell that means, on Easton Road. And you don't even do the due diligence on Lynn Hill's piece of crap memo that talks about defunding the police. And now you can't even get the damn budget done for final approval as a preliminary budget to be published. And you're going to create more work for Kathy and the rest of the staff because of this. She's hanging on by a thread, and you're going to create more aggravation for her in this. It's stunning to me, absolutely stunning to me. You're an absolute utter embarrassment in every respect.
Hey, Tom?
Yeah, so I echo a lot of those same things. I mean, the incompetence is obvious to anybody in the township. I'm not here for people in the township all the time. You guys just can't get anything done. But, you know, this is, we were never this late in our budget. We always had it published before Election Day when we ran council, so people knew what they're getting at. And you watch, they're going to try and sneak in a tax increase in December. They're going to think nobody's paying attention like they do. They'll either raise the taxes or they'll raise the fire tax. They'll do something. You watch. That's part of the plan as well, to raise probably to raise the fire tax. And they just don't want you to know about that just yet. So, you know, this is who they are. But there's no reason why we can't stay here and do this. I would point out the three of them are actually being paid to be here at this meeting and get this done. I'm not, and I'm willing to go. I'm willing to go forward, for how long it takes. Now, I know Priscilla apparently has fatigue for the past 40 years. And, you know, maybe that's her excuse. It's only midnight. We've been here till 3, 4 in the morning before.
If everybody just shut up and
continue with
their
disability
financials, you know, then it would get done.
You know, and we were hearing from the convicted felon back there that bashed the police. They're not felon, I guess, it was convicted for vehicular manslaughter. Who then bashed.
I think that's a felony.
Yeah. So he's doing some peppers, so he must be off probation. So I vote that we continue to talk about the budget. We haven't even gotten to the library yet, right?
Okay, so is it my turn yet? Are you finished, Tom? Is it my turn to speak?
Yeah, I know you're fatigued.
I just want to say that I've done research, and you can put a comment period on the public, but you cannot put a comment period on the elected officials, or it would have been done. So I apologize for the lateness and for everybody that wants to talk. But, so, Victoria, Laura, we're tabling.
That's great. I mean, we would have been done if we wouldn't have been making motions on everything. This was just to provide general direction to Kathy, a general consensus, and it's never been done like this before with an argument and motions on every single line item. You're the ridiculous.
It wasn't every single line item.
And that would waste a lot of time.
I don't think the budget.
Okay, so now we have to open it up to the floor for comments. So anybody out there like to speak on this tabling?
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. I just want to make a really quick comment in reference to, and I'll be fast, but I really think that I appreciate the questions for the police and for Chief. I learned a lot, but I will say this: you girls, sorry to say this, but you Democrats are willing to give money to any entity that comes in here without questions. The library, money. They need money, you give it. You don't even ask them what it's for, why they need it. We have to go to court to get them to give us our financials, and you don't question the library.
You don't have all the information.
And then you don't question the fire department, which I came up here before and said, we appreciate the fire department, we love the fire department, but you don't want to question them. Like, you don't want to step on their toes. And then, who else wants money? Well, it's amazing to me that Victoria, I mean,
I don't want money on
I get it. Not everybody does, but I understand the philosophy and the questioning and all that. But I just want to point it out to the public so they understand that it's kind of ridiculous that we have to go to a court to get the library to give us their financials and why they need money. I mean, clearly they have some sort of financial distress and that's why they're asking for money. So that's all I wanted to say, but thank you.
No, they don't. They have over $400,000.
Okay, anybody
You
else
just got
like
their
to
records
speak?
today.
Come to the podium. Going once, going twice. Kathy, roll call.
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Bananas?
No.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carucci?
No.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, so I guess if the meeting's tabled, is there a motion for adjournment?
I'll make a motion.
Second, all in favor?
Public comment?
What?
They made a motion to end the meeting, and made a motion
There's two separate votes, one to table and then one to adjourn.
And I apologize.
No, I want to talk about the motion to adjourn then.
So do I.
Well, I'm pulling it off the table. We have reports, acting township manager Kathy.
Before ball field, there's going to be a soft opening game on October 19th. The kids are going to play on the field, so the engineers is recommending it. So they have one game, so they can check, 2 games that day, so they can check for any deficiencies on the field and make any adjustments.
What day is this?
The 19th.
What time?
A couple days.
A couple days from now.
I said what time?
I believe one's at 4 and one's at 6, I believe.
You'll be sending that stuff around?
It's truly just supposed to be a
Oh,
little,
okay. Little bit together.
it's just a private game with the baseball leagues, just to test the field conditions. It's not like it's an opening day.
She's looking for a photo op, even for a ball field, she's fine.
Yeah.
No, I was.
Right, that's what she's looking for.
Joe, just want to let council
No.
know,
I don't need a photo.
we're still finishing up the town hall park. I'm finishing up the grants to get reimbursement. We have to buy, we had presented before council last year, there's going to be an additional amount for additional mulch that's needed. So it's not going to be any more than $20,000. I think the initial memo or presentation we gave to you was about $18,000 to finish that out. So I wanted you to be aware of that. There's going to be, EAC is going to be spearing up or Park and Rec is spearing up a Ella's Garden cleanup for the invasive species in the rain garden. That's at Kingston Park, and they're hoping that some volunteers will come out. That's scheduled for the October 26th, which is Saturday at 9 a.m. The landfill committee meeting is tomorrow at 5. The Hello Town Parade is Sunday on October 20th at 2. And the yard waste facility will be closed on, last day is November 23rd. We're still looking for volunteers for EAC and the Planning Commission. I'll be bringing them to you at the next meeting. And we will be doing the, I'm going to say this correctly, the Squishmallows.
Yeah, I know. Squishmallows.
Fund drive or drive again. So we'll have the baskets here for Emily's donations, and hopefully residents can participate in that and have her reach her goal of 1,000 Squishmallows to present to kids who are battling cancer. And that is all I have.
Okay, so council reports, Laura?
Okay. So last Wednesday, after the hearing, I was able to go and catch the end of the session with the Fire Academy. We were out at Lightsville I think they call it technical rescue, what they were doing. So they were using the hydraulic tools to cut the roof off of a car. And then they also did some other stuff like to move the dashboard that would enable them to get a trapped person out of the car. So it's really interesting. Those guys are really working hard. Their training is excellent. This past Saturday, the Apple Festival was out at the Let's Franklin Schoolhouse from the Lower Saucon Historical Society. It was their best year ever. This is what Karen Samuels said. They sold out of everything well before the end of the day, so there was no pies or dumplings or anything left to get. On the 13th, this past Sunday, I attended the inaugural event of the Hellertown Lower Saucon Chambers. They did a tasting trail in Hellertown and Lower Saucon. It was a great event. They considered it sold out, and there was about a dozen businesses on the trail that you would go around and they'd have samplings of food and drinks. And it was a lot of fun, and they plan on doing it next year. They have a date set in September, but I didn't jot it down here. And then that's it.
Okay, thank you. Jason?
Yeah, first of all, I apologize to the ladies in the audience for using the F word at midnight or whatever time it was after a frustrating meeting that was inappropriate. I certainly don't apologize to Priscilla, Laura, or Victoria, but certainly to anybody in the public that was offended by it. I don't think there are any children that are tuning in on budget, but I regret that. And it is what it is at this point. So let me talk more about Lynn Hill and the brilliance that she shared with us. So, as I said earlier, she has no idea what she's doing. She has no idea what her role is. And in her memo, she said that her obligation is to save taxpayer money. That's not what her obligation is. Her obligations are set forth in what the ordinance is. And this came up before we talked about this back in January or February about the right to know request information. She said that she's going to be overseeing the October 16th meeting. Well, I'm not home either, but I'm participating in this by phone. She's going to put out this dribble, then she should make an effort to participate, even if it's by phone, to answer questions. So, first of all, she talks in the general fund about the township having a reserve of $9.75 million, $9.75 million. And then she goes on to offer her opinion. She says, in 2024 alone, Lower Saucon Township is projected to spend $2.4 million in savings to fund projects for which the taxpayers have expressed disapproval. Now, clearly she's playing politics with that statement. I assume that she's referencing the Eastern Road ball field, for which many residents have expressed profound approval. They're excited for this. They think it's an asset to the community. It is an asset to the community. So, for her to editorialize and offer her opinion is just ridiculous. And then she goes on in the next paragraph to say, I recommend that the township return within its means. I'm not sure what that means, return to living within its means. We're sitting on almost $10 million in cash, right? This is taxpayer money that the township is hoarding and holding. It makes no sense to me when she talks about return to living within its means. Maybe she means that the township should cut its taxes to zero and draw down that fund because it's illegal for the township to be holding that much money in reserves. But I don't know. I'm not sure what she means. And then she talked about cash has increased every year until 2023. That's not accurate. It's not an accurate statement. Cash has not increased every year. In fact, taxable revenues have increased year over year. So that doesn't know what she's talking about. And then she said, how can we, in good conscience, burn through an additional $1 to $2 million in cash in 2025? The trend is worrisome. Oh my God. So, the ladies know, and the public should know that I put the township on notice of a lawsuit. And the township code, this is second class township code, 1933 Act 69, section 1508.1, says, no appropriation shall be made to the operating reserve fund if the effect of the appropriation would cause the fund to achieve 25% of the estimated revenues of the township general fund in the current fiscal year. So there's no violation. And then you have duty to supervise, this is section 607. that they're charged with the governance of the township, executing the legislative, executive, and administrative powers, in order to ensure sound fiscal management and to secure the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of the township, and they're not doing that. So, then you got violation of the act, section 3501, and it's a violation and it's a misdemeanor for any township supervisor, elected official, to violate any provision of the act. So I've already put the township on notice of my intent to file a lawsuit against them, and that was submitted to the township on July 9, 2024. So let's see what they do with this budget process. I can almost guarantee you that they're not going to draw down that fund in the reserves to reflect what's permitted under Pennsylvania law, and make at that point on notice of another violation for yet another budget that's illegal. So then, the wizard that we have here, Lynn Hill, talks about the benefit cost has increased astronomically. She goes on to talk about the norms for employees to contribute a substantial monthly amount towards coverage. Well, that's awfully interesting because we're hemorrhaging personnel because of the incompetency of 3 ladies on council. We've lost a manager, we lost a management hire, or whatever he was, or wherever he lived. And then we lost another guy that worked for the township as a manager part-time. He worked there for 2 days. We lost the zoning officer. We lost a longtime solicitor and then another solicitor they handpicked who couldn't last more than 16 days. And you have Lynn Hill who's suggesting that against that backdrop of overworked, underpaid personnel, let's burden them more by having them pay more for their benefits. Really, she's a brilliant person to suggest that. Clearly, she doesn't know what she's talking about. So then she goes on to editorialize further, buildings around the capital outlay for an additional parking lot and fencing is unnecessary. We have plenty of parking already. Given the town hall next door to the police station, there should be no safety concerns, especially here in Lower Saucon Township for crime is low. So now she's telling the council that paying for parking lot, additional parking and fencing is unnecessary. That's her opinion. Okay, she's not a controller who's selected off her opinion about this stuff. We already talked at length about the police stuff, and I'm not going to go over that again because it's just absolutely outrageous to me. But again, these fools will gladly give $100,000 to the library with nothing in return for it, okay? But they're not going to invest in all of these things that are important for the township, right? Police officers and everything else. And yet Lynn, in her wonderful memo that she provided her, says nothing about that. That $100,000 that was given away at the library, well, look the other way, folks. There's nothing to see here. Let's talk about all this other nonsense, like we're a safe community based upon her misinterpretation of the crime statistics. It's crazy. But one thing I want to bring up, and it came to me and occurred to me, I think this is something that the township should consider, and I'm going to continue discussions about this when the budget comes up for comment at the next meeting, is, this wonderful monocline structure that's going to be built in Steel City. I was thinking about it very much. And Priscilla's Pine, I think, is going to be a real asset to the community. I really do. And it makes me think of the city of Bethlehem has its star atop the hill, right? And people can see the star from far and near. And it's sort of like a landmark for the city of Bethlehem as recognition of its heritage. And I think what we should do as a township is this pine that we have, Priscilla's Pine, I think the township should invest in illuminating it just the way the Star of Bethlehem is illuminated. So that folks out there far and near can see the pine. And I think it's a wonderful tribute to Priscilla to have something like that. Perhaps we could put a plaque at the base of it, to recognize, many of the meaningless contributions that she provided to the township over 40 years. I think that's an appropriate way to honor her, the environmentalism, and then, maybe we can decorate it at the holidays and, hang ornaments from it. I just think we should talk about that more and consider budgeting for such a nice tribute to Priscilla and to the community. So we'll talk more about that.
Yeah, blinking lights that change colors. Blinking lights that change colors are always nice.
Absolutely. I mean, I envision probably like LED lights. We want to be green, right? We don't want to waste a lot of electricity on this. But at the same time, we could change it. So for St. Patrick's Day, we could make it green lights.
Great idea.
And then, for Easter, we could do pastel kind of rainbow colors. Maybe even hang eggs from it or something like that. Yeah, I think, for Christmas, it'll be red, white, and blue, but it will change. Like the city of up and stars only, it's the monochrome, it's just white, which is nice, you know, it's very traditional. But I think we could do something a little more pizzazz. So let's talk about that some more, maybe budget some money for that, because I think it would be wonderful. And, you know, and it'll be known as Priscilla Fine, because she's the one who voted, who actually was going to vote against it, but then recused herself because we called her out, and then the other two fools voted against it. But then when push came to shove, because they were embarrassed by the litigation they told them that was going to come, they changed their vote to vote for it, and Priscilla took herself out of recuse because Verizon gave her a pass. So let's memorialize this for eternity, and let's recognize how little Priscilla has contributed to the community for such a long time by doing this Priscilla Fine. Let's just talk about it some more. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to say that I attended the Hellertown Lower Saucon Chamber meeting the other night, and I attended the Parks and Rec Board meeting by YouTube, and tomorrow I will be attending the landfill meeting. Victoria?
I have additional things to say. Certainly I don't agree with much of what was said by Mr. Bononis, and I apologize to the public for the time in the evening. Most of my report I'm going to provide the next meeting. Thank you.
Yeah, October 2nd meeting, the three Democrats here refused to sign a code of conduct that I drafted, asking them to simply pledge to uphold the oath of their office. They refused to sign that, which is unfortunate. Jason and I did sign that. But as the arbiter of the code of conduct, there were 7 violations by Priscilla tonight, 3 for interrupting Jason, 1 for calling him rude, and another 2 for interrupting Dave Boulan, and 1 for interrupting me. So she received an F as far as code of conduct tonight. Victoria was better, only 3. She only interrupted 3 times. And then Lost Ray.
It's entertaining.
Lost Ray was very quiet tonight. I think it was probably less than 300 words, but she only had 1 time she interrupted. So congratulations, Councilwoman Ray. She did the best under the code of conduct. Priscilla, you got a lot of work to do if you ever want to win a good behavior award like myself. And Victoria, pretty average night. So thank you all for coming. I appreciate it. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Okay, solicitors report, you have a report, right?
I'll be very brief. On Tuesday, October 15th, argument was held in the Bethlehem Landfill Lower Saucon Township case. Preliminary objections were filed against the complaint. It was argued before the courts, and I anticipate the court will be making a decision in the next several weeks.
And who decided on oral arguments for that case? I heard it was Victoria and Priscilla. So all of council didn't weigh in on that. Is that true?
The attorneys decided that.
That's not what I heard. I heard it was the attorneys had agreed to the written briefs, and that Priscilla and Victoria showed up and demanded an oral argument. Why are 2 members of council doing that instead of the full council deciding that? If council's going to
Are you suggesting I'm not allowed to go to court?
No, I'm saying.
Are you gonna cost me that?
Why was that decision made without the full
How dare you
council?
tell me I can't go to the court?
I'm not telling you you can't go to court.
Well,
I'm
sounds
telling-
like it.
What I'm telling you
You could come to the courthouse too.
You could have come.
it should be the attorney's
You could've come
decision.
too.
Should have been the attorney's decision, not.
It was his decision. You just heard the
attorneys.
answer.
No, the attorneys agreed to written briefs.
I don't know what you heard. Did you hear a bird?
Another way how they're.
I mean,
they're
who
trying to
told
hijack
you?
the process.
Who told you, I think, since we're in the questioning, who told you what we did or didn't do
I got my
at court?
sources.
Oh, you have sources, okay.
Well, it's.
Well, they got very defensive. You notice how they got very defensive, very defensive.
It's ridiculous, you should have come yourself.
Look how defensive Priscilla got.
Come yourself.
Look how defensive Priscilla got. That was
Oh my
awesome.
goodness.
Okay, no
Can we
engineer.
answer the question? Who
Public
presided over the argument?
comment, non-agenda items, 3-minute time limit.
Steve, will you answer my question? Who presided over the argument?
Judge Corey.
I didn't hear you.
Judge Corey.
Oh, Judge Court, okay, thank you.
Donna Louder. I have a question because I don't understand it. Basically, the word waivable was used. Like, with the Verizon cell tower, like what Priscilla did, was it waivable? I mean, was that allowed? I
She
mean,
thought it was.
I'm sorry, what?
She thought so.
Well, I mean, I'm just questioning it, I don't understand it, I kind of
So
got
why?
lost in all the attorney mumbo
Would you
jumbo
like
that
me to
night.
answer it? I mean,
Yes,
often
please.
when
She acknowledged that she had a conflict, she recused herself, and then when push came to shove, when the motion was about to fail, and they were wanted to get something done, they basically take the township out of that litigation that they put the township in to begin with. And they just done the right thing in the first place, and would have avoided all of this mess. But she recused herself, and it wasn't until we actually exposed exactly what the conflicts were. And then, because she was so desperate to get out of that situation that she put herself in, she decided to unrecuse herself. Now, I don't know what the
That's a
implications
completely-
of that are.
I
but
know.
yeah,
I really into my head.
She
I'm
riled up
recitation
all the
of what
Steel City.
occurred. I
She
think
riled
they
up
should-
all the Steel City
I don't know if
voters
the-
to make against it. Then
Do
she
you want
was
the
in the flag
solicitor to
vote.
answer? Do you want the solicitor to answer?
You're
Or do you want to
answering.
have like
You're
5 members of council give you their opinion of what happened?
That's what you're doing.
Can you please tell me what waivable, I mean, the waivable part of it,
I
like, is,
understand your
I don't
question.
understand what the waivable part is.
That's fine. So Verizon had raised a claim of conflict of interest. They were the ones who brought that claim. When you bring that type of claim, you can also withdraw or waive that type of claim. Since Verizon was the one who brought it, they waived it. That makes it a waivable claim. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, I guess it does. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good night.
Anybody else?
Glad Rocky got us.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak on non-agenda items? Okay, motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Okay, Victoria, I'll second. And all in favor?
Aye.
Discussion?
No, I'm joking.
Discussion? Yeah, there's discussion. There should be discussion on this. I don't understand why we're not finishing the budget.
Yeah, let's go back to the board.
And the time is 12:27 p.m. a.m. Meeting's over.
Oh, sorry to keep you so late. Thanks, Jeff. Sorry to keep you, Rob. Sorry to keep you so late. Have a good night. Good night. Yeah, he's almost done. Well, let's put it.
Oh,
It's probably, it's kind of you have your manager, so I just sit there. Thank you.
wait.
It would have been quick. I know that you had to, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, good night, officer.
Good night.
Thanks.
You stopped it? I did. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. What did I do?
What did this couple of years
And more room in it.
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Sorry.